regarding reindustrialization and therefore rearmament, technological innovation, which is also why it's really good to have some conversations about how to do technological innovation that is going to be materially, resource, and energy reasonable, whilst being able to essentially sort of redefine how Europe is leading with new forms of innovation. But in the process, because there are some fundamental power shifts at play here, where territories are being changed, are being questioned, sovereignty is being questioned, even though it used to be the sacrosanct principle of the rules-based order, there will be a need for Europe to be a lot more collected in terms of its intelligence, security, and partnership proposition, which is why, and we've been sort of working on this at the Geostrategic Task Force, this notion of sovereignty is important to send messages to European publics. But we need to reckon with the reality that it needs to be built essentially with other partners, such as indeed Japan, Canada, Norway, but also other actors in Central Asia, in Latin America, in Africa, and Southeast Asia. And there are other things that I can come back to after.
Of course, and I will revert to you, of course, as the discussion progresses. Very much in line, Yokeza, with what you said. We need different, perhaps new partners in order to move forward, Jonathan Bart. Interestingly enough, before we went on stage, we had a quick chat, and you were saying you find the debate these days too defensive from a European perspective, that we're acting from a too defensive point of view, that we should be rather creating our own fate, if you will, be more proactive. What would your suggestion be in that regard?
So I think we have for too long only discussed the whole new situation we are in from the perspective of sovereignty. It's been a term that was mentioned yesterday. It's going to be the term that's going to be mentioned in the next 2 days. And I think we are making a fundamental mistake here because we mistake sovereignty for power. But the power understood as the ability to basically influence behavior of other actors, that does not come with sovereignty. Power requires something very different, which is ultimately we need to reassess the tools that we're using within Europe. When it comes to, for example, we have this discussion in Brussels where I'm spending most of the time right now, and I guess it's also here in, well, not in Munich maybe, but in Berlin, on Made in Europe. Like, what are the partners that we want to basically pull into this? Not because it helps only our own industries here at home, but it ultimately is a geopolitical tool, an offer to these partners to partner with us. The second, CBAM. It's almost forgotten that we have this border adjustment mechanism, basically that corrects the different emission intensities of different countries, right? And also there we can say, yeah, those that are still committed to the climate challenge, those get particular benefits by partnering with Europe. This is the one side. So this is I would say, the easy part, because through that we can help and cooperate with others to develop the future markets, the technologies that you've been talking about, Olivia, but also to decarbonize our economies. The second point, and this I think what is much more important almost, but we are barely talking about this, is we should not be naive that any kind of coalition we will build is not going to be severely attacked and undermined through different means by the superpowers that are there. I mean, you dream of this world of like a couple of countries partnering. You mentioned, India, Canada, UK, Germany. I would add maybe Japan. But to make this coalition work, it needs to have some deterrence towards the superpowers, so they are not just playing with them. And so what we did with in a report that we basically just published this morning is that we mapped also the leverage that Europe has. I don't know if the slides can somehow be brought up, because I don't have a clicker in any way. But what we mapped is what are the choke points that Europe controls. We always talk about we are dependent on the US. We talk about we are dependent on China when it comes, for example, to critical raw materials. No. We have 67 products we are exporting from Europe to the US, where the US is more than 80% dependent on European imports. The same, it's 41 for China. This is precursors in pharmaceutical production, it's high-tech machinery. Jokasa can probably say something from the side of Siemens because there's a lot of technologies, also particularly in the clean tech space, we are exporting from Europe. And so this is power, right? And if we would pool that leverage with other countries and say, if the others don't play ball, then we are actually not only thinking of anti-coercion as a European instrument, but maybe even extend that as an umbrella to these other countries, then I think we can really also geoeconomically deter the superpowers that are currently playing with us.
I think that's a very interesting point, Ben Akosh, and I want to give you an opportunity to respond. Obviously, Jokasa as well. We've heard, let's take matters into our own hands. Let's not make Europe smaller than it actually is. It sort of counters the narrative that Europe is stuck between the US and China and actually has to decide which way to go. But what I'm hearing here is rather a plea to build new alliances and to balance the weight of the US and China. What's your take?
Well, first of all, we are not naive, so we totally share the analysis and everything what has been said. We are building partnerships. So the first trips of our foreign minister, Joe Wadiful, was to Japan, Indonesia, and India. He was now in New Zealand, in Tonga. He traveled to Africa, to Latin America. The Chancellor is doing the same. So we are trying to build new partnerships with those countries and with those regions, not only in the interest of Germany, also from a European perspective. And I think the recent decision on the EU-Indian free trade agreement showed that also on the European level we are following this approach. We are negotiating with Australia, with Thailand, with other countries. So we are trying to build our own partnership system, and this not only to counterbalance America, but to give a clear signal we are in favor of a rule-based international order. We want to have open borders. We want to have free trade. Yes, I mean, sometimes coming from an enterprise, it seems somehow peculiar how the governments are acting, but to run a government is completely different, or run a country is different than running a company. We need majorities. We have elections, and
running a democratic.
Well, yeah, okay, exactly. Yeah. Running a democratic country, we need elections. We have to take the population with us, and this takes time. And this is something, of course, which makes things more difficult.
So, policy leaders, clearly, from what I'm hearing from you, have realized that we need new partners and are looking beyond the traditional security framework. Jokasa, government is different than companies.
Hopefully, yes.
Yes. As an industry leader who has been at the forefront of many years, so what contribution can and should the German industry then make in order to achieve the goal of more sovereignty, both in Germany and Europe?
Well, I'm honestly not so sure what contribution actually an enterprise can do. See, the thing is, if you have a global enterprise, a global company, the way global companies act, they allocate their resources where the markets are and where the best conditions are. So I think the answer to your question, what can a company do to basically support the government, it's basically to be patriotic and stay where you are. And then you have to balance between, let's say, the shareholder interest and the societal interest, which is a very hard way to find the right path. So I'm not so sure what the companies can do, because they are extraterritorial in nature. Global companies are extraterritorial in nature. They can move their resources where the markets are. And see, then that's why in Germany today, the tax is going from one record to the next. It's because it's mostly global companies which move their resources around where the markets are and where the opportunity is, and the talent, by the way. And the so-called Mittelstand, which is one of the most powerful, or at least used to be, hopefully still will be again, the most powerful economic force in Germany, because it was going decentralized all across the country, which helped stabilizing society, by the way. They are struggling because they don't have the options to go different places. So that's why it's very complicated to answer that question.
And let's be honest, I mean, European companies...
Excuse me, what can a company do for the country? I think one thing a company could do is to bring its global experience into politics. And we've tried that several times, but the fact of the matter is, seems to be nothing worse than an unasked advice.
But of course, perhaps a quick follow-up, because of course as strong a stance on the part of European companies is not risk-free, of course. At the end of the day, retaliation, tariffs, all these can come into play.
Strong stance to what?
No, if the companies, if you will, stand up to their, say, transatlantic American counterparts to take a stand, at the end of the day, it doesn't come...
Why should we? Why should we? If the United States open its economy, the largest in the world, to a business, why would you stand up against that? Why would you do this? Right? So we mustn't be naive. I think if I had one wish to governments is listen more to companies, listen more to the private sector. It's terrible what we have in Germany. You know, Wirtschaft in Germany is what the Germans call the fifth wheel on the wagon. And it's like, oh my God, Wirtschaft, oh, it's all bad stuff. There's not a single dime in this country which is being spent, which doesn't come from the Wirtschaft. Not a single dime, neither directly, nor indirectly, nor elsewhere. And that's something we need to change in this country, otherwise this goes fundamentally wrong. Fundamentally wrong. So that's something we can do in our country, to be a bit more mindful about what Wirtschaft does. Because, see, Wirtschaft and the companies, they know what the future of work is. They know what matters in the fourth industrial revolution. It's not the job which is today. And this whole matter of AI, they can separate the pepper from the fly shit. And there's a lot of fly shit around these days, meaning a lot of noise as compared to the signals. They know exactly what needs to be done. They know what the future of work is. They know that you need to have an equity story to sell AI to the people, which nobody does these days. Everybody talks, we can save 5,000 people in the back office, we can save 100 in accounting, we can save 50 in politics, probably not, but, you know, this is not the point. The fourth industrial revolution is about what's in for me, what is better to global society. How can we bring the cost per healthcare down to $10 a month? How can we get another billion people on this planet affordable energy, good jobs, clean water? This is what the fourth industrial revolution is all. This is what AI is all about. We talk all the time about saving cost. This is not the point. If the factory of the future is one man and one dog, you know that story, right? Factory of the future, Andy Grove, 30 years ago, he said the factory of the future consists of one man and one dog. The dog is there to watch the man is there to feed the dog. This is not the future of the fourth industrial revolution.
Let me bring...
Because then you have societal war. You don't need to worry about the other people.
Yeah. We just heard from a very experienced, long-time industrial leader, Olivia and Jonathan. I want to give you a chance to respond directly to what you just heard.
I think that on this panel, we have two fundamental, not different views, but views in tension in terms of timeline. Siemens is one of the, as you mentioned, giant companies that has a very strong industrial position, not just in Germany, but also in Europe. How to reconcile essentially this position, which is attached to a political economic equilibrium regarding jobs, regarding taxes, regarding a fiscal role in Germany, is important. It's also one of the companies that is supposed to take Germany and Europe in the future, horizons in the fourth industrial revolution. But here again, we are at a historical juncture which is extremely complex, where there needs to be some kind of reconciliation between the behavior of companies that have a role in driving forward innovation, whilst taking into account some fundamental issues about what moment of history we're stepping into. And just on this, and I'll try to be as quick as possible to make sure that we both have the time to respond. I want to drive back to the question of what climate change and planetary change is doing. Not because it's a matter of being normative, but because it has some geostrategic implications that in Europe we still haven't fully understood. Climate change does grant, in broad terms, 4 things. We tend to only understand climate change in terms of shocks and disasters. We're very good at responding to this in Europe. We're very good at thinking of ourselves in terms of climate champions. But fundamentally, what climate change is doing is that it is accelerating scarcity, which matters for Europe because we are warming twice as fast, and we are already seeing the signs of desertification, especially fast now that we are past the 1.5 degree threshold against pre-industrial levels. And climate change also tends to redistribute the distributional patterns of natural resources, ecosystems, species, and what we call climate niches. Fundamentally, what it does, therefore, is that it redistributes the productive capacities that have fundamentally established the political geographies since forever, since the last 500 centuries. I'll just quickly labor on this because this is important. Some of the things that we're seeing in terms of geostrategic behavior, notably President Trump, who talks about Canada as the faucet for the United States, who talks about Greenland as a new geostrategic position absolutely necessary for the future of security in America, who talks about Mexico, a country that is being slapped by a number of tariffs because Mexico has trouble sending water to Texas as one of the places that is essentially one of the security fault lines of America. What we're seeing is essentially a president who is not a climate denier. We're seeing a person, an American partner, who's essentially looking at the real geostrategic changes that climate change is bringing and who's questioning the sacrosanct principles around sovereignty, around security, and around alliance in order to serve its own security purposes. This behavior is also reflected in how it treats Europe. Europe is being seen as an ally to be used, transactionally used, in order to extend American technology. So, tying back to what you were saying, what we need to do is not just make sure to support companies like Siemens, but understand how companies like Siemens can actually evolve within a European ecosystem which is indeed going to be competitive, not just for the sake of the jobs today, but for the sake of jobs tomorrow, as well as geostrategic positioning, so as to keep and maintain a sense of geostrategic agency and ability that is quickly waning in light of a number of different power plays that are happening in ecology and technological domains.
Jonathan, pick right up from the very passionate plea that Olivia just laid out. I know you wanted to respond
there
directly.
were multiple things I wanted to say. Now I will try to weave them in one comment, replying to everyone. Let's see if I manage that magic. I think your point is very important because when we talked about the offer, right, and what Europe needs to do when it reaches out the hand to other countries, and obviously partnering with them in forming an alliance. We had this word like the climate club bumping around for some time. There's not really any energy in that for now, from what I understand. Then we can ultimately counter the fossil energy dominance agenda that Trump is currently driving forward. Because yes, he might not believe in human-made climate change, and because of that, then geopolitically adapt to it, right, as you say. But still, I believe in human-made climate change, and science does as well. So there's something we can do about it, so we should double down on that as an offer to the world and to our partners to do that with us together. But that requires, and now I'm coming to the other point, that we fundamentally rethink how we do partnerships. And I heard your point on EU, India, Mercosur, and so forth. But let's not be naive. These are just trade partnerships in the same way we have done them the last couple of decades. These just happen to be the two places in the world we didn't have a trade partnership with yet. I mean, Mercosur was not started to be negotiated now in this new geopolitical context. It was, as you rightly said, negotiated, well, when did it start? 26 years ago. That's what I know. I'm not going to do the math now. And so that means they come still from this time where, well, the rules-based order was in place and where we believed really free trade is going to solve everything. But this is not the time we're living in anymore, right? And so this requires, and this is also interesting to again look at the US, if we rethink trade, if we rethink partnerships, we need to bring in deterrence, geoeconomic deterrence, as I said before, anti-coercion pooled between countries. That's the second D, so you have the decarbonization, deterrence. The development offer that we already talked about. But you need then also to really make an appealing offer that can compete with someone like China, because China is not only offering a trade agreement, they're offering multiple investment opportunities. These countries, particularly in the Global South, they are looking for technology transfers. They don't want to be stuck in the upper parts of the supply chain and just be an extractive economy that basically feeds our high value add production here in Europe. And so for me, Mr. Kaz, I think, if I may, I think there is a different role that companies can play, because we can rethink how we ultimately partner with these countries in also increasing their industrial capacity so they become markets that we can also export to in the future. Because why has China become important? Because ultimately China achieved what these countries want to achieve, which is technological industrial upskilling, right? And this is why it also became so important for many of the European, particularly also German, major industrial players. Because Volkswagen and the like, Siemens also, obviously were happy to then export to that market once it was there, right? And in this moment where we are now, where basically these two markets, China and the US, are increasingly, well, not breaking away fully, but the capacity is decreasing, the exports are decreasing, we need to look for other markets, and we need to rethink how we work together with these partners.
Then, Coach, we're already in the midst, as you can see, of a very contentious and passionate debate about which way we're going, also in terms of the responsibility of the European and German industry. I want you to weigh in here, if you may.
Well, first of all, I do not share the critics that the government is not listening to the economy. And I think especially the new government has shown...
It wasn't the critics, it was an encouragement.
Encouragement, yeah, but we have done a lot of trips together to a lot of countries. So in former times, there was a close cooperation between politics and the companies, and I think that the new government has shown that this government will stick to this old tradition. When my minister came into power, he gave the Foreign Office the headline, security, freedom and prosperity as the main purposes, as the main aims to follow in our foreign diplomacy. And I think it shows that we put an effort on intensifying our contacts also to the economy and to the companies. But as I said before, as a government, of course, we have to keep in mind more elements. It's the trade unions, the social question, climate issues, and we have to find a balance. And this is something which, of course, also influence our foreign policy. Once again, yes, I know Mercosur far too long, India far too less. We can be faster, we can be more intensive. I'm totally with you. We have to.
It's not about faster, it's about the different design. You need to think of technology transfers. What the US is doing right now, they have put in place, look at Cambodia, look at Malaysia, they have put in place export ban alignment. When the US is going to impose an export ban on their products on China, Malaysia and Cambodia need to follow. They are using trade agreements as a geopolitical tool to build and project power. Now you have the national security strategy of the US, where they say they want to basically dominate the world with fossil fuels. This does mean they will increasingly pull countries into their orbit using these kind of trade tools to make sure that these countries are following the US and their agenda and not our agenda. Our agenda is a decarbonization agenda. So we need to think and speak the language of power. And trade agreements in the form that we designed them are not a power tool so far. They are a market tool. And so this is why, of course, I agree we need to be faster, but we need also to fundamentally redesign how we think about these agreements.
Yeah, but I think we are following this way. If you have a look to our national strategic, our security paper strategy, I think we show that we have understood this, the new development, and we will think in a more geopolitical, strategic way. Did we do it in the past? No. We have to learn and we have to accelerate. But I think politics, they have understood what to do.
I think there is not that big of a discrepancy here. I think we're all trying to achieve the same thing. And the thing is, how can we sort of shape a third power? A third power. There's the United States, there's China, and there is all the others, factually all the others. The European Union is not designed to be that power, let's be honest. It used to be a great thing when I was young, obviously some time ago. It was the EWG, the Europäische Wirtschaftsgemeinschaft. It was formed because people were sick and tired about, guess what, tariffs. So they came together and did away with the tariffs. Great stuff, worked really well. Then after a few years, people said, oh, you know, this Deutschmark and Schilling and Peseto and what else and all the stuff, no good because of the currencies and everything. And let's do the currency union. Euro. Okay, I think not too bad. And then sometime between the currency union and today, they've been trying to form a political union, which fundamentally failed because it's not set up that way. You've got 26, 27 different countries, 26, 27 different interests. And you have different interests, you never get a joint foreign economic policy. Why would you? You know, the French want to sell champagne and parfum. We want to sell cars, and somebody else wants to sell something else. And Orban wants to buy, you know, from Russia and collect the money, the subsidies from the EU, by the way. So it's all like... So if you really want the EU to be the third power, we will need to create a fundamentally new European Union 2.0. But I'm afraid we don't, I agree with you, we don't have the power it takes to become an economic and a military power. So you need economies which can offer growth. If the GDP in Europe is 1.5%, everybody is like, hurrah! You know, fourth industrial revolution, 20, 30, 40% productivity gain or time to market innovation gain, you're not satisfied with 1.5%. So you've got to find rooms where economic growth is possible. It's about India, for example. Then you need to find economies where you have the same challenge, like we have in Germany, aging population. Well, Japan, aging population. Korea, aging population. Powerful industrial export nation, so joint interest. And then Mercosur, I fully agree with you, it's not a bad thing. Mercosur, it's the single strongest country on earth in terms of natural resources. Oh, Latin America, we need to add a few more, but that's so. So this is the power, your reform economic power, if you bring the joint interests together. And by the way, it was not meant to be critics. I mean, we've been going a long way together for many, many years. What I was saying is, if we talk about future of work, don't talk to the Social Democrats because they are not the party of the workers, they are the party of the non-workers. So you need to talk to somebody else who know what the future of work is all about.
Right. So before this turns into a German political rally, let's and an endorsement of.
It's not a rally; it's a fact.
No, of course. It's. I believe elections are coming up in Bavaria. I leave that for people to decide. But Olivia and Jonathan, I want to pick up on the point and give you a chance to respond. Europe is not equipped and is not suited to be that counterweight as a third power, says Joe Kaiser. What's your point?
I'm glad that you pick up on this because, again, it's a question of do we accept reality as it is and decide not to change it? Or do we accept reality as it is, look at it in the face and say, we have no choice but to change it?
Right.
And it requires a fundamental strategy.
Redesign of the EU.
It is a question of looking at indeed how to coordinate, implement fundamentally different forms of industrial, strategic, integration or coordination between a number of different countries. I noticed, for example, in the list that you gave at the beginning of the panel that you didn't mention France, for example, or Poland, or Sweden. This is where we need to start. The outlook orientation, where Germany says it's about Japan, it's about the US, rather than necessarily, it starts by looking within, the EU for how we complement each other, how we integrate a number of industrial capacities, and how we create essentially economies of scale, but also different propositions, is the first step. This is where we need to start. And obviously there is an EU sort of movement in that direction at the moment, but we're seeing that indeed a number of member states, including my own France, are having trouble thinking beyond the notion of sovereignty, which is why we come back to this point of sovereignty is useful to a certain extent because it helps to reckon with a sense of political capital. But the reality is essentially that there are material constraints, there are labor constraints, there are energy constraints, and so we need to build a notion of collective sovereignty, not just within Europe, but also with those other partners that are actually the future of, market and growth. And just one last point. If the strategy is to essentially grow growth in a world where we're seeing geostrategic plays, where supply chains are weaponized, where markets are being utilized, for a number of different dependencies that are being locked in, and we're seeing that once again with our American partners regarding the use of fossil fuels, trying to sort of create some rebounds within Europe towards the use of fossil fuels. We're seeing it in surveillance, we're seeing it with weaponry, we're seeing it with defense capacities, we're seeing it with companies like Palantir, which are themselves also sort of turning the sort of fundamental normative matrix within the US towards something which is a lot more violence-oriented. We need to be careful about how we combine and tread with how to maintain a sense of growth that helps to maintain political economic capabilities that are about innovation, but that are fundamentally about trying to reorient geostrategically with the partners that will help to maintain a normative order which is wedded to the rules-based order. This is why the Geostrategic Task Force report is particularly important, because it helps to identify some of the overlaps in terms of capabilities beyond borders that can be pulled together to create not just a third pole for the European Union of power, but a third pole of how different middle powers can actually reconcile their differences, because there is a geostrategic landscape that is so constraining that it represents real foundational risks for their national security and the future of their markets.
Jonathan, jump right in. I know you've been scribbling quite a number of notes here.
Well, it's my thing. So coming from Brussels, I just want to also maybe contrast a little bit how I perceive the work there. So when Jörg has asked the government to listen to businesses when it comes to the economy, let me share maybe some stories, how then the politics of that work. Europe is hard work. It's built on visions from Schuman to Adenauer to others that have invested tremendous political capital to bring us where we are. Bringing, as you say, 27 interests together and aligning them is hard work. And it is also not always comfortable work. It's not always fun. It's very often not fun. It's boring, it's processes, it's like, it feels bureaucratic and it feels it's not functioning. And being part of that bubble in Brussels, my job often when I come then, for example, to Germany, is to basically say, yes, it's not a perfect system, but it's the best system we got so far. And it's not always just say everything is bad there, because still, this system has brought us where we are, and we wouldn't be there if we wouldn't have invested all of this effort into this very tiresome, not very fun negotiation work throughout the last couple of years.
It's all great.
So that's the first point. But, of course, this system has never been built for the world we are in. The system relied on the multilateral order. It relied on, well, the single market as a power tool to influence other countries. It's a bit ironic, right? If we think of the GDPR being our power tool because other countries are then following our regulations, right? So it has never been designed for that. So we need to redo that. But that, again, requires fundamental investment of capital. And this is, I think, where I'm missing leadership from Germany. Because Germany right now is, in my view, the only one place in Europe that has the weight and the stable domestic political economy that can actually bring an agenda like this forward. Macron, I mean, you've heard him basically announcing the geopolitical emergency this week, right? And when he says that, well, then Germany needs to answer that call and say, yes, okay, let's rebuild these institutions, and we need a leader, because it has always been visions, it has been political leadership that brought us forward. And I think the big mistake we are still making is to be somehow assume that just because the machinery still makes sounds, that is actually still properly functioning. No, we need to really fundamentally rethink it, but not devalue it just because, it's not working properly right now.
Okay, that very quick reply, and then you're going to get the last word.
I'm going to steal a marketing slogan from a shoe company. It says, just do it. Yeah. Just do it. I mean, yeah, we need this, we need that, and Schumann and Adenauer got, the point is, yeah, it's been great, but we are too slow. We are way too slow. I mean, Europe is great, it's all super, and we need reform, and we need to do this, and we need to do that, and it's painful. Of course it's painful. The point is, we are not being measured on how much we try, we are being measured by what we achieve. And what we achieve is way too slow.
Let's try to end on a positive note here.
Yeah. It's positive.
Well, because this is the opening breakfast of the Energy Security Hub with only 2 minutes left.
Well, I totally agree with the speed. Yeah, we could be faster, but we are doing quite a lot. Yeah. Within the European Union, we are trying to debureaucratize. The Omnibus project.
This is not geopolitical power building.
Well, yeah, but these are small steps, and look at the reactions on Mercosur. The Mercosur reactions in politics was not an economic reaction, it was a geostrategic reaction. How can we block this agreement in this time? And the Indian agreement was mainly evaluated under a geostrategic point of view. So we are doing things, we just have to realize it. It takes too long, but we are democracies, and we need majorities, and we need countries. Europe is not one single bloc, it's composed of 27 different states. And of course we can create one European government. But nevertheless, it will not function that there is one person like Trump who says we have to find a decision. Politics begins with watching the reality, and we have to deal with the facts and not with analysis.
Bernhard Koch, let's leave it at that. I think throughout the last 60 minutes, we've had a great tour de horizon to kick us off at the Energy Security Hub with a great deal of energy, a lot of thoughts, a lot of suggestions, and hopefully also with a lot of positive spirit to get us through this weekend and beyond. Rules without power, power without rules. Jonathan Barth, Jokesa, Olivier Lazard, and Bernhard Koch. Thank you so much. This is your applause. Now, please. Now, everyone, please get off. We're not done yet. Thank you. I know you have to run. Please, everyone, stay seated because we have a highlight for you before we go upstairs. We are going to hear now from somebody whom you all know, who's been commenting, analyzing international affairs at the very highest level for a very, very long time. Of course, he's the founder and president of the Eurasia Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ian Bremmer. Ian, great to have you, please.
Good to see you, man.
Likewise. I know this is a very short notice appearance on your part. Very grateful that you could make it.
I like you. I'm happy to be here, and it's good to be here. Have a nice crowd for kicking off Munich.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, going into this very intensive weekend, which you actually called, it could be a historic one. Tell us, what are your personal expectations coming out of this year's MSC?
Well, I mean, I expect it's sort of from insult to injury, right? I mean, last year was J.D. Vance. There wasn't a lot of substance in that speech, but it was certainly very insulting for the Europeans that were here. This time around, Marco is not going to be particularly insulting, but we do need to understand what the actual damage to the transatlantic relationship has been, is going to be, how much is permanent, how you're preparing to respond. Mark Carney, of course, finally gave public sentiment to what we've been increasingly seeing over years now. Responding to that is a very different circumstance.
Yeah, and actually, throughout this panel, which we just had, there's, of course, the usual pleas for Europe to stand up, to be stronger, to gain more sovereignty. As somebody who lives in the US but has been observing European politics for a very long time, how confident are you that Europe can rise to the occasion?
It depends on what you mean. I mean, I see, someone like Mark Rutte has a very different perspective on what Europe can and should do than Emmanuel Macron. I'm in between. On security issues, the world is still very much unipolar. That's a reality. I mean, Trump is considering a decapitation strike against the supreme leader in Iran. No one is deterring him from doing that. If he chooses to do it, it'll be purely because he wants to or he doesn't want to. And the Russians and the Chinese are not credible in stopping him. They're not credible in taking action if he does it. Neither are the Europeans. That's a reality. But when we talk about the global economy, we're in a much more multipolar world. And there the Europeans have competence. There the Chinese have hit the Americans back. And Trump has shown that he has to back down in that environment. And of course, the world is not about security only or about the economy only. And that's what makes this so complicated. This isn't a sphere of influence world. And it's not it's purely a post-American world. It's a hybrid.
Yeah, indeed. We're back to power politics, if you will. Huh? I mean, at the end of the day, and you know this, there's a common assumption in Europe that perhaps the current turbulence we're seeing in the US is cyclical, that the US can return to become a predictable anchor of the international order once Trump leaves. How realistic is that notion?
Trump leaving is very realistic. He's 80 years old. He's not going to stand for a third term. I don't think that's what you were asking me, though. The question is, how realistic is the United States going to be what it used to be? And I think there is a presumption in Europe that Trump is the cause, which is not true. Trump is the symptom. Trump is the beneficiary. Trump is an accelerant, but Trump is not the cause. The cause is that increasingly large numbers of Americans do not believe that collective security or free trade or the promotion of rule of law or open borders or the promotion of democracy benefits them. They believe that their own leaders are illegitimate in promoting that series of drivers of leadership that the Europeans have not just benefited from, but have also relied upon. And so when you're suddenly in a G0 world, when you're suddenly not able to rely on that American leadership and no one else is capable of replacing the US, what happens? There are only three options, right? One option is you strengthen and reform existing institutions so they work more effectively, even though the Americans are not actively participating. The second is you create new institutions that better reflect a changing balance of power. The third is you go to war. That's it. And right now we see, I would say we see movement on all three fronts. And this Munich Security Conference is historic insofar as it shows us where that movement is fastest and most decisive. That's what we should be focusing on. We no longer need to define the rupture, right? In the same way that for many, many years, we were incapable of defining climate change because we were being lied to by big corporations, because the scientists weren't all capable of having that consensus view. We don't have that problem anymore. We know what's happening. We understand the particles of carbon in the atmosphere. The only question is how we are going to choose to respond to it. For 15 years now, it has been increasingly clear that there is a geopolitical rupture coming. It is overdetermined. It's because the Russians were not integrated and blamed the West. The Chinese were integrated on the presumption that they would become more Western. They are more integrated. They have not become more Western. And because the United States is increasingly unwilling to support that order. We have defined that rupture. The only question is how we are going to choose to respond to it. That is what this Munich should be about.
By the way, you seem to be quite confident that Donald Trump is not going to run for a third term. Steve Bannon would disagree with you.
Steve Bannon is certainly capable of disagreeing with me. Yes.
Well, there you have it. That is one note we'll take. Vice President J.D. Vance famously, obviously, ruffled some feathers here 12 months ago at the MSC. Marco Rubio will speak tomorrow. What do you expect from his speech?
I think that, well, Marco, as you know, trip to Hungary, trip to Slovakia, the capitals of EU strength and integration in Europe today. Come on, people. Pay attention. This is not the future of a transatlantic relationship that anyone in this room is hoping for or is harmonizing. But Marco is a senator. Marco has good relations with most of the largest CODEL that the Americans have ever sent to Munich. He is not going to try to punch the Europeans in the face gratuitously. He is only going to be focused on those issues where he thinks that it is meaningful to drive policy. At the end of the day, I think Marco...
That's Steve Bannon.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I think Marco is not going to be a driver of uncertainty or instability in this meeting, but he's also hugely constrained in what he can actually do and what he can influence. Trump is the decider-in-chief here, no matter how many jobs that Marco has, and that is going to continue to be the case. One other point that we need to mention here before we're done is that the bleeding of Trump is starting. The bleeding internally and the bleeding internationally. And that was not true 3 months ago, 6 months ago. We have now, in the past month since Davos, seen a number of issues where Trump has been hit back hard and has had to back down. We've seen that on Greenland. We've seen that in Minneapolis. We've seen that with his calls for nationalizing and federalizing elections. We've seen that with the Epstein files. We've seen that with tariffs on Canada. We've seen that with this tweet that had the racist bit in Obama afterwards. This is not just anecdotal. This is data. And of course, Trump will continue to double down, but the reality is that there are constraints on Trump as a disruptor. There are international constraints, though perhaps they are weaker than you would like them to be here in Europe. There are domestic constraints, though perhaps they're weaker than I would like them to be as an American. But they exist, and we will see more of them in the coming year. Don't forget about that.
Ian, before we wrap up, there's a lot of doom scrolling these days, and it's only February. You mentioned it, Greenland, Iran, Venezuela, you name it. People are quite anxious, quite concerned about the state of the world. As somebody who's been at the forefront of analyzing these things, are times crazier than usual?
More pieces are in motion than usual. There is a lot more willingness to break the architecture. And again, if you're the Europeans, you need the architecture. Sovereignty matters. Rule of law matters. The United Nations matters. And one thing that I've been very disappointed with the Europeans on, when President Trump sets up a board of peace, and it's not just for Gaza, but suddenly it's actually meant to subsume a number of the legitimate purposes that the United Nations and the Security Council has, and Trump sets himself up, he's going to be chairman for life, whatever that means. The Chinese, of course, immediately say they don't want to join that. The reason they don't want to join it is because they intend to be the most powerful at the United Nations if the Americans pull back. The Europeans have no interest in a board of peace. So say that. The Europeans need to be leaning more heavily into the UN. When the Americans leave the World Health Organization and take Argentina with them, who cares? And the Chinese put 500 million into the WHO, the European response should be, we need the WHO. We don't want the Chinese taking it over. We're going to do more. Doing more for the Europeans cannot only be paying for more weapons for Ukraine. I understand that's the urgent and immediate issue. It must be standing up for the architecture that you care about, even if the Americans are no longer leading it. And I don't see that from Europe today. I don't see Macron very interested in making that statement today. That's an absence of leadership. And you will pay for that in a decade. Our kids will pay for that if we don't stand up collectively for that. That should be a no-brainer. The Munich Security Conference as a community should care about that, and I don't see enough of that from this group. So let's see more of that.
I prefer to end my sessions on a positive note. Where's the silver lining? What gives you hope? What is optimistic? What are some of the things that you're seeing that makes you optimistic about international affairs, about the 21st century new world order?
The system needed to change. The system needed to break. The balance of power did not align with the architecture as it existed. You've got a Security Council that can't have the three countries that are most committed at scale to the United Nations Charter because the Germans and Japanese lost World War II and because the Indians weren't a country in 1945. That's ludicrous. That's a dumb reason. And that at scale exists everywhere. We don't have the right leadership or architecture. So the fact that we now have a rupture creates the urgency to reform, creates the urgency to rebuild, forces us to make some difficult decisions that otherwise we weren't going to make. How can you not be hopeful about that? It's the last 30 years that weren't hopeful. The last 30 years when we were sleepwalking into the G0. There was no hope in that environment. Now there's hope. Now there's hope.
Very interesting take, one that we should all take to heart and, of course, take with us for the continuation to follow the president and founder of the Eurasia Group. Ian Bremner, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Appreciate it, Ian, as always.
Good to see you, man. Thanks.
Likewise. And ladies and gentlemen, what a fulminant start. This is, of course, only the beginning. We will continue the program at 9:30 a.m. upstairs. Thank you so much. morning, everyone, and welcome indeed. My name is Ali Aslan, and together with my co-host, Katie Gallos, it is my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you to the official opening of the Energy Security Hub 2026, powered by the BMW Foundation. Katie, what can we expect in the next 48 hours?
Absolutely. Also from my side, a warm welcome to all of you. Can you just give us a warm-up? Thank you so much. Also in the live stream, we are on different platforms. It's great to have you here, the Energy Security Hub by the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt. And yes, Ali, we have an energetic program, or as we also say, a program full of energy. Right? So with that, and as Wolfgang Ischinger stated yesterday again, energy security is really among the topics when it comes to geopolitics of our time, when we look to recent shocks, to the rising industrial energy demands, the global competition for energy and clean tech. We see these vulnerabilities. What do we need to close these gaps? That's exactly what we're debating here. And maybe you've seen also the question outside. AI for energy or energy for AI in these times of accelerating artificial intelligence. So I would say we are prepped for a full 2 days of a program. I hope you are as well.
Yeah, indeed. We are very much looking forward to be here on this very stage, but also, of course, downstairs with high-level guests and speakers. Very much looking forward to a vigorous and timely debate, ladies and gentlemen. And now, to kick off the 2026 Energy Security Hub, it is my great pleasure to welcome to the stage the members of the board of the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt, Heba Agib, and Heike Schneeweiss, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning and welcome to the Energy Security Hub at the Munich Security Conference 2026. We are delighted to have you here.
Also, a very warm welcome from my side. Here at the Energy Security Hub, we share a platform where we bring together experts and leaders to engage in unfiltered debates on the future of energy security. And you are all here for a reason. We strongly believe building a future-proof society highly depends on collaboration across borders and sectors.
Energy is the new global currency. It underpins prosperity. Energy security will decide Europe's future. However, while we here in Europe seem to be hesitant, other superpowers are creating facts. The perception may be different, but in the United States, renewable electricity generation increased in 2025. Yet, as you all know, the United States is expanding on fossil fuel use, pursuing clean energy and carbon-intense energy at the same time. China added more renewable energy capacity in 2025 than any other country, likely more than Europe and the United States combined. Again, at the same time, China is building the world's largest pipeline for new coal plants. The superpowers are striving to achieve energy security and independence. Now, building a plan for energy security in Europe is complex. It breeds shared democratic values. It rests on unity, and it grows from strong global alliances. All of this demands compromise, and all of this also demands societal strength. And the question is, how do we get there?
We believe democratic values are key when looking at energy transition. In times of change, we as leaders need the support of the society. And we listened to the people. This year again, we together with Allensbach Institute conducted our annual Energy Transition Future Monitor. And I would like to share two of the major outcomes and highlights. 43% of the German population continues to believe that the path taken with the energy transition is the right one. Nevertheless, the support of the people has weakened. 41% of the supporters are still undecided about whether Germany is taking the right approach. Many question the implementation, struggle to understand the process, and on top of this, people no longer connect the energy transition with a general prosperity. Let me come to the second outcome. Uncertainty and fear are growing. And we all know fear does not foster innovation. 37% of respondents see the energy transition as a risk for Germany. And 35% are either undecided or they think risks and chances are in balance. And we as leaders should not underestimate the power of the undecided. People are worried about rising energy prices, about economic pressure, and they are worried about job losses. Having this in mind, we all know the energy transition requires public support, majorities, and unity to succeed.
Now we need national unity and we need European unity. If all Europeans pull together in the same direction, local strengths converge to a unified European force. It's like a rowing team on the river. If we want to win, we all pull together, synchronized and fast. Otherwise, we cannot keep up with the global race. So the European continent needs a European energy master plan, which incorporates a diversified energy strategy that is built on 3 pillars. A robust system for affordable, secure, and clean energy. Openness to technologies across sectors and countries. And broad public understanding and acceptance. Pragmatism must beat dogmatism, because the world is moving fast, and the world will not wait for Europe.
It's a race against time. Europe needs the world, and the world needs Europe as a reliable partner. This is a unique opportunity for us to establish global collaboration on equal footing. Guided by European values, we, as Europeans, must take an active role to create mutual prosperity. Together in this space, we are here for the next 2 days to have an open exchange for a strategic orientation and for building new alliances.
So let me briefly outline what's coming ahead. Today, I want to welcome you, Katharina Reiche. We are honored to have you giving the opening speech for the Energy Security Hub today on Germany's take on the energy transition. Please welcome with me Katharina Reiche, Germany's Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Energy.
No,
1 second. I will take you through the next 2 days briefly, and then we will hand over to you. Then we will also discuss policy and financial frameworks needed to strengthen Europeans' industrial leadership. Tomorrow, we will turn to global strategies and alliances, and we will have a vibrant debate on the power of AI together and held in cooperation with the New York Times.
Yeah. As Herbert just outlined, we curated 2 focused and inspiring days on energy transition. And now we need also your energy. You are invited here because we strongly believe in the power of collaboration across sectors and borders. So let us use the next days wisely to listen, to challenge blind spots, and to build something new together.
Stay engaged with us. This is where momentum begins. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you indeed, Eva Gieb and Heike Schneeweiss, for kicking off this year's Energy Security Hub. We have a full house here, so it's quite evident this Security Hub has established itself firmly as a very important pillar of the Munich Security Conference. I'm seeing many, many faces, familiar faces. Who's been to the Energy Security Hub before? Let me see a show of hands. So quite a few, the majority as a matter of fact. So you know that the Energy Security Hub always starts at a very, very high level. And of course, this year is no exception. The race is on, Heike said, and there's no one better to analyze, evaluate the race for energy security and sovereignty here in Germany and beyond, as is our very first speaker of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome none other than the Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Energy of Germany. Please welcome Katharina Reiche.
Thank you, Ali, for introducing me. Thank you to Heba and Heike for making this happen, and a very warm thanks to the board of the Herbert Quandt Foundation for this long-term engagement in questions like energy security, future of energy, sustainability, and for your work you dedicated to our society. It's a pleasure for me to be again here, so I can say that I'm a constant guest, also invited speaker, so thank you for trusting me this time in a new role, and I try to make my best to cover some of the topics in this following minutes, but I'm sure we will discuss this over the days. Thanks to initiatives like this, energy security is no longer treated as a technical issue. It is moved in the very center of the Munich Security Conference. Energy is no longer an appendix of geopolitics. It has become one of its foundations. The entire world is affected by instability. Its consequences differ from country to country. Economic disruption, political pressure, and security risks. The Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney recently captured this reality in a very remarkable speech in Davos. He spoke of a rupture, then a transition. Economic integration has been weaponized. Tariffs, financial structures, and supply chain are now instruments of power. For decades, we relied on what we called the rule-based order. It promised predictability. It promised open markets. It promised institutional protection. That promise no longer holds its gun. We have to face this new reality. Great power rivalry defines global politics. Trade, finance, energy, data, and supply chains have become geopolitical tools, and not very rarely geopolitical weapons. Multilateral institutions from WTO to UN system are increasingly paralyzed. Carney draws is very simple. Sovereignty today, if I may quote him, means to ability to withstand cohesion and to sustain oneself in food, fuel, and critical technology, and I fully agree. Over the last 20 years, resilience has evolved from crisis management term into a core principle of security policy. Resilience means preparedness. Preparedness across the entire spectrum of threats. Terrorism, disrupted supply chains, hybrid attack, territorial risks. And to achieve this, we need both national and European solutions. Solutions that reduce vulnerabilities and strengthen our capacity to act. In this regard, we can learn from the Nordics. And may I pick Finland, because also I've lived there for quite a time. Finland has systematically invested in resilience across society. You spoke about this. We can't do this without including our society and make them aware what changes we face. They invested across society, state, economy, armed forces. Strategic foresight is not an exception there, it is the norm. It isn't the norm in Germany, and we have to learn this. Resilience begins with essential services. Energy, water, communication systems must function even in crisis. In Germany alone, tens of thousands of facilities are classified critical infrastructure. A major blackout would cost our economy between €500 million up to 1.3 billion euros per hour. After one day, losses could exceed to 12 billion euros. Energy security therefore requires one central principle. Avoid structural dependencies and build resilience directly into our systems. Technological diversification is key. Diversification is not a luxury. It is a security necessity. It limits external dependencies, it prevents energy from being weaponized against our society, and it keeps our options open. This is why we're closely monitoring the international development of new technology. You just pointed it out. It's not the time to exclude technologies. It's time to look what's going on, which new technologies can help to build on our resilience. And yes, that's why we also look not only into renewable energies and storage capacities and digitization of grid, we also look in SMRs. SMRs are a possible contributor to a resilient, decentralized and low-carbon energy system. And that is something our society has to learn. Diversification also applies to partnerships. Germany is building reliable energy partnerships worldwide. With India on hydrogen, with UAE on ammonia, with Canada and Australia on raw materials, and with Saudi Arabia through a new energy cooperation framework. Norway has become our most important importer of gas, covering now 44% of our oil imports. This partnership now also includes offshore wind and hydrogen infrastructure. The Northern Sea is becoming to be an energy hub, integrated systems, large offshore wind farms connected with a very sophisticated grid, which has to be secured and to overlooked. Our relationship with the United States has changed fundamentally. Only a few years ago, we had no direct LNG deliveries from the United States. Today, the United States is a decisive pillar of our energy security. And at the same time, we must address competitiveness. German electricity prices remain high by international standards, and that's a burden for our industry. In 2025, the average price per kilowatt hour for private customers in Germany was up to 44 cents per kilowatt hour in US dollars. In China, customer pays 8 cents per kilowatt hour, and in the United States, it's 18 cents. So 44 versus 18%. France heavily rely on nuclear energy, other regulates prices. Countries like Norway benefit from abundant hydropower. And we are therefore acting decisively. We have reduced the electricity tax, we have halved the transmission grid fees, and we introducing competitive industrial electricity prices and other subsidies to keep our industry competitive and in global competition. Together, these measures provide relief of more than 10 billion euros, but is this enough? Probably not. Energy diversification is only the first step. Economic security also requires raw material sovereignty. All these future technologies heavily rely on raw materials, on critical materials, which we are not sourced in Germany. Today, 46% of Europe's rare earth imports come from one single source, from China. For some elements, the dependency exceeds to over 90%. And when it comes to refinery and processing those minerals, the dependency of more or less every value chain is concentrated in China. Such concentration is a strategic risk. And this is why we have concluded for long-term raw materials agreements with Australia, with Canada, with other countries, for instance, to secure lithium, cobalt, copper, gold, and much more. The digital domain is equally critical. Cyber attacks, hybrid operations, and the manipulation of information systems directly threaten our infrastructure. Reported incidents against German institutions have multiplied over the recent years, and it harms our economy. In a country where more than 90% of businesses depend on digital networks, and they will also in future, there will no less dependency on digital infrastructure, it will increase. Cyber resilience is a national security. But resilience also demands structural reforms. We need stronger growth, and we need it quickly. And this means reforming our labor market and social security systems by cutting red tape, reducing taxes burdens, accelerating planning and approval procedure, also to invest in infrastructure, in grid, in terminals, in storage, in battery, in hydrogen infrastructure. We have to accelerate our still very slow processes. Only then we will achieve a self-sustained growth. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude. The threats are evident, and the world is becoming much more volatile. And the challenges are more complex than they had been. But it's no time for hesitation, because we have the capabilities and we have the financial power and the will to change things, to invest, and to make ourselves more independent and more resilient. It's time for strategic and deliberate action. We must strengthen our resilience, yes. We must protect our sovereignty, yes, and secure our competitiveness. That is the German pivot we have now to take. Energy sovereignty in a turbulent world. Thank you for your attention.
Please stay here. Come here with me. Yeah. Of course, you're also staying gratefully for a discussion we will have now here on stage. Thank you so much. As the stage is going to get rearranged, this is the first time you are here as a minister.
As a minister.
No. You've been here many times, obviously. It's the first time as a minister. How does it feel to be back here as a minister at the Energy Security Hub?
It's not about the position you have in. It's always good to get in touch with the network. It's also good to get the vibration and the knowledge which is collected here. And that's why it doesn't matter if I was a CEO, state secretary, whatever. I always enjoyed to be here. And congratulations again to the foundation.
And we very much enjoy for you to be here, of course. Thank you so much. This is your applause. Great deal. Now, Minister, please have a seat right here. And as you can see, we have in total 4 chairs, which means we will have 2 more speakers joining us. And I'm very delighted to join here on stage with us the European Commissioner for Energy and Housing, Dan Jorgensen, ladies and gentlemen. Commissioner, it's great to have you. Please have a seat. And last but certainly not least, very delighted to welcome the Director General of the IAEA, Rafael Mariano Grossi.
Hey. Hi.
Hello, Mr. Grossi. Great to have you. So let's dive right into this panel discussion. Great to have everyone here. What a spectacular panel to be talking about European energy sovereignty and security. Minister, let me start with you again, picking up off where you left off. You said sometimes we in Germany, we have probably been too slow, too cautious, and that risk-averse attitude has hurt us. Do you see that mentality changing?
Slowly, but yes, we change. Maybe sometimes too slow, but let's face it, we have a war in the middle of Europe. We have suffered from dependencies, which really nearly lost our economy away. And we had to do a lot of effort to reduce the dependency on Russian gas. And now we have to be careful not to go into new dependencies. And that's why we follow a 2 strategy. Yes, we invest in renewable energy. I was very delighted that also Dan Jürgen came to the Northern Sea Conference, where we discovered the Northern Sea as new energy hub. That is something new. At the same time, we have to face that we need baseload capacity, and we need a strategy for secured energy supply, also when the wind is not blowing, because the integration of the European energy market is not still there where we want to have it. We're working on this. Sure. And that's why I decided to have security by gas capacity. We need it over time. But if you have gas capacities, you then can change this into green gases also over time. So it's one way to make yourself more resilient. What we have to do, and I spoke about this, is to accelerate our procedures to invest. And here, sometimes I wish we could do faster and get our society on the awareness we need.
All right, so what I'm hearing, we are not quite there, but we are getting better, we're getting faster. The mentality change is coming, slowly perhaps, but it is already being in place. Commissioner, energy security is no longer a side event of geopolitics. It is at its core, evident by events like these and the words of the minister as well. That's something, of course, as part of your portfolio, that is something that you live on a very daily basis. Give us your sense. How fundamentally has the debate switched and changed within the...
Well, it's a total core pillar of our energy policies now. I would say that a couple of years back, we had a very clear focus primarily on decarbonization, fighting climate change, and getting our prices down. These 2 objectives are still, of course, important, but security really is now probably the most important challenge that we face. I saw this myself the first time in my previous job when I served as Minister of Energy in Denmark in February 22 when the full-scale invasion happened. We spent the first weeks, days and nights in my ministry making emergency plans for what we would do if Putin turned off the taps. And this was not a pleasant experience. I had to make lists of companies that we would force to close down. So we would, in theory, have to send people in uniform to close down factories in Denmark. And we weren't even as exposed as Germany, for instance. So had Putin chosen to turn off the taps to Europe, we would have been in the middle of a recession. So we were in the pocket of our enemy. Now, that of course, we've been able to change. And now, finally, we've made the decision to completely stop the import of Russian energy, which is a huge progress. And I think that this needs to be a lesson for us in the future, never again to be as dependent as we have been of Putin. Then, of course, there's another dimension of security, which is, one is security of supply, another is the direct attack on our infrastructure that needs to be also given more priority than it has in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. Both aspects have to be thought together, are completely interlinked. Rafael Grossi, you're of course also at the heart of this debate. You're following the speech of the minister this morning, also the remarks by the commissioner now. Energy security now very much at the heart of geopolitics. It's a matter of survival for many countries all around the world.
Well, indeed. Pleasure to be here with you. Certainly, this conversation a few years ago would have been unthinkable. I mean, of course, you too would have been here, but certainly not me. Mm-hmm. So the fact that I think Europe is adopting this very dynamic approach and taking the bull by the horns is very important. Nuclear is essential. Katarina was talking about baseline, and of course, 160-something reactors in Europe, the single largest source of energy you have, half of the clean energy you are producing, and still, for the surprise of some that were outside this, nuclear was almost anathema. So I think the fact that this page has been turned is in itself an indication of enormous wisdom. And we will be there to support that. Europe has a lot to offer. We see enormous possibilities here with life extensions of reactors, with the European technology coming to the fore when it comes to small modular reactors, even fusion. So in all of this, when it comes to energy security, it is clear that for you in Europe, nuclear is part of that intelligent, integrated effort together with renewables and other, and gas for the time you decide to go on with that. The thing is how to go about that. This is not an easy way forward. There are still choke points that need to be addressed, but it is important that this kind of existential debates that were taking place in Europe a few years ago are a part of the past. And we are working with the Commission, we are working with Germany, with all actors, including those who are getting into nuclear, that were not in nuclear, like Poland, for example, important countries, Italy returning to nuclear, and many others doubling down on what they actually have.
Yeah, indeed, quite an interesting development, Minister Reiche. Of course, the nuclear debate in Germany has been is quite contentious, been led very vividly on all sides. Do you see a rethinking on that front here in Germany?
That is slowly, and we have to prepare the society for this. Nuclear has never been an easy task. It was defended and opposed from the very beginning, to be honest. And it was done by the threats of if a society and if a company could be able to deal with the technology and the threats. That has changed because technology has changed. It has developed. We won't have a step back to the old reactors. That is gone. The decommissioning is happening. But what we should do is at least to understand these new developments. So which type of SMR is developed? Which research is done? Which security concepts are developed? What is with the approval procedures? And Germany has always been very strong in setting standards, both technological and security-wise. And at least we should take part and be part of this discussion. Then we can decide if we want to have an investment. We can decide if we co-invest in other countries, in partner countries in Europe. That could also be a way. But to say, I don't want to deal with this, and I close my eyes, that is never a strategy. And that's why we will focus on this, and that's why in my ministry we have set up a small team which is going now abroad and be engaged in those developments.
Face the issue head on without denial, but with clear-eyed realism here. Commissioner, sometimes it seems there's a debate about whether green transition, or rather the need for energy security, has to come at the expense of the energy transition. Is that a wrong way of looking at it? Is it not either, or is it both? Can we think both at the same time?
Yeah, no, I do think that it is the wrong way to look at it. I'm not excluding there might be certain trade-offs in certain sectors and in certain circumstances in some member states. But as an overall picture, it's actually the opposite. If we look at what we need to do to reduce our dependencies, if we look at what we need to do to become more energy efficient, and if we look at what we need to do to bring down prices, it's very clear that renewables are at the core of the strategies that we need to adapt to. And let me just give you a few examples. If we look at how much we save on deploying new renewable energy, it's approximately an added 33 billion euros per year. These are IEA numbers. So we are moving fast in the right direction. The year before last, we deployed 78 gigawatts of new renewables. Last year, we haven't got the numbers yet, but we expect it to be close to 90, and this year, hopefully even higher. So this is at the core of our strategy. Another very, very important thing is we need to become more interconnected. Because that is probably where I see the biggest bottleneck right now. Germany, which is in many ways leading the energy transition. Even Germany loses 4 billion euros every year on curtailment for not being well enough. This is no criticism, this is just a statement of a fact that we are working together to remedy, of course. So I would say that those two things are the most important. Then, of course, regarding the question of nuclear, I agree. The atmosphere has changed. We expect nuclear production to go up in the next decade, not much, but a little, and that is compared to our prognosis a few years ago, which said that we would go down about 10%. And then, of course, this is during the 30s, and in the 40s and 50s, it'll go even further up. How much depends very much on the new technology. So small modular reactors, especially, in my opinion, if we manage to introduce some of the fourth generation technologies, that will persuade countries like the one I know best, Denmark, where we have not traditionally had nuclear, and we will not in any foreseeable future, I think at least, have traditional nuclear. There might be an openness to new technologies where the safety questions are completely different, where also it's easier and better to integrate with a system that is primarily focused on renewables.
Yeah, very interesting to hear. Rafael Grossi, the commissioner, is basically just said that transition to clean energy is not just an environmental necessity, but as a matter of fact, security itself.
Yes.
Would you concur?
Absolutely. I think it's a matter of integrating intelligently. We are looking at the worldwide market, and we operate everywhere. So what we see in Europe is extremely interesting. We are there to support. You know, we are not lobbying for nuclear. Nuclear is a reality. Nuclear is there. Nuclear will grow. And mind you, one thing which is important, because of course here we hear a lot about SMRs. Nuclear will continue to be essentially new generation, but the traditional reactors, even in Europe. I think we have to be clear-eyed about that. France is going to be building more. The Netherlands are going to be building more. Belgium is going to keep what it had. Eastern European countries are going to be building more. Hungary, Czechia, Slovakia, Slovenia, Poland, which didn't have. So I think it's very important to realize that it's going to be multi-dimensional. I say this because in some corners, I have this impression that some people say, okay, nuclear, but if it's a small SMR, nice, tiny, and invisible. SMR, I can live with. That's not the reality. We're going to see SMRs, perhaps even not in the proportion that some think. It's going to be growing slowly. We are still in the licensing process in many parts of the world. So it's going to take some time. But basically, I think the proportion of nuclear, as Dan was saying, that is going to be growing slowly, in particular in Europe, not in China, for example, or in other places where at the moment they are building 26 reactors apart from what they have, or India, where you see the projections that they have. So I bring the global perspective into this discussion because, of course, Europe is also a global player.
Yeah. So can I just clarify? So our prognosis, they might change again. They changed in 2 years. They can change in 2 years again. But right now it looks like whereas we would have gone from approximately 99 gigawatts to 88 gigawatts within the next decade, now we are probably increasing with around 10% with traditional nuclear. What I then also said was, what we don't know is what will happen afterwards. And I think there probably how big of an progress we will see on small modular reactors will mean quite a lot, especially for the countries that are not using nuclear now.
Yeah, Minister, we're talking, of course, about the resilience of Europe. You mentioned it in your speech, how vital it is for everyone to be on board. If we're looking at the realities, though, European countries are following very different strategies as to how to achieve energy security and sovereignty. Is that a shortcoming? Is that a weakness? Do we need to pull together? Or is a cohesive European energy strategy unrealistic?
First of all, one has to admit that the way Germany went, we are pretty much alone nowadays. So what we did well is we invested in renewables. We gained technology breakthroughs. We subsidize this, yes, and we're still paying for this. Nevertheless, it was a pioneer work in investing in grids, in solar, in wind, and we build an industry around this. What we lost over the time is the ability to look around and if Europe will follow us. And my friend Dan Jørgensen has a lot to do and glue us together. Because, of course, an internal integrated electricity market would reduce the costs. And that's why they have to have more coherence in grids, in investments on baseload and in renewables to get our energy costs and the dependencies down. I'm fully with you on the perspective on nuclear. We will probably come to this point. I couldn't see your notes, but I think we will talk about AI. So I don't know how much AI will grow, and I don't know how much energy efficiency we will see. What is definitely true is there won't be less energy needed. We see an increase worldwide and also in Europe. And therefore also to run data centers, if we don't want to have another dependency that our cloud infrastructure, whatever, is located somewhere else, we have to feed data centers with constant energy flows. And if that shouldn't be gas or even coal, you have to look for something different. Sure. And that's also a path where I see nuclear is jumping in. And it's our task to talk to society and convince that to open ourselves again in a technology what was exposed doesn't mean to step back from renewables, what we want, but to have an addition to make us more resilient.
Yeah, resilience, of course, still very much the key here, Commissioner. As somebody whose job title is pretty much encapsulates bringing together 27 nations, energy policies, very different approaches all across the board, no?
Yes and no. I don't think we really have any member states that argue against the green transition anymore. They might not call it green. It might not be because they necessarily want to lead the fight against climate change, but they all acknowledge that this is the only way to become independent and it's the fastest and best way to bring down prices. Now, when I say fast, we have to take that with a grain of salt because yes, it is fast. Every year we deploy new renewables, but the renewables that we'll deploy this year started 10 years ago. And the changes that we need to make on a European level to make our energy system more rational, more interconnected, first we have to go through a reform of the rules we have, then we have to implement those rules, and then that had to materialize in reality. So unfortunately, there's no silver bullet that will work tomorrow. But I did propose just before Christmas on behalf of the Commission some quite groundbreaking new changes that I hope will gain support. One, we need to have more common European planning. So right now it's all bottom-up, which is for idealistic purposes often a good idea. But on the other hand, I can say that the project that was now finally signed by the Chancellor and the Danish Prime Minister in Hamburg a couple of weeks ago, well, that idea was initiated when I was minister 5 or 6 years ago, and we've negotiated, and the idea almost died 3 or 4 times. So it's due to their leadership, but also a lot of luck and coincidences that now it's there. Is that the most rational way of doing it? I sometimes use the analogy that it's like we're building a puzzle without looking at the picture on the box. And actually, it's not one person, it's 27 persons building this puzzle. And then we hope that all of a sudden we have the very nice picture. Probably it would be a good idea if we could have more top-down planning. And I'm not saying this, I know it's controversial because it sounds like I just want more power to the Commission and the EU. But in fact, it's not about taking power from anybody. It's about empowering. It's not a zero-sum game. If we had a EU-wide scenario showing this would be the most rational energy system, this is a caricature because there's not one answer to that, there's many, but at least we would have the scenarios. Then it would be easier for Germany and Denmark and Sweden to make their project in the Baltic. Then it would be easier for France and the Iberian Peninsula to find out how to interconnect better. So this is what I'm asking the member states to support. Second, permitting. Minister and me have been discussing this many times, and again, Germany is a leader, but I would assure you would agree that even in Germany it can go much faster. Right now, very, very often, it'll take a decade to get a permit, or at least 5 years. We have a war on our continent. We have climate change. We have prices that needs to go down tomorrow. We cannot wait 5 years to get the permit to then start building the offshore wind farm. So in Denmark, for instance, that I know best, it takes 7.5 years to build an offshore wind farm, and we think we're probably some of the fastest in the world. It only takes 2 years to make the farm. 5 years is people working behind desks. We need to do this much, much better. And final thing I'll mention is that, yes, we need one European common system, but it's still member states with their own finance ministries that need in the end to find some of these solutions. So how do we cost share? And how do we make it rational for one country to agree to being the transit country? So country A needs to be connected to country C, D, and E, but country B doesn't really get much benefit. We need to find models of making this also plausible and create incentives for making these big projects. Very, very last point. We know also from the EU side that we need to also provide financing for some of this. So we've proposed in the next MFF to increase the CEF, Connecting Europe Facility for Energy, from just under 6 billion in this MFF to just under 30 billion in the next MFF. This will really make a difference with regards to having these big interconnector projects being feasible.
Yeah, so a very comprehensive, ambitious project outline goals that I'm hearing from the Commissioner, EU Commissioner for Energy here. Rafael Grossi was listening very intently to what you were saying. Yeah.
You are not alone, and the problems that you're describing was fascinating, because these issues that you have, and I know how Europe is really trying. I was following with great interest what's happening in Antwerp, and the idea that decarbonization should not be contradictory with competitiveness. These two things coming together, I think, again, is a very wise idea. Globally, it is the same. You may remember that President Trump signing a number of those famous executive orders that you see him signing from time to time. And there was one set of those on the nuclear where the administration was expressing a little bit the same frustration on the articulation, the licensing, the regulatory part. Of course, me being the nuclear watchdog, for us, nuclear safety is first, always. But we have to recognize that the situations, as Katharina was saying, we have climate change, we have the war, we have all of these things that are coming upon us at such velocity and with such drama, that I think we have to put our act together in terms of the institutionality that we are putting to that. If we are going to take, so this is why you're not alone. In nuclear, it has been an issue. You cannot take, as we are taking 5 or 6 years to license a technology, a nuclear power plant, which is needed, and much more so when you are dealing with a supposedly new business model like the SMRs, where you are, again, exaggerating, caricaturizing a little bit, you're taking off the rack, reactor fabricated somewhere else and being exported. So I think there, in terms of integration, you have to look into this, cutting red tape. In our case, also, never sacrificing nuclear safety, which is absolutely important. But I think we are a little bit behind the curve.
Yeah, a little bit behind the curve. We need to pick up the pace, is what the Commissioner said. Also, we need to be faster, certainly a common thread here on this stage and throughout this discussion. Minister, obviously, since the start of the war in Ukraine 4 years ago, Germany has been scrambling for new partners and for new sources of energy. You were just recently in Saudi Arabia, for instance. You're visiting many countries. Norway has been making up a large part, and of course, the United States. Now, with transatlantic relations having seen better days, are you concerned at all that we're shifting from one reliance, back then Russia, to another, the United States, where we are seeing an increasingly we're seeing an administration that is increasingly hostile to the EU and Europe? How do you see that?
Dependencies are never good, as we have seen in any case. Norway is a good partner, but we see that Norway's reserves on gas are slowly going down. The United States are an important partner, and we're happy to have those long-term LNG contracts. But as you mentioned, on my travels around the globe, we make new partnerships, which is important to diversify our portfolio. We came back to long-term contracts, which we hadn't for a longer time. So 15, 20 years of gas contracts to make an investment bankable are important. We invested in infrastructure, and we still do. So we have terminals, LNG terminals, we have FSRUs charted, and try to get us as much as hedged as possible. At the same time, new dependencies arose. When it comes to mineral, I have already elaborated on this. Yeah. One aspect I would like to mention. Other countries in Europe, when it comes to minerals and also own resources like gas, struggled with their society but made an important step and say we invest in getting our own resources back. The Dutch government decided to go back to exploration. We also in Germany have we have resources in gas, also in the Northern Sea. So in a very complicated process, we now allowed our Dutch friends to invest, and we still stay back. And this attitude of not in my backyard, we can't afford any longer. If we don't want to have dependencies, if we want to have our own resources used, we have to invest there. And that is something we have to push for. Not looking what other Europeans can do and how external resources could be sourced, but also to look what we have in our country.
Yeah. Minister, this is not an abstract debate that we're having here. At the end of the day, people are feeling this debate every day when they look at their heating bills, at their electricity bills. If we're seeing the demand for electricity, as you pointed out, for energy, for the AI and data centers coming up, the demand will only grow from here. And of course, for lack of a better term, the populists, the far rights, are seizing upon the lack of satisfaction on the part of the populace in Europe due to the higher electricity and energy bills. That must be a source of concern for you.
Definitely. So we always speak about the lack of competitiveness, which is also important. I heard a little bit of your speech previously, and I totally agree with you that it will not stand that we pay 2 to 3 times more for our energy here than they do in China and the US. But this is just one dimension, and the second one is the one that you allude to, which is that our citizens are struggling. 47 million people every year are not able to adequately heat their homes because they cannot afford it in Europe. This is the most basic needs. You have, if people have to basically choose whether to eat or to freeze, this will of course continue to be our main priority to make sure that our citizens have access to affordable energy. Now, how to do this? Well, we've spoken about some of the things that we need to do, be more interconnected, more renewables. I think also one part of the puzzle that we sometimes forget is energy efficiency. Now, I'm aware that in the ministries of finance across our union, there's sometimes some skepticism because the investments, when you add them up at an aggregator level, look quite frightening. And I don't think you should neglect that. I'm just saying that they are indeed investments. It's not costs, it's investments. And investments in energy efficiency, both in our industries and in our houses and homes, pay back at record speeds. And really, this is the lowest hanging fruit for us. We have such a depleted stock of dwellings, homes in Europe right now, that with quite small investments we can make them more suitable for living, save a lot of energy, which then again also brings down the prices, and for the individual family that will make a huge difference for their energy bills.
Yeah, certainly something that every politician has to have in mind, Minister.
Yes, but let me deep dive a little bit in the economics we see here. The increase of renewables has a two-sided bill. The one is the subsidies, summing now up for up to 17 billion euros per year. At the same time, we had to invest in infrastructure, and the speed of grid increasement didn't follow the speed of the implementation of renewables. And therefore, on our energy bill are systemic costs. So grid infrastructure will cost. Estimated cost on the scenarios, we have roughly 250 billion on distribution grid and the same amount for a transmission grids. You have to have storage and you have to have base load. So you run basically two different systems parallel. For the moment, one is understaffed or undersupplied. That causes costs, let's face it. What we can do is to increase the electricity consumption. So electricity consumption, more running through the grids, will over time then reduce the grid costs, the grid fees. And that's why the way to more electrification, heat pumps, cars, industrial processes, and definitely AI will over time help to reduce cost. But for the foreseeable future, the only thing what we can regulate, because we have the capex in place, is that the asymptote doesn't go this, but maybe we can slow it a little bit down by a better coordination of implementing renewables and build off grid infrastructure, at the same time do investments in security of supply.
Yeah, certainly no.
Can I add to that?
Just very quickly.
I totally agree.
I want to bring in Rafa.
No, just an analogy. If we were not talking about electricity infrastructure, but if we imagine it was roads to carry cars, and we needed 200 roads to connect Europe, you could say that we only have 100 roads, and we only allow cars to drive on 50 of them. Meaning that, yes, we need to expand fundamentally, but there's also a huge potential in using the grid infrastructure that we already have much more efficient. So AI will certainly help us there, but even simple digitalization will help us. Even the use of smart meters will help us. Better integration of electric cars in our energy systems. All of these things also has and carries quite a big potential, combined with, of course, new storage technologies.
Yeah, clearly no quick and easy fix here, that's for sure. Rafael Grossi, let me guess, the solution is nuclear.
It's part of the solution. No. I want to be very clear. As I was saying, we don't think nuclear is a mantra, it's a panacea, or any of the sort. We have always said nuclear is part of the solution. And in a country like France, it's the biggest part of the solution. In a country like Germany, because of the political developments in the history, you cannot rewrite history. It's not part of the solution. And in some countries, it's a sizable chunk, around 20%, even 30%, like in Belgium and other places. So it must be there, because it's going to be there in other places, growing in the United States, in Canada. I didn't mention before the Western Hemisphere, in Brazil, in Argentina. So I think since this is really a European debate, I think you have enormous advantages. You have traditionally, historically, been at the forefront of the technology. And I think that potential exists here. It's a matter of being cohesive, if I may say so, humbly, because we don't give lessons to anybody, but seeing how the market is evolving, there is an enormous opportunity. Otherwise, the European market, with all this growth, will be fed with external technologies, and we are seeing that possibility quite distinctively. So we are working very well with our European friends, and hopefully we will be seeing this integration. You mentioned in passing before, Katarina, the issue of AI and data centers. Data centers is going to be nuclear, and it's not the nuclear people saying it, is them. So for the first time in the history of commercial nuclear exploitation, you have a sector that has said, that is, on the contrary, that is pushing, demanding the nuclear industry to deliver, because otherwise they are not going to be able to make it. Right. And so at the correct European instances, this thinking must be there. And of course, this close integration of the energy source with the data centers is going to be absolutely indispensable. Yeah, diversification, I think at the end of the day, it all comes down to that. History has shown us painful lessons, what happens if you are moving in a one-track dimension. I'm looking at the time, being very mindful of it. Everybody has a busy schedule. We have approximately 10, 12 minutes left. With your permission, I would like to bring in a couple of voices from the audience, quickly collect one or two questions. I think we have microphones displaced all around the room. So feel free to chime in, better yet, with a very quick, precise, and short questions, if you have any. I know there's a lot of content and a lot of knowledge here in the audience. I see a hand
here to my right and right here. Let's see if we can get the mic. You already have a microphone? No. Let's try to get it. There you go. Yeah, all the way in the back, and I'm going to come to you. I'm going to collect them, yeah? I'm going to collect the 2-3 questions, and then I'm throw it back to you. Please introduce yourselves quickly and keep the questions as short as possible.
Good morning. My name is Alexis Haas. I'm Managing Director from Sublime Systems, a zero-carbon cement company. We do it through electricity in electrolyzers. One of the topics that I didn't hear talked about as much on this panel, I know it's part of your consideration, is batteries, virtual power plants, and flexibility of industry in delivering some of this other baseload power. I was wondering if you could speak to that, because flexing in industry is something we could do to actually help lower the cost, but and then carry more of the price of the grid.
Thank you so much. If we can get that microphone here to the lady in the second row. I know it's going to be a bit of a workout. There you go. We have two on each side. Right here. Please raise your hand so he can identify you.
Okay. Hello, Waldburger Hermitsberger. I'm the CEO of Solar Power Europe and the Battery Storage Europe platform. Very similar to that question, but I'm adding one. The role of battery storage, from our perspective, is a game changer. It's growing fast in Europe, and it can provide the base load, so maybe to get your reaction on that. And then the question is speed, because indeed I agree that data centers, might go for nuclear. The question is, we need to build data centers now in Europe. So, how can we deliver the electricity to the data centers that we need?
Thank you so much, and let's also give the gentleman here to my far right a chance to chime in. He had his hand up the very first time, and then we'll throw it back to the panel. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, hello, Gilbert Ruckschow, Senior Vice President at OMV. We are currently producing or developing the biggest gas project in Europe in the Black Sea. So my question is, what role plays gas in the foreseeable future in Europe, and how is your strategy on that?
Yeah, thank you so much. Minister, why don't you get started and answer the questions that you think are pertinent.
Starting with batteries. First of all, batteries will help. We need batteries for flexibility, but not for baseload. Face it clear. 2025, we had in Germany 87 days with hours more than 10, sum up 7 days without any sun and out any wind. No battery could cope over this period of time, or a government would, in such a situation, switch off production. We can't afford this. Battery will help to do flexibility. Battery, in combination with solar power, will help to make our grids more efficient. That is true, but not as baseload. Right now, we have 1,000 gigawatts requests being connected to our grids, 1,000 gigawatts. This chain of requests prohibits the grid operators to connect companies, to connect data centers, to connect other projects. So what we have to do in Germany is, yes, to shape a market for flexibility, to make solar and batteries as a combined project for requests, not I might can have, but it has to be. But 1,000 gigawatts, I think it's too much. If we sum up to 60, 70 gigawatts, we will be good. When it comes to gas, as I mentioned, gas is now part of our strategy because for the moment right now, we lack of other possibilities. We have to step out from coal. The coal shut-off plan is very precisely and clear. We have right now no possibility in investing in nuclear, and it wouldn't help for the next couple of years. So what we did, we negotiated with the Commission, and we come to the conclusion that we will invest 12 gigawatt of gas power plants, or 10 hours plus of duration for 3 auction rounds in 26 and there will be 2 other auction rounds, 27 and 29, where we then have open capacity market, where batteries can bid in, where flex projects can bid in, and other sources. But for the foreseeable future, we need gas, and we have developed these numbers together with our state grid operator and with the Commission.
Yeah, thank you so much. Commissioner, you want to chime in briefly to some of the
Sure.
questions?
So if I have some dust on my suit, it's because I come directly from Algeria yesterday. And what was I doing in Algeria? Well,
have you slept in the desert?
Well, I haven't really slept, to be honest. But that's because of Lufthansa, but we can take that afterwards.
Good point.
That's an entirely different panel.
different. Yes. No, of course, gas is still important for us. We are in a process of diversifying. As the minister said, we don't want to replace one dependency with another. The gas that we can also get internally in the union in the short term is, of course, very welcome. It's also clear that the long-term strategy is, of course, to get rid of our dependency on fossils. It's necessary for decarbonization, but also as an economic sustainability strategy. Right now, we import, well, I don't have the numbers for last year yet, but the year before last, 379 billion euros worth of fossils that we then import and use. And then next year, we import and use. Homegrown energy is obviously a much better business case for us also. I think batteries is a very important part of the solution. It's a technology that has developed rapidly. 3-4 years ago, sure, it was there somewhere in the system. Now we're beginning to find out just how much it will change. So it's not easy to give a direct answer. Maybe I totally understand the challenges in Germany. Maybe in other smaller member states, batteries can indeed be a part of the baseload. I don't know. Let's see. Certainly, it will help us also in the short term because we have many places where the lack of grids are bottlenecks for the expansion of our renewable production, and here batteries can make a big difference. But it almost goes without saying that in a system that are primarily built on fluctuating energy sources, batteries are a good idea. I will add to that an analysis, though, that yes, renewables are fluctuating. And the example you gave about the 7 days is one that we should be mindful of. On the other hand, member states are different. The one that I know best, Denmark, for instance, we've actually turned it around. So it's the renewables that are our baseline, and baseload, and it's the other parts of our energy system that we can turn up and down. But we can only do this. Why? Because we're connected to the neighbors. So the nuclear in Sweden helps, and this is really the way we need to look at the whole of the European system. Every member state are different. How can we make it into one system where we exploit each other's benefits?
And it's those differences that we've been discussing here in detail for the past 45 minutes. Of course, time is running fast. We're almost out of time. So I want to do a very quick round, 30 seconds, 60 seconds each, because we have, Rafael, starting with you and ending with the minister, we have been talking about if and how Europe can come through these very difficult, challenging times and secure its energy supplies, not just in the short, but also in the long term. As a European, how optimistic are you that we're pulling through?
It definitely can. It sure must. We know exactly what the issues are, and somehow connected with a part of your question about the speed, etc. I think we know that in terms of deployability from the nuclear side, faster licensing, more integration is needed. SMRs are already operating where? In Russia and in China. So it's not impossible. It's not up in the cloud. It is there already. Hopefully, we will have them in Europe fast. And life extensions, this is going to be crucial to have an integrated, at least from our side.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Commissioner, despite the many challenges that you have laid out here today throughout this discussion, what makes you optimistic and hopeful nonetheless that Europe will come through these difficult times when it comes to its energy supplies and challenges?
So, We live in turbulent times. I would have rather lived in a world that was more geopolitically stable, with no wars on our continent, obviously. But now that we are here, the pressure on us to act is huge. And it would be a tragedy if we did not exploit that to then actually also make the decisions that are necessary, also the difficult ones. And I will say that if we look at the numbers, we are on track. It's just not going fast enough. But when we started discussing the Green Deal not that many years back, I very vividly remember that because I was a member of the council at that time as a minister. Almost nobody thought it was realistic when the European Commission put forward the initial plans. But it was adopted. Not only was it adopted, now we are on track to reaching that 42.5, probably even 45% aspirational target. So yes, we can do it. And I think and hope that the political will is also there to make it happen.
Well, let's certainly hope so. Minister, I think optimism is an essential ingredient for any politician. How optimistic are you as somebody who's at the forefront of the struggle of trying to create German and European energy security?
It makes me optimistic that we have the solution, that we have the engineering power, and that we started to see the energy transition in a more realistic way, seeing the dependencies, and we have one major goal to make our country competitive again. And that's why we have to reduce energy costs and correct some mistakes of the past. Then I'm very optimistic that we can manage this.
And that's certainly a sentiment that everyone here is taking with them at the Energy Security Hub. Ladies and gentlemen, Europe's energy mix, strength through diversified energy strategies. I think I speak for all when I say that our three speakers have splendidly and eloquently laid out the many challenges that our continent is currently facing. But ending on a positive note, yes, we're on the right track, perhaps not at the pace that we'd like, but we're on the right track nonetheless. Rafael Grosso, Commissioner Jorgensen, and Mr. Reichel, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Minister, as always. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to take a break to network, and the program will, we're going to continue at 11:30. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everybody, after a short but hopefully strong coffee break. I find the coffee tremendously strong. So to the baristas, thank you so much for keeping us, of course, engaged. We need more of that throughout the day. And with that, I bring up your attention to our stage. So thanks again and welcoming once again here in the Energy Security Hub along the Munich Security Conference here at the Pavilion by the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt. And also, ladies and gentlemen, joining us in the live stream on different platforms, a warm welcome goes also out to you. Great to have you with us on board. So, ladies and gentlemen, energy security, that's the topic of the next 2 days, of course, on that stage, but also particularly now the question how trust has been shaped by geopolitical disruption. And I think trust is a big value. What is needed for that when we need it to be rebuilt? And then this event is happening in cooperation with Edelman and Atlantikbrücke. And for the topic of trust, we look into the Edelman Trust Barometer. And for that, I hand over to the President International at Edelman, leading Edelman's business outside the United States across 28 countries. So please give him a round of applause. Ed Williams is with us.
Join me first, maybe Neil, if you stand over there. Please come and join. Thank you. Come and take a seat, Sigmar, maybe. As the speakers sit down, you'll tell by my accent that I am British. There's actually quite a large British delegation in Munich for the Security Conference. The Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, is arriving this afternoon to talk about topics like war in Ukraine, the cracking of the various alliances, issues around hybrid Russian activity in Europe, proxies, drones, sabotage. That's all respite for the Prime Minister from his issues at home. So you get a sense of some of the things that are going on at the moment. But look, let me just introduce this session and this fantastic group of speakers that we have. First, of course, thank you to Katie, thank you to the BMW Foundation, and Gabrielle, thank you to Atlantikbrücke as well, a long-time partner of Edelman in exploring this topic of trust. Now, we are meeting at a time when questions of European security, resilience, social cohesion are not just political priorities, but they're political realities. Our world is one now of constant surprises, war and conflict, the weaponization of economies, the bifurcation of technology, rapid advances in AI, the rise in populism. And there are explosions going on all over the place, sharp shocks that make people jump before they have time to think. And many people, including those in decision-making roles in business and government, are living in this anxious time with a constant sort of posture of fight or flight. You know, it's very difficult to pause and reflect, and this in many respects means that people are just waiting for the next shock, and of course this is a problem. And at this moment in time, we're also seeing societal trust narrowing, both here in Europe and across the Atlantic as well in America. And that's obviously making alliances and strategic dialogue even more complicated when you see trust in many ways falling across the board. And this is trust that is falling in a structural way over time. It's not a sudden shock. And it is a sense of trust that is narrowing, trust that's more conditional, more local, more dependent on perceived identity and shared political values. Some big questions for Europe on this topic of trust, some big questions for Germany, on which point, let me hand over to Niels Geiss. He's our CEO of Edelman in Germany. He's going to take you through some statistics from this year's Trust Barometer relating to Germany, and then we're going to have, I hope, a good discussion with the panel on this topic. Niels, over to you.
Thank you, Ed. Hi, a warm welcome. So can we just switch to the first slide, please?
What's this slide?
Why are we talking about trust at the Energy Hub? Because trust really matters. Without trust, no transformation, no change, no adaptation will come true. But the big question is, where do we stand in terms of trust in Germany? For 26 years, Edelman is measuring trust across 28 countries. And the German survey just took place end of October, beginning of November last year. And now I'm sharing with you the top key findings. This year's title is Trust Amid Insularity. Vertrauen in Zeiten der Abschottung in German. And you need to understand and you need to connect the dots that insularity that did not emerge overnight. It is the process, the development over the past years where we see declining trust in authorities, where we see a widening inequality, a rising polarization, and we also see an emotional grievance. So what is insularity? Insularity is the reluctance to trust people who are different. Different because of their cultural background, different because they have a different political point of view, or as well a different media consumption. And the result of this insularity is that people retreat in their local circles of trust. So let's start on a general overview. Where do we are from an overarching trust point of view? We measure trust among institutions, which are government, media, business, and NGO. And if you want to find Germany in this list, don't look up, you need to look down. Yeah, so it's in the last fourth place. It's slightly increasing from a year-to-year point of view, but it is heavily below the average score of 57. It's just 44. What we also see is a rise in trust of developing markets and a stagnation of trust in so-called developed ones. One institution at least stands out positively. It's my employer. With 74% trust, it is really the only institution with a positive trust score. All the other institutions, government, media, business in general, and NGOs, they remain in the red distrust zone. The most trusted people in Germany are scientists and teachers. The least trusted ones are journalists, CEO, and government leaders. Germany also shows a growing income-based gap. So the difference between high and low income groups are 22%. Means if you have a higher income, you have a high trust score. If you have a low income, you have a low trust score. And Germany really is among those countries with the largest income-based trust divides globally. Yeah, so and that in a country of the Deutsche Mittelklasse. Yeah? Now let's focus on insularity. 81% of people in Germany show an insular mindset. 81. This is well above the global average of 70%. And that puts the German culture of compromise under serious pressure. People increasingly trust their local circles. I trust my colleague, I trust my neighbor, I trust my employer. And over the last 5 years, we see that trust has shifted. The so-called shared institutions, like the government, the traditional media, the decline in trust, and the local circles, they are going up. And insularity, we see in our numbers, is driven by fear. Fear by trade conflicts, fear of recession, and fear of job loss. And especially for the lower income group, there's as well a huge fear being left behind by artificial intelligence. And this insular mindset really has huge consequences. First, the future optimism has nearly collapsed in Germany. Only 8% of Germans believe the next generation will be better off than today. The average, the global average is 32. Yeah, so the only more pessimistic countries are our friends from France. Second, insularity fuels economic nationalism with a clear preference for domestic brands versus foreign companies. Yeah, so and that has a huge impact as well to the business and the economic landscape. Third, there's a growing concern about foreign manipulation of information and media. So people fear that there's, by purpose, a foreign disinformation to the media. And fourth, insularity also impacts the economy. Yeah, so insularity is not just a mindset, it's just, let's say, just an attitude. No, it really affects the DNA of the economy. Among employees, nearly half would rather change departments rather than report to a manager with different point of views and values. 1/3 would reduce effort for leaders with a different political belief. And more than a quarter would support limiting foreign companies even if they need to pay higher prices. So it's not just an attitude, not a belief, it has a serious outcome to the German economy. But there's as well good news that at least people recognize insularity as a serious issue we need to face. Nearly 1 in 2 Germans already see this as a serious challenge for our society. And that really creates a space to regain trust. And I want to conclude with some positive news at least to show you how are we able to rebuild trust. And this brings me to the concept of trust brokering in order to rebuild trust. So trust brokering is not about persuasion. I don't want to persuade you that my opinion is the right one and you have a wrong opinion. That's not the case any longer. Those who will gain trust, they are listening, they are moderating, and they are bridging differences rather than persuading it. Trust brokers create spaces where people can cooperate without requiring full agreement on values. For business, this means as well enabling a culture of dialogue and investing locally to strengthen the community, because trust is locally, so we need to strengthen the local communities, and then ideally we are seeding trust from bottom up. No institution clearly perceived as a positive trust broker. The smallest gap between expectation and performance is again my employer. And every institution needs to play its role to regain trust. Government must set the right tone, media must de-escalate their tensions, and NGOs must translate between groups. Let me conclude. First, insularity is a serious challenge for Germany. We need to face it. Second, business must lead for 2 reasons. A, business is still the institution with the highest trust, and it's also in their own interest for economic growth that business is doing something. Third, trust brokering offers a way forward, build bridges rather than persuade, and because trust is local, employers and employees play a decisive role. With these key findings, handing over to Ed and the panel for a great inspiring discussion.
Niels,
thank you
so much. And I should encourage you. I should encourage you all to have a look at the website we have, and you can see the full breakdown of this year's findings. But as Neil said, obviously quite concerning to see these overlapping issues of polarization, grievances, insularity. So let me introduce the panel that we have to discuss some of these topics. To my right, we have Sigmar Gabriel. Many of you will know Sigmar, an absolute, obviously, legend in German politics, former foreign minister, former vice-chancellor, former minister for economic affairs and energy, chairman of Atlantic Brücke. And few people have had the view that Sigmar has in terms of Germany's role in Europe and its relationship with America. Next to Sigmar, we have Claudia Oking, Head of Public Affairs for Germany at Airbus. Airbus, as you all know, a European powerhouse that embodies our continent's industrial cooperation. A company that experiences firsthand the challenges of a world that is geopolitically fragmenting, with production in both Europe, the US, and China as well. And next to Claudia, we have Stefan Wintels, CEO of Carvé. Of course, all of you will know Stefan and Carvé, one of the world's most important development banks, central to financing Germany's long-term transformation in areas like climate transition, infrastructure, industrial renewal. So an absolutely stellar panel. Sigmar, can I come to you first and this topic of insularity? I mean, if it makes you feel any better, Germany is not alone. We're seeing similar levels of insularity across the UK, France, Italy, Spain, and the US. Germany is a slight outlier, though. The question I wanted to ask you was, is it possible for Western democracies, for European countries, to remain strategically aligned if our societies are becoming more socially fragmented?
May I ask first, what do you mean with insularity? Many people are getting inward their families, their well-known groups, so to have a secure environment. Yeah. Okay. First of all, I think that's an absolutely normal development in a world where we have some 100 kilometers away a war in the center of Europe, where we have economic crisis, where the transatlantic alliance is on the brink, where all over the world we see global order is fading away. And so what should people do when they are not political scientists or employees of Edelman or members of the board of the Munich Security Conference? They have to organize their life, and you can't live in total insecurity. So you're searching for areas where you find common ground and secure ground. So I would say that's foremost normal. The question is, what does this do in a society? And if you see what social media does, you see that it's a trigger for these kind of insularity, and it leads to echo chambers. And democracy lives, there's a precondition that round about the same number of people at round about the same time are debating round about the same issues. That's the only way to form common sense or different sense about issues which are debated in a democracy. If everybody debates his own issues, if there is no exchange between issues, then it will be difficult to have a vibrant democracy. So it's of course dangerous. Secondly, it's difficult if somebody doesn't trust everything which is outside his personal view. He will not trust climate research. Right. He will not trust speeches of politicians and others. More and more they will distrust, and maybe sometimes they will find examples why things in their own life did not work as they hoped it should work. So it's a kind of excuse. They are all lying, they are doing the wrong things. So that's also triggers a disruption inside the society. And the 10 million or 100 million or I don't know, billion dollar question is what to do. You said politicians should, what did you say? Tell the truth.
Set the right tone.
Set the right tone. Okay, that's the first hurdle. But maybe that's possible. But then, of course, they have to do the right things. One example. In this country, we have the highest tax incomes we ever had, the highest debt we ever had, but we are not able to reconstruct our schools, universities, public infrastructure. People do not understand why the states earn so much money and the very normal things what you think what the state should deliver does not work. And you can talk about trust as long as you want if they don't see it in reality. A famous soccer trainer said once, the truth is not in the cabin and in our speeches. The truth is on the field. And that's the question. What can we do that people that the liberal democracies really deliver and show that political engagement in the democracy will make our life better. And then it's something where I think we don't have an answer. We are an aging society. I'm part of that. And of course we think that in previous decades everything was better because we were younger, we felt different, and so we think, and the opinion polls you see in Germany, the majority says, my life is fine, but I'm scared about the life of my kids. So people remember how good their own life developed, so there is no contradiction that they think, but the life of my children will be much more difficult. And by the way, maybe that's true. But it's relatively easy to explain why people think that in the past everything was better because they were young.
That's right. Sigmar, can I just jump in on this? Because you raise a number of quite important issues. You were talking in the end of your answer there about the lack of a feeling of optimism, that the feeling that things will get better, and the numbers are depressingly low, actually. I think the number for Germany is, 8% feel the next generation will be better than the last, and that obviously is part of lack of a vision, lack of belief in the system, and the insularity that we see in the data and you describe. We should make no mistake, it's an insularity, it's a turning in on itself, where there is a rejection of listening to other people, there is a rejection of people who have a different political or sociological or societal view than you, and a feeling that actually you want to stay within your group and not walk in the shoes of other people. And of course, from a political perspective, that is obviously pretty debilitating. I'm interested, Stefan, in the economic consequences of insularity, because, of course, we've started to unpack some of the political consequences of a society that is turning in on itself. What does it mean in terms of an ability for a country like Germany or Europe to actually innovate and grow economically when you have a fracturing of society in the way that we see in the data?
No. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation and congratulations to your study. I think we need to speak more about trust as a society. I think even probably 10,000 years ago it was a very valuable currency, and throughout the development of the human mankind, trust has remained the most important currency, despite Bitcoin, despite the US dollar. And I think if we have the aspiration level in politics that you trust me as a voter, which I try to live as a CEO of KfW, that people generally trust me, it's a long journey. But if you don't have this aspiration level, against what do you deliver? Against what do you deliver?
Yeah.
And I think that's the source of mistrust, that people don't feel that people have this aspiration level and don't keep their promises. So the political system should deliver public goods. And Sigmar Gabriel rightly said, people think that they don't deliver on that promise. A CEO should deliver on the values of the company, on the strategy, etc. And I'm now 4 years at the helm of KfW, and I spend an enormous amount of time, you will love to hear it, more than 50% of my time, after we had a strategy to communicate to our 10,000 people why I do what and how. Why, what, and how. And we see it in our internal numbers, because we ask our employees, that the trust level is slightly increasing. It takes years. And that is the concerning result of your analysis, that we are at the bottom. I have to say that 8% only believe in our country that the next generation, and I, the father of 4 kids, have a better life. That's really, really concerning, because that was the key promise of a democracy. My parents have always told me, you will be better off. And they had this aspiration. And they did everything that I was better off, even they had a okayish life. It was not their aspiration that they had a better life, but I have a better life. And I would hope that we develop jointly this narrative for Germany and for Europe, that people have a better life. And we have a lot of ingredients, and it comes down to the essence of your questions. We need economic growth, innovation, prosperity, wealth, in order to have this relevance with all the other goods, climate, etc., etc. And we have the Draghi report as the, let's say, as the best thing we have. We have nothing better.
That's right.
Why don't we execute against this? This is also a trust issue. This report was commissioned by the Commission, and now they are not delivering against the report they have commissioned.
Although they are saying that's the best report we ever had.
Exactly. So that's why I love your report, but we can't stay in the analysis. Germans are, I don't know, we analyze us to death. Let's go into action. And the promising thing in your note is not that I'm not a liked person as a CEO, but that people trust the company. So if companies and politicians jointly work on this thing, I think there is a lot of upside, at least with 8% on the number.
And I think, Stefan, you make a really important point, and again, I would draw everyone's attention to this in the data, that where trust does exist, it doesn't exist at a macro level, but it does exist at a local level within companies and between employees and leaders of companies. Yep. That's where you see actually the strongest levels of trust. I was going to ask later in this session about trust building and how you do it, but you've raised the fact, Stefan, that within KfW, you have built trust over your 4 years. What are the lessons? How have you done it?
So I would not publicly state that people generally trust me. I only said that the level of trust has improved.
Yeah, but how have you thought about building trust with your employees?
I firmly believe it's not that difficult. So you need a strategy which you explain in the context. So the German strategy, the context is all the geopolitical changes, blah, 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 but you need a strategy. Then you need to execute against this strategy, and then you need to, with milestones, blah, 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 and then you need to communicate constantly. And the communication, in the meantime, I think there's room for improvement, both at the company level, but also in the political arena, how we communicate, how we reach people. And it's more emotions. It's more emotions. And if I speak to our employees, I have a lot of pictures and one message generally, but the people who do the change, it's not me. Never overestimate the CEO role or the board member's role. It's the lowest team level. Yeah. So it's in our organization, the level 3. And if I don't inspire the level 3, and reward their leadership and train and invest, then I will fail, right? And you can look into our political system. The level 3 is a municipal level. So the democracy, from my perspective, will not die in Berlin. It's dying at a municipal level.
So it's the inverse pyramid. You go bottom up. I'm going to come back to Sigmar Gabriel in a minute, because one of the things that he said to me in the discussion before this session was around societal anxiety and how that actually is a driver of distrust. And we'll maybe pick up that point in a second. But before we do that, Claudia, Airbus only exists in some respects because European countries choose integration over industrial nationalism. But if trust is narrowing, as you've seen, and if there is domestic preference rising in Europe for security reasons, national security reasons, how do you protect a model that requires deep cross-border cooperation?
Very operationally, it's one of the reasons why we are here at the Munich Security Conference. But maybe to narrow it down to our business and to stay with Milton Friedman for a minute, who said that the business of business is business. I think we at Airbus do it best when our products deliver. And those are really cross-European. So if you are traveling here with an A320, it has been built in Hamburg and Toulouse. If you heard this week that the Eurofighters are going to be used in the Arctic mission, they come from Manching, just around the corner, and for example, our sites in Spain. If we look to our helicopters, they are down here from Donauwörth, as well as Marignane in France. And our satellites are, for example, from Friedrichshafen and Stevenage. So I guess for us, first of all, we have Europe in our DNA. And we are very thankful that we had the opportunities decades ago that wise politicians said, let's put national egoism behind and rest assured who is the competition. And the competition is outside of Europe. And I guess that's more important to recognize today than it was in the past. So to make it more concrete, that A320 I spoke about has a rear and a cabin from Germany. It has the cockpit from France. The wings are from the UK. And the very little ending peak, for example, is from Spain. And you would not imagine that a plane that has been traveled all over Europe is the plane that is the most successful in the world and the one that has been the most successful ever. But what is in your question is how are we protecting this value of European partnership in a time when trust is eroding? And I followed the Edelman Trust Barometer for many, many years. It's such a value source of understanding, of that glue that keeps us together in society. So thanks for that. I would say, of course, we as company representatives have to take the leverage we are having, and you said we are having some, to explain to our colleagues. In Germany, that's 50,000. Altogether, it's more than 150,000 throughout the world, to explain to our partners, customers, suppliers, that at the end, none of those success stories at Airbus would have been written if it would have been written in a single country. We would not be successful if we would still try to build planes only in Germany, only in France, or only in Spain.
So Airbus has, in many respects, has navigated this kind of geopolitical fracturing, better than many governments, actually. I mean, you are, as I said in my introduction, and you've just described as well, Claudia, your operations don't just span Europe, they are in the US and China as well. Are there any lessons, are there any insights that you could share in terms of how you've managed that turbulence that's on the top of the storm on the top of the ocean, and managed to keep going in such a sustained and consistent way?
I guess we need this future glass bubble to say whether we can succeed. What we can say from the past, that we have understood that our roots are in Europe, deeply rooted here. We are a Bavarian company, we are a French company, and so on. At the same time, we always had this thrive to be internationally. And that's why we have a final assembly line in the US, while we have one in China. So for our civil business, we are truly European, and we are truly following kind of a vision. And I would say maybe even more in the decade to come, when we have to replace the A320, it will be that Thrive to be competitively internationally is going to be our roadmap. In this case, for civil aviation, it will have to be a sustainable roadmap. For our military business, of course, we are in close contacts with our governments, so we respect our home countries, respect our customers, and it's a constant dialogue of what is expected or accepted, for example, with regards to export control. I think for today, what is quite important, it's kind of in the fundament of what we discussed at the Bayerischer Hof, this European sovereignty that cannot be misunderstood as protectionism against the world. We hear the signs from the US, we hear it from elsewhere. Europe is asked to stand up, to get its act together. We have everything that we need, but it cannot be understood as kind of building walls against anybody else in the world, rather being a strong, self-confident partner.
Very good. Very interesting points. Sigmar, you mentioned in your first answer about the backcloth to the data, which is war in Europe. And you said to me, if I may share with the audience, on the way in today, you were stopped by a member of the public who asked whether World War III was imminent. I wonder to what extent the necessary political rhetoric around European security, around rearmament, around a change in posture in relation to threats in the world, whether the casualty of that is a loss of societal trust and confidence, and if so, what we should do about it?
I mean, the reality is, of course, there are a lot of reasons to be anxious. To see what Russia is doing with hybrid attacks against us, when we see what they are doing in Ukraine. So it's not...
it's not irrational.
It's not irrational. It's irrational to see these dangers. But the question is, which narrative political leadership should develop? It should... It will tell you this story from this morning. I'm coming at 7 o'clock from my hotel, walking to the Bayerischer Hof, and somebody met me on the street and said, "You are Mr. Gabriel?" Yes, I said, "I am. May I ask you a question?" At 7 o'clock in the morning. Say, "Okay." And yeah, I would like to know, are we in front of World War III? I said, "Sorry, 7 o'clock in the morning, I'm not really sure if I can answer the question." And I was happy to enter the room where I could go in. But what's behind this story? Yeah. People are looking on the television all about the reports about the Munich Security Conference. Since months, we are hearing the story that our Secret Service and that others think that at the end of the century, Russia will be ready to invade in Europe. And this makes people anxious. And the consequence is not that they say, "Okay, we will stand up and we'll show them that they can't win a war against us." They are stepping back, and they hope this will go in another way, and they will not be affected by that. And I would say the majority of the Germans, they want to be like Switzerland, economic successful and political neutral. Now that's possible with 8 million citizens and the margins of the European Union, but not with 82 million in the center. So what could governments do? They could tell the people a totally different story. Look, we won this battle in our history after the Second World War. It's about 30 years ago. We won this Cold War, where the Soviet Union intervened military in the former GDR, in the Czech Republic, and they suppressed other member states in the so-called Warsaw Pact. But in the end, we won the battle economically, we won it military without any bullets. What was the reason? why we were at that time, we were military strong, we were allied with the United States and others, and we were willing, on the one side of the medal was this military strength, on the other side, we were willing to negotiate and for diplomacy, but always with the signal, we are ready to defend ourselves. And I think that's the story to say, look, we won this battle once again, 30 years ago. We are not the weaker part of Europe. We are the stronger part. And if we are able to align us, even if we have these grievances with the United States today, then what is the reason why we should not win again? But of course, the precondition is that we will rearm us. When I was a young man, we were 500,000 soldiers in Western Germany, and everybody had a gun. Today we are 180,000. We are not so sure if everybody has a gun. And so, yes, we need more investments. And by the way, the famous German Chancellor Willy Brandt, to get the Nobel Peace Prize, in his time, the defense budget of the GDP was above 4%. So you can see somebody who was able to negotiate with the East, on the other side, was absolutely clear positioned inside NATO. And I think this story we should tell people. We are not the weaker part, we are the stronger part. We won, and we will win again. So that's much better than to make people every day more anxious that look on the, it is 28, then the Russians will not come, but 29, then they will coming. That's a totally stupid story.
And when you look, Sigmar, at the economic power base of Europe, Europe and the UK together, and I hope, by the way, that one of the positive impacts or positive consequences of where we are at the moment is actually the UK seeks much deeper levels of integration and cooperation with Europe again. But if the collective of the EU and the UK is 10 times the size of the Russian economy, so you're absolutely right, economically we're much stronger. And of course you're right as well, during the Cold War, military spending was a significantly larger percentage of the budgets of GDP. But we won on values, we won on culture, and we won on the economy. And Stefan, on the economy, you've said that Germany, and I think this is probably true of Europe as well, is that we're very good at the analysis, less good on the action piece. And the Draghi report being a good roadmap. But if you think about action as something that might drive trust, it might improve confidence. What are you looking to see across Europe in this space? What would your ask be of European politicians, if you like?
Thanks, Ed. I guess my opinion is as good or worse than yours on this political question, but not in the order of importance. I think we need institutional reform. I think we need to explain to the people how political decision-making processes are taken and how the governance will enable us to move forward. And that's a big ask, institutional reform in Europe. But in all my conversation, there is a lack of trust, coming back to the theme of this audience, in the governance, in abstract. So institutional reform is important. And then we need to prioritize what this European Union stands for. We can't do everything at the same time the next few years. From my perspective, it's competitiveness and resilience, because this is the foundation for all the social and other good things and necessary things. But if there is not a clear understanding in Europe that this is the top priority for 3, 4, 5 years, then it will be very difficult to have this consensus building, because every time something is put on the table by someone, the debate starts amongst all constituencies. So that would be my second ask. And the third ask is always good. 3 things to keep the time budget is to reiterate the narrative. Yeah, we need to inspire people, not only the young generation. We need also inspire my generation what our role and responsibility is, because the other side of the trust coin is responsibility. If you give somebody trust, and everybody is asking for trust, I always tell in our organization, I'm happy to give you all the trust you need, but then take on responsibility. Yeah? Then you have an interesting debate, because a lot of people love to have all the flexibility but don't want to take responsibility. And that doesn't work. That doesn't work as a society. So governance, priorities and inspiration and a clear understanding. And I think my generation is among us, and I'm vintage 1966. So I had the best life whatsoever, maybe on this planet. My generation should be super thankful and should really think hard about it, how they can ensure that our kids and their kids have at least a good life in this democracy, because I value freedom, I value innovation, I value. And currently, I'm concerned, but there's a lot of opportunities ahead of us, I think. Net, I think if Europe would be a stock, the buy signal, there's a strong buy signal. We are clearly undervalued from my perspective.
And you make a very important point that trust isn't transactional. Trust isn't just one side. It's a relationship between individuals, institutions, companies, teams, etc. And responsibility is a key part of that. On the topic of trust building, Claudia, I wonder if you could just pick up on some of the comments that Stefan made. I mean, Airbus employs tens of thousands of people across multiple nationalities, obviously a lot of political diversity as well, and outlook within the company. How do you think about trust building inside Airbus so that your teams work as efficiently and as well together as possible?
Very difficult question. Taking that, as you said, there's really a huge variety. If we look into our sites, you might have really sales offices across the world. In Germany, you might have colleagues that are working in a team of 20, doing observation of satellite imagery, for example, let's say for German institutions. And then you have a big site like Hamburg with 20,000 people that is more like a village. You have the whole variety of people that are business administration background, engineers. What we all have in common, that we are quite proud of what we do, and that we are quite eager to even improve what we are doing for our customers. So therefore, I think at Airbus, trust building is that the people see that they can really use their knowledge, their expertise, to deliver to the best, to make the most sustainable airplanes that are still competitive in the next generation, to make those helicopters that you see driving around here when ADAC is coming by, when you're needing to go quickly to the hospital. I guess everybody coming here with Google Maps, using our pictures, that's things that make us proud. And then, of course, there's the more complex part of it, where we have cultural diversity in our teams that are very different. And then we are back basically to what Stefan Wintel said. You have to make sure that leadership knows about their responsibility, that they are really going top down, but take the responsibility at all floors, go into conflicts, discuss them. And if I may add a very personal remark, I think in a world like ours, in a society like ours, where we have all of that freedom sitting here, coming together, and I would never do, but I could have said to the former Vice Chancellor that I disagree. There is a lot to protect. And what I believe is a very big part of that leadership responsibility, call it corporate democratic responsibility. If we are sitting with our colleagues, with our team members, with our peers, with our employees, and we are singing the same song that populists are singing, saying that everything that politics are doing is wrong, Those corporates anyways are just wanting to get the money. Science, all bad. If we are singing the same song, we should not wonder that later on, if they scroll through their timeline, they will disagree with things that are maybe not the ones driving the future pictures. So taking a responsibility not only for our company, for our duties, for Europe having to rise, but also for those democratic values, appreciating that some of those processes take longer, all of that is, I think, part of the equation. So that's something that I believe could be added onto all of the duties that we have in our corporates.
And I think one of the things, as we wrap up here, I think one of the things that you've just said in your answer is a really important one, not just across business, but across society and politics as well, which is about having a common mission. Right, having a clear sense of direction and something that everyone can buy into. Just a very short answer from each of you as we end today, and I want to end on an optimistic note and a productive note about things that we can do collectively to build trust. I mean, if I think about myself, I think there's a job to do to start to, where we do disagree on political matters or policy, or we are able to do that in an agreeable way, so we're able to disagree agreeably, if you like, and take the tension and take the aggression out of debates and discussions. But I wonder just briefly, in a very short answer from each of you, what is the one thing you think we can do to rebuild trust in society in Germany and across Europe? Sigmar?
In Germany, I would say politicians should promise only very few things in front of elections and then do what they promised. We all have, also my party, always 150 pages program. I think not even the party members know exactly what's inside. And everybody has an excuse why on number 5, on page 5 or 122, this, what I promised, unfortunately couldn't happen. We should promise 2, 3, 4 things, nothing more, and then deliver on these promises. Or explain to the public why it was not possible. So don't hide yourself behind huge political programs. Have the braveness to say, these are the 3 things I want to do, that's my mission, that's my idea for this society, and get along. So then fight for that, even if you will lose the next elections.
So cut down 3 trees, not a forest. Claudia.
For me, the key is in empowerment. We learned earlier, and it was so perfectly analyzed, that everybody feels a little lost. What I can do. But there's so much we can do. We are all having our roles. We are all part of this building Europe, building strength in whatever way. And then with regards to the very also military threats that we have discussed, and there are the military ones, and then there are the hybrid ones, we all personally can prepare. We have to deal with news. We have to take more time. If the world is getting more complex, we have to take more time to find out. We have to make our grandparents, parents, kids understand how media is working and how disinformation is surfing on the stories that are being told out there. And then quite easily thinking about taking what we've just seen in Berlin, a week without power. Are we all prepared? That's going to be a crucial topic of societal glue if such crises come again. Will we all jump to the supermarket and try to get the last Kit Kat? Or will we kind of be able to share something with our neighbors? So there's a lot everyone can do. So empowerment for me is key.
Great. No one wants to fight over the last Kit Kat.
No.
Definitely not. Stefan, take us home.
Famous final words. I think it's time where everybody has to take on responsibility. Very precisely, we have integrated in our company's culture, Unternehmenskultur, also the value of democracy, something which I don't think a lot of companies have. And why? Because of the economic value of democracy for freedom and innovation. And we don't stop talking, we start doing by encouraging our employees to engage through parties in municipal bodies. So engagement in politics. I think this is very, very important, that companies contribute very precisely and motivate people to engage in politics.
Thank you very much. We've heard about motivation, we've heard about inspiration, we've heard about the necessity to be more confident. And I think if we can achieve those things and deliver on these things, I hope over the coming years we see a bit of an improvement in Niels's presentation. But for now, thank you very much. And I think I'm going to hand over to Katie. Great, so thank you.
Thanks. Vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, Ed Williams, for moderating that splendid session on such a core value of trust, and also, of course, let's follow around the publication. Yes, we continue, of course, our program in just an hour. So next topic that is coming up when we dive into the topic of investing in Europe and how to power a secure European energy future. But before we go back on stage, we have a lunch break. This will take place downstairs, so the kitchen will be open downstairs, but you are so much invited, kindly invited, to bring your plate upstairs and have a relaxed seat here and enjoy your lunch break. I'll see you after the lunch break at 1:30 downstairs for the next discussion. And now, let's mingle, let's connect, let's discuss, and I'll see you soon. Thank you. to see you back after a beautiful lunch break and a strong espresso and coffee afterwards. So we are ready for our afternoon. And with that, I welcome you all again upstairs and downstairs, of course, back here in the Energy Security Hub, powered by the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt. And we are straight diving into our topic of the next hour, investing in Europe, powering a secure European energy future. And just to give you a little bit more of a topic, a glimpse what we are heading into before I introduce our panelists. As you all know, we face a growing infrastructure gap. We are talking about the distance between political targets and the physical reality of the grids, of storage and of transmission capacity. And none of it, electrification, AI-driven demand, industrial decarbonization, none of it works without the networks, right? Built at massive scale and speed. And all that requires capital. Capital which is massive, which is strategic, and which is also patient, hopefully. And this will also keep us busy in the next hour. In this session, we will explore how Europe can mobilize the investments needed to secure its energy future and how to unlock private capital at scale. So one of the questions that I noted down is the following: what would make European energy projects truly investable and financially compelling? Because we need to talk about numbers as well, and not just politically desirable. Because sometimes it's the same coin and sometimes two different sides of the coin. And there's also a deeper tension when we talk about our topic. If Europe wants to be energy independent, can it afford to be financially independent as well? And with that is also the question, who will finance and ultimately shape, of course.
Ich habe auch Zettel, dann nehme ich meine Zettel auch.
That wasn't me. See, this is the thing about different channels. But the question really is, who will finance and ultimately shape Europe's next generation of the infrastructure? And just imagine if the grids are the backbone of our sovereignty, which is so often mentioned, who should then own the backbone? And with that, I welcome you all. Thank you to my panelists, Egbert Lerge, Carlos Pascual, Julia Prescott, and Harald van Heijden. First round of applause. And I start with a short introduction. So, Carlos Pascual, to the left, is with us, Senior Vice President for Geopolitics and International Affairs at S&P. Again, thank you very much for making the time to be here on the panel. Next to him, Egbert Lerge, Chief Executive Officer of CEFIM, Securing Energy for Europe, an international energy company. Then, based in the center, Julia Prescott is with us, co-founder of Meridium and the chair of the NOI Connect. We will hear more about that in a second, of course. And last but not least, next to me, based and seated, Harald van Heijden, Global Head of Energy and Infrastructure at Norges Bank Investment Management. And again, welcome to all of you. And Harald, I would love to start with you in a second, because when we talk about the investments and the frame that I opened up in my introductional remarks, looking into, of course, your news and what keeps you busy, is a quite big number, because NBIM committed up to 4.5 billion euros for a stake in TenneT Germany. So you have to explain to us what makes a national grid operator, for you, a perfect and also a strategic asset for the world's largest sovereign wealth fund in 2026. And, you know, which is not just a stable utility investment. So what makes it so special for you?
Well, I mean, I'd like to take this opportunity to also remind that the Norwegians, they're winning most of the gold medals in the Winter Olympics now. But
Germans are coming behind, I tell you.
But, I mean, there is one discipline that, to me, is much more important than any sports in the Winter Olympics, and that's the discipline of regulatory stability. And in that discipline, Germany is European champion for sure. And that was one of the reasons also why we dared to make this big investment in TenneT, Germany. we've seen that unlike many of, or actually most of the other European economies, there is a very stable regulatory framework around grids, because, as you said, we are looking at this investment for a very long-term period, and that needs that stability. However, it could also be too stable, the regulation, and especially one regulation that almost kind of killed the whole deal, and that's the regulation of unbundling. The whole unbundling regulation is totally outdated, and it will prevent us from, in the future, doing more investments also in production, right? So, and we want to do that. We want to be both in transmission and in production, and we want to support the whole energy transition. And then if we're kind of hindered by this ancient regulation from other times, then I don't think that's good for anyone.
Harald, one thing is to talk about, of course, investment and changes, but the other thing is really to take then the decisions. So in that long period of time when you were thinking of course, committing these billions in TenneT Germany, what was the moment where you said, or where NBIM said, now we're doing it? We signed a contract, we are on it, no more talking, let's do action.
I think a number of things were important, but I think also very important was that we felt that we had the welcoming of the German state, right? So, which again has also become very obvious that the KfW has stepped in with 25%. That's as co-investors. So we do feel that we are now an investor community that is well aligned and has the same interests. And of course, remember a bit historically, Norway used to own a lot of, and still do, a lot of gas pipelines, from the North Sea to Germany, and I think the future is less gas and more electricity, and TenneT, of course, being the one who can build a lot of the grids and so on, bringing the North Sea wind power into Germany. I think that's a very natural thing to support.
Julia, when I turn to you, let's talk a little bit, of course, about unlocking domestic trillions for capital. And of course, you're also an expert when it comes to long-term, and so often it's called patient capital. So can you tell us what is the most important regulatory change that needs to happen to unlock all this capital for these examples that we've just listened to?
Okay, I'll just take a step back and in relation to that pension capital, because the Meridian funds are a minimum of 25 years. And in fact, since Meridian was created back in 2005, no assets have been sold from Meridian. And that represents about 90 billion of assets globally. So it really is a very clear representation of patient capital. And one of the critical projects mentioned at the beginning, Chair Neukonnect, is actually a new 1.4 gigawatt undersea electric cable in between the UK and Germany. It'll be the first electrical connection between the UK and Germany. It's going to be the longest subsea interconnection for energy in the world. It's a value of around 3 billion. And we essentially developed this from scratch. It was clear that the imbalance between prices between Germany and the UK gave it a very positive benefit for UK consumers. One of the reasons under which we could really develop that was because we were offered a regulatory structure in the UK called the cap and floor regime, which meant that we had certainty over 25 years in terms of income. It's very difficult to do interconnectors if you have no regulatory structure around you, because essentially otherwise you're just relying on differences in energy prices, and as we know, they're difficult to structure. On the second side, on the German side, we've also had what I would call the normal regulatory structure. And so I think under those circumstances, when you said what regulatory change is required, I'd actually say we're building this. We're laying cable in the North Sea at the moment. It's heading towards Germany. It gets done in 2028. It actually switched on. And the regulation that was there has enabled us to do that, enables us to put 3 billion of capital into it and fulfill all the unbundling, I have to say. And under those circumstances, there's no need for regulatory change. What there is to make sure with the regulations that we've got that we actually make the risk and reward return as suitable as it can be for investors. So I'd say instead of spending years and years and years, and we know how long regulation change takes, let's take what we've got at the moment, let's make it as good as we can, and roll out as many of the transmission systems as we can at the moment.
On that first round, I'm turning to Egbert, of course, when we talk about where we just are at the topic of the strategic investments. And of course, we'd love to hear from you which are strategic investments that are most critical for you and for your company, for CIFID, to safeguard Europe's long-term energy security, because we're zooming in and out constantly. But of course, from a company perspective, what would be your take on that?
Yeah, so we have what we do in our name, securing energy for Europe, and for that you need, and we are active on the gas side, so what you need is pipelines, so the transportation medium, and you need the molecules. And it was very clear for us in the start that on the molecules there will be this path of decarbonization, and so hydrogen will be one part of our future, if we have a future as gas industry. You said there's a long debate, but we think that molecules will have a future. So, and then you see me happily smiling that we have an investment program of 5.2 billion until the year 2032. Because what we discovered is that there is a lot of capital in the world, but not so many projects actually. And viable projects is something that is missing, and what we could offer was a viable project in the investment in our infrastructure. And why investors are happily, more or less happily, we think, willing to give money to us is because we own, in a way, the value chain from front to end. So therefore, some of the risks that are associated with investments in regulated assets can be controlled by us. What do I mean? We invest in a pipeline, hydrogen pipeline, that's great, but will it be used? For that, you need the molecules, you need the value chain, front end and back end, you need the clients, and all of that is part of what we do. And so investors then said, well, that seems to be like a good project. And so for our first round of investments, we had our, let's say, triple-fold interests, so it was even hard to serve all the banks and investors to that. So what I want to say with this is we need to come up with some good projects, and the regulation will not cover all risks. This must be clear to everyone. So there must be as well the entrepreneurial spirit, and sometimes my observation is that we lean back to say, oh, there's a risk, the state should take it or someone else, and I think there must be companies, there must be entrepreneurial spirit to pick up some risk as well, but still give enough comfort that some capital is coming.
Would you call it entrepreneurial spirit or more risk appetite?
I think it's both. It starts with a spirit, because that's your mindset, and then when you look at the risk, you must be able to take them, to quantify them, to take them, to understand them, to manage them, and of course to carry these risks on your balance sheet. There's a lot that you need to do on that, but what I want to say here in this round is we can't lean back and whenever there is a risk look over to the state. There must be, if there's a role for enterprises, it must be to take some entrepreneurial risk.
When we talk about risk, Carlos, I'm turning to you. Of course, there's always the risk of building up new dependencies in these times of change, in these times of transformation. And I would zoom out with you again, talking about a little bit about the investment paradox in that regard, in that investment gap that I mentioned earlier. So, for example, we just had this example when foreign sovereign capital, like coming from the Norwegian funds, or another example from Singapore, come into European grids. Would you say does this strengthen the autonomy by closing the infrastructure gap, or will that create maybe new dependencies and new vulnerabilities because we are here alongside at the Munich Security Conference, alongside geopolitical vulnerabilities?
The easy answer is it depends, but there's a lot behind that answer. But look, I mean, there are three words that have come up in this conversation that are important to put together: risk, cash flow, and long-term. And the three of them aren't always very comfortable sitting next to one another, because the higher the risk, the less the willingness to be patient and long term. And if you don't have cash flow, it's very hard to be part of a long-term package like a sovereign wealth fund, because in the end, think about it, like you had mentioned GIC from Singapore as an example. That's everybody's dream, right? But think about it from this perspective, that some of those sovereign wealth funds are supposed to protect intragenerational health. So the last thing that they can do is actually create risk for the long-term financial sustainability or viability of their own country. So when you're thinking about what capital you want to have, if you want to attract that kind of long-term capital, you also have to present it within a context that has cash flow in the near term, because if you don't have cash flow, they're not going to sit there and wait for 15 years until they can actually channel cash flow into their pension fund, right? So that's going to be a critical requirement. There are different types of sovereign wealth funds. There are some that are not interested in being an operator and intervening. There are others that want to take a role, as any other private equity entity might, of understanding the operation of your business, and that presents another kind of issue. The question that always gets raised is, if you have an excessive dependence on external or foreign finance, at what point in time does that become a risk or a vulnerability for your infrastructure project? And then the issue we always have to think about is just the overall environment of what's going to attract capital if you're looking at investments that are going to play themselves out over 20 to 25 years. How do you create an environment that is willing to bring the capital into those?
And now we are talking about the European example, where I stick with you. You know, compared to the US market, how investable would you see is the European energy sector and the energy industry here in 2026?
Look, I think one of the things that we're finding is the electrification of everything, the increase in power supply, the requirements for power supply everywhere. One of the things we talked about a little bit earlier is that for many years, power demand in the United States and in Europe was relatively flat. It's been growing as a result of AI. So one of the things that one has to think about in terms of investing in that kind of power infrastructure are going to be, if I'm going to be interconnected in a system, what are going to be the licensing requirements, the data requirements, the permitting requirements, how different are they across the jurisdictions that I'm going to operate in? And am I going to be able to operate and be successful in that kind of an environment? And in the end, why am I investing? And if that increase in demand is as a result of AI, do I have confidence that this is sustainable over the long term? Or are there vulnerabilities in that? And here, just one example. If you think about it, what's happened with the world on rare earths, right? It demonstrated the vulnerability of a number of industries to one commodity. That one commodity, that lack of commodity, can tear down the automotive industry or the airline industry. So now one of the things that you have to think about is, if you're investing in power because of the growth of AI and you can't get electricity and you trace that supply chain back, where are the vulnerabilities? Because it's no longer in the end product that you're just investing in. You also have to take into account, what are the supply chains that are involved? How vulnerable are those supply chains? And that implies an interrelationship between industry and government, which sometimes can make people uncomfortable depending on what's involved.
Egbert is nodding. Julia, you're shaking the head.
Well,
where would you say I see that differently?
I'm just listening to some of these things from the point of view of actually having invested and building a current interconnector. And I find that ultimately a lot of the structures which are being offered at the moment, they are inherently investable. And they're investable. They may well have risk at the edge, and they certainly do, but because there is a core commitment to increase the level of electricity flowing around Europe at the moment. And that's we just look at what's in the European grids package. That's absolutely essential. And there are robust structures in place. one of the things that holds them up is often decisions made between member countries and member states, but they are inherently investable. I mean, after we've looked at the UK and Germany, we're looking at other interconnectors all around and across Europe. But it's often those political decisions and that stability that's required that is really needed to make them investable over the long term. But the structures are. The other thing is, it's not sovereign wealth funds. With very greatest respect to the gentleman here on my left, on the whole, it tends to be, the patient capital tends to be pension funds, it tends to be insurance companies, because they are prepared, they need to invest over the long term. And that also they will wait. They don't have to have, there's this sort of thing that, oh, you can't invest unless you're going to pay me next week. They will wait, for example, to the end of construction. The investors we have are waiting, 4 or 5 years. The longest, we've constructed a railway from new that has 7 years before any payment is made. So I think some of these ideas need to be explored in greater detail.
Harald, when we talk about the bottlenecks of these investments and, of course, of these projects, where do you see the biggest bottleneck that, of course, you see from a wealth funding perspective?
Bottlenecks, yeah, no, I mean, first just to say, there's one funny thing about the whole cable thing that's being built in Europe is that usually, I mean, you would, if you own cables already, you're not that happy if more cables are being built. I mean, they are competitors. They will arbitrage away kind of the price differences. But I think in the context of the security conference that we hear, it's important to know that every additional cable makes your own cables less vulnerable, right? A hostile actor would have less benefit from not knocking out the cable, the more cables there are. So just to say that, I'm very happy for every extra cable that's being built.
And also the doubling of the energy needs mean that you can build more cables.
So saying that, but bottlenecks, no. I think the bottlenecks are good projects, as you were saying. I mean, there's... I think we've seen just over the last couple of years that the projects have become much bigger and much higher quality within the renewables industry. After all, I mean, renewables is still quite a young industry, and we've gone through, you know, the 2010s, 15s, 20. Now it's now there's big projects, infrastructure quality, all the things that you want, and that's really opened up the field for us.
Egbert, you were also, of course, nodding when Carlos pointed out, you know, the rare earth and the value chain of the rare earth, and of course the materials that you also need as a company. So where do you see then, when it comes to build up resilience and when to invest into European markets, where do you see the biggest lever from your perspective?
So before I come to that, I just would like to refer a little bit on the sovereignty. And I think that the question that you raise is of course super valid, right? Are we exchanging one dependency for another one? But we procure as well a lot of gas. And there we have exactly the same question. How much dependency you have from which region? And I think if you open up an economic textbook on page number 3, you have diversification as the key part. And while this is very true for the molecules and for the procurement of that, I guess it's true as well for the capital that you need. Of course, there is dependency, but if you have multiple sources, then A, you are diversified, and there's another magic, if I may say that, and probably you're more qualified to speak about that, is the investors themselves will harmonize. So there is a value, there is a common value set of those companies who feel comfortable, familiar to invest in you. So there is that as well works as some kind of protection. So you can wish that you, as a national company, you only have national funds to come into you, but that's a wish. That is then, and it must be then state money, is taxpayers' money. That's not working, that's not efficient. So this is one way that I think that we need to accept. And the global capital markets have been the most efficient markets on a global scale, and there are geopolitical risks. True, we should not underestimate them, but we should still be confident and rather deploy examples of that, how all of that is working. So I'm more positive. I'm more positive on that. And on the resources, of course, this is significantly more difficult. Because they're smaller volumes, it's not so much commoditized, and the vulnerability of certain industries is much bigger than, because there's no escape. But again, we see the latest US example that if you put together capital, if you put together clients, if you put together a company or companies that do risk warehousing and establish the whole value chain, you can achieve our security of supply, at least to a better extent than we have right now for the industries. So actually, we have all these instruments at hand, and we just have to make use of them.
Julia, do you see that we have to make use of more of the instruments that we have in hand, also when we are looking again at the times we are living in, with a time where energy is also weaponized? So where would you see, how should investors price this geopolitical risk also in their investments? Or is there a premium, like a geopolitical premium that we need to pay because we are living in these times when we invest into the European market?
I mean, I think when you're looking at the risk envelope that investors will consider, they will tend to allow their investment to flow like water. So wherever the easiest place for the investment to go, or wherever the place, and S&P will be very, very much aware, wherever the easiest place to put that investment, it will tend to go. So I think there is clearly a geopolitical risk in the context of looking at different global markets. I mean, one of the things Meridian does is invest in Africa, and there is geopolitical risk premium in that. The geopolitical risk premium in Europe doesn't really feature in the same way because of Europe is Europe, although being British, I always rather regret that it's no longer part of Europe. But because of that, there isn't that premium on return. I think where there is a premium on return is this relationship between risk and return. And I think we were talking about the idea that there should be some element of risk that entrepreneurs should take. The more risk the entrepreneurs take, the more expensive potentially the infrastructure you're building, because there is a risk premium. So, for example, we have a cap and floor regime. It works for 25 years. If it only worked for 2 years, there would be a higher risk premium involved in it. And I think with your entrepreneurs, the impact of higher risk, the impact of higher cost, ultimately means higher cost for the consumer. And one of the things that we've got to be incredibly careful in this new world is that all the developments that we make are acceptable to people. Because that's I think just to take it off into another direction, when we talk about these premiums, talk about these higher costs, what are we seeing in the States at the moment? That where AI, where data centers are being built, it's having an impact on the local population because they are facing much higher costs. So we have to be very careful about premium. We have to be very careful about taking risk outside a government framework, because that relationship between what people are prepared to pay for their energy and what the cost is actually going to be is a very crucial one.
Harald, I see you nodding. Would you agree or would you disagree in a point, of course, from an investor's perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. No, that has to... that's a recipe for trouble if you don't get the acceptance of the wider population. I think taking Norway as an example now, I think the government had to install a price cap, right, for the price of electricity to all consumers and consumers, because, well, actually the consumers just, I think on a long term, I mean, this whole investments in renewables and also cables and so on did create a much safer and even lower price system. But in the short term, all the volatility and then some of the high price years just created a social environment where I think the government saw that they couldn't have continued without it, so they unfortunately had to kind of intervene in the markets. I mean, it's not a good solution, but I understand that short term. So yeah, social acceptability is absolutely crucial, and that puts the lid on data centers. We have some fantastic data center projects in Norway too, but exactly as you say, the population sees that this would raise the price of electricity, so nobody actually dares go ahead and build them. And I think that then, I mean, the solution to that is to, if they want to build them, they have to find off-grid solutions, right? They have to find their own power supply and be an island and not.
So is that a sector that you will invest even more than the topic of data center and the rollout of the grid for data center? Because when we look into the 2% mandate, which is also, of course, part of your job, you have a mandate to invest up to 2% of the fund, if I'm correctly informed, in unlisted renewable infrastructure. And of course, that's the opportunity, a lever for green data center power.
Yeah, that's part of the mandate, yeah. So we're looking at it, for sure.
Okay.
I think there's a...
Is there anything that you want to share with us, which should be not public yet, or is there creating some news? I mean, we're not listening. Well, we are among us. No, but I leave you to it. We all got the message. Julia.
No, I was just going to add this. I mean, we talked about the relationship between people and energy provision through the prism of cost. I think we also need to think about planning, because actually achieving planning is one of the most difficult areas we have in extending out the grid and the network system. People don't like big pylons. The cost underground is significantly higher. So we've got to try and engage the population much more in relation to looking at the benefits of getting energy on board. As you say, in Norway, it's a problem. It's a problem across Europe. And one of the ways I think we need to do that is to actually relate much more closely. There's a great advertisement from the 1960s when all these original pylons were laid out. There's a lady who sits on top of her washing machine, and she's looking so happy. And you have to remember she's happy because you washed everything by hand in those days. And in the background, there's a whole line of pylons. And there's a strap line underneath, and it says you can't have one without the other. And that is something we need to be much clearer about.
So would it be also an advertisement that is very currently, for 2026? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not in the ad business. I'm just saying it's amazing what ads can do to change minds. So I wanted to talk about that element of people as well.
Public planning is a good keyword because, of course, it's this interrelation and this connectedness. If private capital can scale, if public planning maybe cannot, how do we get these two tracks?
Well, I mean, I think you've already said that we've got the money is not the question. There are trillions out there that, if the right projects were there, would invest in them. So it's not the money. It's actually getting the opportunities, investable opportunities, acceptable to the public.
Carlos, any blind spots that we still need to see in this difficulty?
Look, yes, there is capital. Yes, there are projects that are emerging. How they're going to emerge is going to involve issues of speed and complexity. And I'll just take the example, let's continue the issue of data centers and what's happening in the United States. If you look at the market capital of NVIDIA and any of the hyperscalers, take any one of them and they're bigger than the entire energy sector combined. Okay? So if the principal constraint to their being able to do their business is access to electricity, the electricity cost and the investment in the electricity is a rounding error. And so they're going to invest in it one way or another. And so the interesting thing in the United States is the IRA has changed, but you're still getting huge investments in renewable energy. But why are you getting investments in renewable energy? Because there's this demand that's coming out of the hyperscalers. But now what's happening in terms of the controversies? They need it right now. And as they're trying to get it through the grids, we're exactly finding the problem that Julia is talking about, that the job impact of those investments is in this tiny little patch, and it's not very much. The users are all out here. The costs are being absorbed by this tiny little patch. So the cost to residents and to industry is increasing. So now bring that back to the European environment. If you can't bring some kind of rationality to how this investment comes in, is it going to be on the meter, on grid? Then how do you manage it and deal with it in a way where the biggest issue in European industry circles is competitiveness, or the lack of competitiveness, and how many Draghi-type reports are you going to have in Europe? But on the other hand, if you end up doing it as investments behind the meter, have you created a system where you're now creating the necessity for then secondary trading of power on the market? And if you're a utility and you have now hyperscalers selling electricity to the largest customers because that's the easiest thing to do, you've suddenly lost your biggest payers and your most dependable payers. And those are the realities that we're dealing with right now.
Yeah.
Harald, I want to look back to a conference that happened, I think, 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, the North Sea Summit in beautiful Hamburg. I heard you missed it because some flights were not going, but that's on a different note. But sometimes, you know, I think not everybody understands the importance of these summits, especially when we talk about offset wind. So can you tell us why is that such a crucial or was it such a crucial summit for you, because you see the lever for the region of the North Sea in that summit, and then everything that came out?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, I mean, this is going back to what's really important, and that is getting Europe independent of imported fossil fuels. Right? That's what we all want in the context of security as well. And I mean, this dependence has shifted from Russia a little bit to Norway, which is nice, but then also to US, which not everybody is so comfortable about. And so this really concentrated all the hearts and minds. And we had this summit in Hamburg, as you say, with the heads of state of the North Sea countries. And some very ambitious things came out there. And I think that's absolutely right. I mean, the bulk of energy supply that can come from within Europe, that is in the North Sea, and it's offshore wind.
Why is it so untapped?
I think it's partly because we don't have enough cables, and also there are some countries there, I'm not going to name them, who are not so happy about cables. But I think it's a hen and the egg situation, right? So you need the cables to build the power plants, and you need the power plants to build the cables, and so on. Someone needs to break that. And I mean, I would love for Norge to have a role in breaking that. And I think, again, looking into the history here and the Ruhrgas contracts 30, 40 years ago that actually enabled Norway to build a troll gas field and the pipelines, right? We should have something similar to that, and then someone could dare to build the cables and the big offshore wind plants that we do need in the North Sea.
I mean, I was just going to say the chicken and egg. I think actually the chicken's preceding the egg here, and I think the chicken is generating capacity. We've had this huge focus on generating capacity. We've talked about offshore wind, we've talked about solar. We've had much less focus on transmission, and both offshore and onshore transmission, and it's now catching up. And going back to the supply chains, one of the issues is, do we have adequate cable available if we're going to lay cable over this period of time? Because I think that's another issue on the transmission side. Because I mean, if you go to the cable manufacturers, their order books are into the future. So I think we've got to look at that whole transmission piece. And I won't go back to unbundling, which actually I think is a good idea. But the whole transmission piece with a real focus in order to make sure we can deliver it.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you for pointing the spotlight on that problem, of course, but it's a chicken and egg problem, and maybe you'll find a solution along the way, in conversation at least. I have a look around. Do you have any questions for the last couple of minutes to our panelists? Again, not all at once. I know it's always taking a little bit of time to warm up. I see one in the, wonderful, thank you, in the last row. And give me a hand sign.
Hi there, Anthony Kenaway from Swiss Re. I just wanted to also just make the point from the insurance industry and draw that out a little bit. Absolutely agreed, very patient capital from our side, from the asset liability matching side, but also much more sophisticated understanding of risk going forward, and also able to look at these risks over very much the long term, and actually a prerequisite for capital in many cases for the investments that do take place. So actually insurance has a really big role to play here as well, which I wanted to add.
So it's a comment, or is there now a question coming up? It's more, I understand it more as a comment.
Would you agree?
Would you agree? That's a yes or no question. We love these ones. Who wants to say?
Maybe just one reaction on which comes back to this unbundling as well. I think we need to have a better coordination as well between the planning of, let's say, for example, the transmission lines and what kind of assumptions are behind it. That's to the reality. One of the reasons looking at Germany is, let's say, from North Sea, it all has to go through cables down into southern Germany, and there is, of course, a tremendous risk that you may overbuild this. So regardless whether you have a regulation or not, there's still a risk in this. And I think this is something where we need to get better as an industry.
Who is we? As an
industry, because we are now very much in this finger pointing, or your analysis is wrong, and here that's the reason why my investment is not coming. So we need to have more frequent adaptation cycles to make sure that the investment is put to the right place, and then the investment itself is associated with less risks. That, in the end, is to the better of the consumers as well.
And where do you see your responsibility in that? Because we're not finger pointing, we're looking to ourselves. So where do you?
As an industry, we used to lean back very often instead of engaging into some of these discussions, and I think that's what we need to do. So then as well, not only say, okay, here are some potential customers, could you please build the grid no matter what, but really make sure that these customers have a firm commitment as well.
And just on this issue of risk, and going back to your point, the word cables has come up a number of times. We've just finished at S&P a comprehensive study on copper in the age of AI. One of the things that we've extrapolated is by the year 2040, we're going to have a 10 million ton shortage of copper. As a result of, and if it takes 17 years to start a new mine, it presents this whole conundrum of how do you address this problem going forward? And there are ways to deal with it. That's a longer story. But it's these kinds of issues on the supply chain that, again, have to come back, because if we're looking at electrification growing everywhere, if we're looking at the growth of AI, all of these things are going to have an impact on this market and are going to have a direct interrelationship with supply chains, who controls the supply chains, who does the processing, and how does it affect a whole series of other geopolitical issues.
I mean,
as well.
one of the final points I make on this would be that it's really important to not look at the general planning, but actually look at the intrinsic elements of what makes, for example, a cable work. As you say, copper. You know, we had to buy tons and tons of copper all at the same time. It's not always available.
Right.
So it's really important to look, are there enough boats available? Are there enough divers available? Is there enough copper available? And all that goes into a project way below the wider planning issues.
I see, Carlos is prepared. Again, because some of you haven't been here yesterday, Carlos, what were you just showing? The distribution of the recent published paper.
This is
on copper in the age of AI, ladies and gentlemen.
S&P ads,
the next
special paper on copper in the age of AI.
So this was our advertisement. Thank you. But I have one more question.
QR codes here.
Carlos, QR code. Anyway, flyers. Wonderful. What is your question? Lovely to have you here at the Energy Security Hub. Tell us what keeps you busy and what's your question?
Okay. So Rana Deep, Rention One, we are a global network dedicated to building the renewable-based economy. And when we are looking at the renewable-based economy and the system around this, the reality is we are moving from an energy commodity thinking to an energy service thinking. And I'm basically wondering here, in times where financial resources are limited, material resources are limited, we don't hear a lot about a demand-led integrated energy planning, supply chains, investment, etc. The reality is very often there is not good data on the real need today and the need tomorrow of energy services. And I also think we always assume electrification will happen, but the reality, unfortunately, for the moment is that electrification is not happening quickly enough, because to some extent the policies are not addressing also the demand sectors, and there is basically a disconnect between supply and demand. So I would be curious to hear your thoughts. Thanks.
Who wants to
maybe
start?
Maybe I can start with
Thank you.
from a customer perspective. So that has, when we look at our activities on the hydrogen, so this is very much demand driven. So when you go to the clients and ask them what you want, so that we can build it all the way up the value chain, including our green ammonia imports whatsoever. This question is too complicated for most of the customers because they have a good site for the next 3 years, 5 years, maybe 10 years. But our industry needs 20 years. And so, therefore, I guess this dialogue is very important, but it probably won't solve the issue alone, because you as a client won't be able to give to me a 25-year commitment, which makes me secure enough for the investments. So I guess there is a reason for it why we face these difficulties, even if there is goodwill and a trial to engage in that.
I mean, a comment I would make is that there is a lack of synchronization. You're almost imagining a perfect world where you've got demand over here and it's fulfilled by supply over there. That doesn't happen. You know, there's demand over here, somebody needs to build a project over there, they have to spend 5 years getting their planning approval, then they have to get their technology together, and then they discover there's no copper, and the result is that the demand isn't being fulfilled. So, in a way, we can't have perfection in this area. We have to go for the best that we can get in terms of future expectations. And we now know, given electric vehicles, given need for data centers, moving over to electrification, that the market is going to grow. But to get the perfect data or to look at the perfect output that we can expect, I think it's almost too much to ask. Because there has to be a hope factor. There has to be a hope factor. There can't be a perfect risk-reward delivery.
I'll take that as the last sentence because I have already, the clock's ticking here and it's deep red, right? It's already blinking and I want to be respectful with your time. So thank you. This is your round of applause. Thank you very much to Carlos Pascual, Julia Prescott, Eckert and Harald von Heiden. We haven't found a solution yet, but we are on the way, of course. And thank you so much for being in that conversation with all your knowledge and expertise. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful panel, insightful panel. Please make your way slowly off stage because we're continuing without a break. And I tell you, please remain seated because this panel is very much worth listening to and following because this session is titled Leap or Lose, the new industrial playbook for Europe. And I have 4 outstanding speakers who will shed light on this very subject matter. First up, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the EU Commissioner for Environment, Water Resilience and Competitive Circular Economy, Jessica Roswell, ladies and gentlemen, is here. Please. Hello, Jessica. Also delighted to welcome on stage the CEO of BASF, Markus Kamieth, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Very much looking forward to the input of the CEO of ThyssenKrupp Steel Europe, Marie Jaroni, ladies and gentlemen. And last but certainly not least, a delight for him to join us here at the Security Hub, the CEO of Henkel, Carsten Knobel, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Now, I'm not sure if the people who are networking are aware that a panel has already started, but perhaps we can slowly ask you to at least move away a little bit from the center stage so everybody can follow this very timely and important discussion. Commissioner, let me start out with you. We are talking about the new industrial playbook for Europe. And before I get the takes of the CEOs, for those in the audience who may not be too familiar with it, what is, maybe in a couple of sentences, what lies at the heart of the new industrial playbook on the part of the Commission?
A lot. One thing is that we know what we need to do, and now we're trying to act as fast as possible. And I actually really looking forward to listen to the colleagues on the panel here to hear what we can do jointly. But of course, it is security is of course the one reason, and here we need to be competitive to also build our industry so we can be secure. We have put forward a lot of strategies on where to go. We started with the competitiveness compass and the clean industrial deal. This is the roadmap. Now we are also doing a lot of things when it comes to simplification. I know that some of my colleagues here will talk about that. And that is ongoing. We have put forward 10 omnibuses. That's the word I don't like. Yeah. But anyway, it's in simplification. But of course, I understand that we need to do more. One thing that I am very eager to talk more about is the single market. Because I a little bit listened to the panel before here, talking about the demand. And here, of course, we have a fantastic asset to build also our own demand, but the single market is not single or one. So that is a lot of my focus, and also when it comes to simplification. Then, of course, energy prices and a lot of other things that we need to focus on. But
yeah, absolutely.
We have a plan, but with that said, I also believe in market. So the Commission and policymakers cannot do everything, so we need also to help on the way forward.
Of course, it is at the end of the play, an interplay between politics and business. How much there is overlapping that we will see within the next 40 minutes. That's why I'm very delighted to welcome three outstanding industry leaders, three outstanding CEOs who can shed light on their day-to-day business. Because at the end of the day, Markus Kamit, we are talking here about the challenges that European CEOs face, namely how to stay competitive in an era of high energy costs and global realignment. Because before we go into detail, as three very experienced business leaders, is this the most challenging time, generally speaking, that you have encountered as CEO?
Yeah, first of all, I can only speak to predominantly about my industry, the chemical industry, but I'm actually glad that I'm sitting here with somebody from the steel industry and, let's say, another associate of the chemical industry, plus other things. Because this is really at the heart of European industry. Without steel and without chemicals, nothing gets produced in Germany and in Europe and anywhere else in the world. And the chemical industry in particular is always called the industry of industries because we serve all the manufacturing sectors. So we are a little bit of a bellwether, but on the other hand, also I think a strong foundation of any manufacturing economy in the world. There's no country in the world that has a strong manufacturing sector without a strong chemical industry. So I can say for our industry, this is the worst time since at least 25 years. And there's a lot of reasons for it, and we cannot debate this now to the end. But I would say, particularly when you look at the European picture, the chemical industry is in the same situation as many other industries in Europe. We have lost competitiveness over the last years, and we've lost it tremendously. And the root cause of this is not China, it's not the US, it's not the Middle East, and it's also not Russia. The main cause of it sits in Europe. That also means the solution sits in Europe, but the solution requires, from my perspective, a different playbook. The current playbook for European industry is not working. We need a new one. And we have many aspects to tackle. Jessica has already mentioned the topic of regulation and bureaucracy in Europe. But our most striking topic right now is energy costs and carbon costs in Europe. And the increasing cost of carbon in Europe makes us completely uncompetitive against the rest of the world. And this has two simple reasons. One, there's no carbon price anywhere else in the world, and we pay it in Europe. And secondly, all constructs to try to protect European industry against this imbalance of carbon price, and the most prominent one is the so-called carbon border adjustment mechanism, are, from my perspective, doomed to fail because they are a theoretically good construct, but in practical terms will fail in the marketplace.
So very clear, very unambiguous words already right off the start.
I did right.
Markus Kamit, you're taking notes, of course. I'm going to give you a chance to respond in just a bit. But it's very striking for you to say this has been the worst or most difficult year, let's put it this way, in 25 years for BASF. Clearly a very stark number and a wake-up call in so many ways, which brings me, of course, to Marie Jaroni. And, of course, we're talking about ThyssenKrupp, another company that has been in the headlines for quite some time. This is the most challenging time of my time as CEO. So how about you?
It's the same for ThyssenKrupp and, of course, for me. I think we are very used in the steel industry for cycles. Yeah. So we have bad years every 5 years. We are used to that. But now this is a structural crisis we now have, and we can wait 2 years and then everything will be good again. This will not happen. So we also need structural answers to that. And I think it's the same for us. CBAM, we don't see that this is working and this will work within the next years. This is the one side, but on the other side, all free allowances are now going down this year. Now we get more cost on our product, but CBAM, so this is not working together right now. So we really, you started we try to now implement. I think it's very important now for us and for all of us that you're not trying, sorry to say so, but to really act now. And this is more a question of weeks and months than of years for us in the steel industry, and I think it's also for other industry.
And when you say it's time to act now, what is your specific request to the Commissioner?
So safeguarding steel products, especially electro steel, energy prices, of course, and a little bit less bureaucracy would help.
Yeah. Again, we're taking diligent notes. Carsten Knobel, you are representing a very proud and long history company in Germany that's investing heavily in Germany, that has a proud history of being at the forefront of the German industry. Having listened to your two predecessors here on stage talking about the challenges they're facing, will your version be compatible? Is this also the toughest time that you're going through in your time as CEO?
So for me, it's the toughest times in 7 years. But Markus is always, looking to me and saying you have an easy life because, we are not capital intense. We are also not energy intense. Unfortunately, he's my biggest supplier. And that tells you what the problem is because I'm getting the raw materials from him. He will increase the prices. I need to increase the prices theoretically to customers or to consumers. But unfortunately, that is a time which is in these days not really possible. So therefore, directly, it looks that I'm having an easy life, but 3 months, 4 months later, he's now smiling when he can increase the prices to me. So therefore, I think that's the point where definitely we need the change and the courage also to embrace change.
And let me also ask you specifically, when you want and request change, give us 2, 3 specific examples of what you're looking at.
Now, if I look to Jessica, the first thing which comes into my mind is a very specific one for the chemical industry, which is the REACH topic. It's a regulation about how you treat chemistry for the safety of chemistry. And I would say, not arrogantly, I think the European setup in REACH is the golden standard in the world. And it works. So I can only ask Jessica to stop the discussions about getting a reworked REACH. Why? Because it's slowing down innovation, what we currently need, and it's impacting the performance of the base chemicals which we need in order to produce competitive products. That's a very concrete topic which can change quite significantly the way of impact that we are not slow.
Yeah. Commissioner, these 3 CEOs have once again proven in the initial round they're not beating around the bush. They are very clear-cut in their demands and also their complaints, of course, as to what needs to be changed in Germany and Europe, rather, in order for European companies to stay and remain competitive. Some of the specific demands and requests have already been mentioned here. I want to give you a chance to respond.
Thank you very much. I mean, first I would say we are in a very geopolitical challenging times, and that is, I mean, I agree with you, Markus, that a lot of things that we have put on ourselves, but I also would argue that there is also a lot of changes in the world that also affect especially your 3 companies. But with that said, doesn't have to say that we cannot solve a lot of things on our own. But I also want to say, and this is maybe self-criticism to all policy makers, that in one way we cannot say we didn't see it come because we have seen the signals. But what I also want to say is now we are trying to act together with industry, of course. And the sad story is that, well, the good thing is that we know what to do. The sad story is some of this will take some time. Energy prices, there are short measures, but also some of things will take a longer time. We are now not as dependent on Russia as we were, for example. So we're working with that. Another thing, and then I will have to say one thing on bureaucracy. I hear what you say, Marcus, but I would argue from all the meetings I have with stakeholders all over Europe, big companies, small companies, the first thing they bring to my table is the regulation, the overburden, the administrative burden. And that, of course, is sometimes that we're taking on ourselves. So that is my main focus also to work with, since also my portfolio-wise maybe. One thing that I will say, and then back to what we said in the panel before, is permitting, is everybody mentioned. That is too long, lengthy processes in Europe. And here, again, we have acted. We put forward a proposal on how to speed up permitting. Then now we don't have a representative from some member states here, but I would also say that the pressure is now also on member states to act. Because some of the things maybe not me, but the Commission, but also we need the member states also to act. So we are doing a lot of things. The other thing I want to mention that I also is mentioned is bureaucracy, it's permitting. The other thing that is very often put forward to me is the unfair level playing field. And then I hear what you say about the CBAM or carbon taxes. I will argue that is something that should actually have lower the emissions, and also CBAM is, as you know, the protection of our own markets. I can agree that we still see an unfair competition from other parts of the world, and that we need to tackle. And I unfortunately don't have all the answers on that, but it is also, we also know that we need to tackle climate change. And this is our tools that we have. So I will not go into details, Karsten, but...
Why?
Yeah, because, since I got this job, I learned so much. And one is about chemicals. I didn't know so much for 1.5 years ago. Marcus knows that. And yes, REACH is a fantastic regulation. But I mean, I also think that there is some shortages in it. Some of the harmful substances we didn't really tackle in time. But that doesn't mean that you should throw out the baby with the baby water, or bathwater, whatever you say in English. But I hear what you say, and I think you want me to stop.
No, I don't want to. I don't want
you saw the sign, right?
No, absolutely not. I don't want you to stop. I want you to go. I want you to keep going, so that these 3 CEOs not only are happy, but keep their business in Germany and Europe. I think that is what is here at the heart of the debate. Because at the end of the day, yes, please jump in.
Because one thing is clear: if we remove certain processes, especially be it in the steel industry or in the chemical industries, they are not reversible. Yeah. They are gone. Yeah. They are gone for the next whatever decades. You will not bring them back if you don't act now. In 3 or 5 years, maybe that we can reverse the things. Because the investments are there in different parts, and the capacities are in different parts, and the processes and the employees and the jobs are gone. That's the reality.
Yeah, I just wanted to react to this, because I think that's an important point. We sometimes discuss this very theoretically, and I'm involved in a lot of very theoretical debates, ETS, CBAM, in like whether it's a good concept and how this could theoretically work. Let's take 2 steps back and look at reality. Since 2022, only 4 years ago, 10% of the entire chemical industry has already been shut down in Europe. 10%, 40 million tons of chemicals production has already been shut down. In the last 4 years, 90,000 direct and indirect jobs in the chemical industries are already gone. There's practically no more new investments of chemicals coming to Europe. It has practically become zero. World-class companies that are investing in other parts of the world are selling their European assets for €0 right now. And the main cause for this is the framework conditions in Europe. It's not that other parts of the world are unattractive. It's just the situation in Europe is deteriorating as we speak. And so we should have that discussion, ETS, CBAM, whether it's a good system or not, maybe with the 90,000 people who lost the job already. And it is really a deep crisis right now, so we have to act. But we can act. I think there's ways to react to this, but the first point is always recognizing that the crisis is already here. We've made concrete proposals also to ease the burden, for example, by changing the boundary conditions on ETS. It's not about getting rid of it overnight. It's not possible. But we can ease the burden on companies like ours by additional free allocations and buy time to come up with a renewed, better system, because nobody of us wants to slow down decarbonization. But companies that don't make any profit anymore and are, let's say, deteriorating their balance sheets, they will not invest into decarbonization. It's done.
Yeah, there has to be a trade-off at the end of the day about obviously green transition, but at the same time profitability. Mary, jump in here, please.
And for us, it's not about removing our investments or so. Yeah, we have a steelwork, like a very big plant. We cannot remove this plant to anywhere else in the world. If it doesn't have steel, it's like if we are producing steel and we are a company, or we are dead. That's the question. It's not about removing for us or anything. It's just a question of having a company, having 27,000 employees in a rural area, which is not very like prosperity area in Germany, yeah? Or we don't have this.
Because not a single day goes by where we don't read in the newspaper that another German giant is moving its business abroad, outside of Germany, and worse, even outside of Europe these days, when it's not becoming economically viable to do so. Then at what point do we stop speaking about it, that you are a German or European company?
Yeah, I think we are certainly European companies, and we also have strong footprints in Germany still, and we all still invest in Germany. That's not the debate. I mean, we are also, there's no incentive. We don't want to leave Germany, but I can tell you I'm a global company. I produce in all regions of the world. And when based on technologies that are established today, and there are no, let's say, it's no wishful thinking to have green technologies for the entire industrial ecosystems in Europe. So we have to deal with the technologies that are accessible today. And I pay today 80 euros for every ton of CO2 that I'm emitting. It will soon be 150. Early end of the decade, we will probably be talking 200 euros. I don't pay this anywhere else where I produce the same product. So what do I tell my shareholders to say, why am I producing in Europe and pay these 200 euros per ton when I could as easy produce this in Saudi Arabia? And by the way, not at higher CO2 footprint. Because the times that many people may be thinking about, that Europe produces green products and the rest of the world makes dirty stuff, these times are over. Because green energy is not the cheapest in Europe. It's cheaper elsewhere in the world. Green raw materials, cheaper elsewhere in the world. So if I want to make green products, I don't make them in Europe, I make them elsewhere because it's cheaper. Yeah. So this burden on the European industry, really have to think about this. How long can we still afford it before it's too late? And at the end of the day, just economics drive value chains out of Europe.
Of course, a very concerning trend where European companies may longer be competitive as far as the prices that you mentioned are concerned. Carsten, of course, your company, Henkel, is one that is heavily investing still in Germany. As a matter of fact, you are part of the Made for Germany initiative, which is bringing together over 100 companies ready to invest and support a turnaround in Germany's economic growth. Fill us in. What progress, if any, has been made since that initiative has started, since the Made for Germany initiative has brought into life?
Now, I think when I said before that we need the courage to embrace change, I think it's very clear. It's not that we can look to Jessica or to whomever, Carsten Wildberger or Katharina Reiche, who was talking in the morning, that it is a job of politics. I think it's a common job. Yes. It's a common job of society, of business, and for sure of politics. And I think that was the main initiative why, in that case, Roland Busch from Siemens and Christian Sewing from Deutsche Bank, were the initiators of bringing that Made for Germany together. And I think, as you just said, more than 100 companies, more than 700 billion of investment commitments, for sure part of them already been there, so it's not everything it's new, but I think it's a clear commitment behind that to support the agendas which are currently running. And I have to say, for sure we were a little bit pointing to Jessica, but we also have to say, be it now the European Commission which is in place, I would say it is better working than for me in terms of expectations. For sure we had in past a lot of things where we were too slow, and it takes some time to change that. And that's the same in Germany. And if you see the modernization agenda, which Carsten Wildberger has took in place in October of last year, I think that is really a first really good step. But the point now is to bring impact on that and to get speed on that. And I think that's the point where we need to bring the forces, the power together, and that's the reason why that initiative has also so much, companies following that, because we all know we are at an inflection point, and if we don't act now, it will be too late.
Yeah,
2 or 3 years.
Yeah, for sure. The intention and motivation, as I hear, is very much there, and of course the realization that something needs to be done, not just waiting for policymakers to act. Business leaders have to.
I think also important that we can have these discussions also here on stage, without falling into that trap to saying, the problem sits to my left. I know for sure Jessica is trying very hard together with her colleagues to also move the needle, but we also have to, we have to address the things that really happen out there and get out of theoretical discussion, because it's time.
Yeah, it is time. Say the three CEOs in unison. Nothing that you don't know already through your daily encounters
I met them before.
and exchanges. You met them before, I have no doubt. I see a very intimate atmosphere here, almost friendly.
Almost.
But all joke aside, it's very clear you're on the same page.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
I think that's the issue here. There's no discrepancy as far as the goal is concerned. I think it's about the pace of implementation that we're talking about here.
Yes, and I agree. And that is, of course, a challenge for a European model when it comes to making policy.
Yep.
I mean, we often said, and President von Leyen says many times, that the world is changing very fast, so must we. I also say it very often, but sometimes I also get very frustrated that it takes a very long time. And sometimes I wish that I have just a big pen and I can change things. You also have big companies that probably take some time with you also. I think also we need to work together on to both push each other to actually act faster. And I will continue to also say that the single market is the thing that we also actually can not blame anyone else. We also have it on our hands, but we need to push ourselves also to take away the hindrance that we have between the barriers that we know cost a lot of money for us, and we can blame others on tariffs and CBAM and everything, but the single market is actually something that is not single.
Yeah. Marcus, what's, as a CEO, because you spoke very candidly about the challenging time that you and your company are going through, what are you doing differently today than, say, 5 years ago? How have you changed as a CEO due to the changing circumstances? And the same question, of course, to both of you as well.
First of all, I'm not CEO since 5 years yet, so in 5 years I was in a different place.
Yeah.
But
let's make it 4 years.
Yeah. Whatever it is. I think right now it is difficult times, but we try to focus our company very much, everybody in our company, on what we can control. Yeah. We are far from giving up. We're neither naive nor are we defenseless. We know what to do. We have strength, we have strong people, and we still have a deep-rooted competitiveness in our assets and in our technologies. We are fighting with framework conditions that have become much more severe in Europe, but also the global marketplace has not been easy to us. So we are focusing very much on what we are doing today. And one of the things that I think is maybe for all of us getting more into our calendars and our daily work is the discussion with policymakers, with regulators, because it has gotten a different priority. And I think the time spent between looking at the next technology, looking at the next project, looking at the next investment, and the time spent on influencing other stakeholders has probably shifted even more to the external side.
Maria, as a CEO, what are you doing today that, say, you wouldn't have done 5 years ago as CEO?
So 5 years ago, I was responsible for our green strategy, for our green assets. And back then, we planned to build a big plant we now do for 3 billion euro in Duisburg. And we were planning to fire us with hydrogen. But we were thinking about hydrogen for 5 euros. So now it's like double or more than double. So of course we are now thinking, how can we run this new plant, for example, first with natural gas, and how do we get hydrogen like in a price of 5 or 4 years within the next 10 years? Is there a chance in Europe to get this? This is things we are now talking about, we would not talk about 5 years ago. And of course, everything with safeguards and European content. That was nothing we were thinking about 5 years ago. And now it's on the top of our mind.
Yeah, that's how times are changing. Yeah. That you have to adopt and adjust accordingly yourself, of course. Carsten, how about you?
Now, maybe two things. First of all, when you say compared today versus 5 years ago, for me, sustainability has been always on the agenda of Henkel's DNA and also of our strategy. But on the point of what we discussed before, ETS, REACH, and whatever, but what is different today is that we are taking sustainability really into the development of our products, solutions for our customers and consumers. And I think that's a different shift in mindset. We have been talking quite a lot. Now it's really bringing that as an added value for our customers and consumers. And I think that's the point of really bringing also sustainability and what we have as climate issues into our overall system.
I think, I think that is really important because, as you all say, you're working with decarbonization and sustainability. Sometimes in the political environment that I am in, that is like a little bit pro and against. You cannot have both, but that is actually what you're saying. Exactly. So here is my plea back then, but you also need to be stronger explaining exactly what you now said, Carsten, that this is something that we are doing. It's a business case also in this. Yeah. But sometimes a little bit toxic that we are against each other, which we obviously are not.
Of course.
We all, by the way, believe, I think I would say for all our companies, we believe in the green transformation and we believe in decarbonization. The question is how and what is the environment that enables this, right? And that's what the struggle is. But we all have it in our DNA. We all have it in our targets. And by the way, if I would now, even as a CEO, say we question or we stop decarbonization, I would lose a lot of my employees. They would say, then I don't want to work for this company anymore. Yeah. It's a real struggle, and we are fighting for it. We have ambitious targets, but we have to question the playbook. 5 years ago, we had different ideas. We have to rewrite the playbook, and I think the public space has to rewrite the playbook partly, at least, as well.
And as you pointed out, of course, profitability is and remains the decisive factor at the end of the day, whether you survive or not.
We are all capital market listed, so the capital market is looking on that every quarter.
Yeah. On that note, let's bring in the audience here. Let's bring in some questions. I'm sure there are some. I'm already seeing the first hand up. Microphone is coming to you. Please introduce yourself.
Yes. My name is Sophie Punte. I'm the founder of Smart Trade Center and CEO of LifeLinks, both NGOs in the field of logistics transport. You're all committed to sustainability, and I believe you. I also see that the CBAM, ETS, and the whole Green Deal was put into place because Europe and the world are facing a serious climate risk. At the same time, the situation has changed in that all your industries are essential for the security of Europe's future. Not just income, but for people, but just having your own sovereignty. Is it an idea that if the 5% that is allocated to increase defense is also used to protect and strengthen the industry that are important for Europe's future, because without industry, our defense is helpless, and on the condition that this is done in a climate-friendly way? What do you think?
Thank you. Let's throw it back to the panel. Any CEO, please grab the word.
I would react immediately, and that's always one thing that I'm trying to bring across as a message. Funding, capital, is not the bottleneck. I don't need capital from Brussels or from Berlin. I can invest into green technologies myself. My problem is the ongoing operational cost. I cannot make money with it. So right now, we have built, for example, an electrolyzer in my biggest site in Germany, in Ludwigshafen. It got 100% funded by the public. So we built it, we tried it out. It's the largest electrolyzer in Europe. 54 megawatt makes 8,000 tons of green hydrogen. I have no market for it. Nobody wants green hydrogen. And it's expensive.
It's too expensive.
It's very expensive. And if I make it, with every ton that I make, I lose money. So I want to revert that discussion, and that is also, I think I imply a little bit in your question that you think, well, can we not give them money somehow and then they build cool stuff? I can build cool stuff. Help me to make money with my cool stuff. That is the point, because investment I can do. I need better operating costs, and that's why we are arguing so much against the CO2 costs that are now shooting up so much, because they come out of my profitability. And if the EU then says, well, but we are giving it back into the industry via project money, that doesn't help my profitability. Right? With project money, I don't pay bills and I don't pay salary. I pay salary out of my cash flow. And that's why your idea is a good one, but it doesn't really help in real life.
Carsten, Marie, and then I'm going to bring in the commissioner.
And then take his point where he's talking about the upstream to the downstream, to the end consumer. Because if you ask today consumers in pre-tests, are they willing to spend more for a sustainable product? The answer of 80% of the consumers is, yes, I will do. Reality in front of the shelf is 95% of the consumers saying, oh no, I take the one which is a little bit less expensive. So it's only 5%, a very small number of consumers who are really willing to pay more. So that's the reason when we are developing projects where I'm using his chemistry strength, for sure the briefing is, bring me the sustainability impact, but it should not have any cost impact, because at the end, the consumer is not willing today to pay more. And if you see the environment in which we are in, it's also understandable when families need to think about where they put their spendings, that they also need to differentiate where to put that.
Marie, Commissioner, and then we're taking a couple more questions from the audience.
Maybe I answer with an example. Electrical steel. Electrical steel is a high-end steel product, very niche, and we are the last ones in Europe that are able to produce it. You need it for transformers, so no energy transition without the steel. We are the last ones in Europe. There's no safeguard, nothing for us right now. And Asian producers are coming in, they know we are the last ones, so they are coming with very low prices. They are below production prices into Europe. They doubled their production and their imports into Europe within the last months. And we are now reducing capacity by capacity. And we are now at a point where we shut down our plants, we have short-term labor, and when no one is acting now, and when nothing happens, we will not have any electrical steel in Europe, no one, and we are totally rely and we are dependent on Chinese and Asian production. So there's no funding, coming back to your question, no funding helping us. We need a fair safeguarding system so that we can produce our products and bring them to the market.
Commissioner?
Yes and no. I mean, yes, I would argue, happy that you have capital, Marcus. But I mean, one of the problems Europe has is that we lack that the capital is working.
True.
But anyway,
that's the big picture. You're right.
Absolutely.
You're right.
But what I wanted to say is that I mean, also it's important to invest in nature, and you all need water. I assume in your production. And the fact is that we are at water scarcity, for example. So I would say that when we talk about security and in 5%, I mean, you also invest in you're doing risk assessment, investing in risks. And nature is also a risk, whether it comes to war, but also other risks. So I think that this is a good form of phrasing what we are trying also to do with the public money. But that's the main issue for a policymaker in a government, to protect its people and to protect it from risks. So I think we are trying to use it wisely, all the taxpayers' money. But I also would argue that industries today know that they are at risk due to biodiversity loss, water scarcity, and also climate change, of course. So we all have an important way to work at.
Let's bring a couple more questions from the audience. Let's collect them. I'm already seeing 2-3 hands up. So it's going to, yes, please go ahead, introduce yourself.
Hello, Jürgen Sandström from the World Economic Forum. I wonder why the Commission is not leveraging, advocating, implementing and using public procurement as an instrument to support European industry. 10 years after Paris, the volumes are incredibly low. Almost nothing is being bought by the public sector when it comes to steel, cement, ammonia. I believe the German government buys 5 to 7% of all steel produced in Germany and around 30 to 35% of all cement. This is market making. Instead of focusing on subsidies, for example, why are we not leveraging public procurements? It's an extraordinary lever. Completely, it's not discussed either, and it's not being mentioned. No, it's not very. It's largely 10 years of asking the private sector to buy green and not the public.
Thank you. I think question has been fairly noted, Commissioner. I'm going to come back to you. Let me take a couple of more questions here. Microphone, please. Here's a. Go ahead.
I'm John O'Donnell with Rondo Energy. We are building now in the north for Covestro a system that will cut half their energy cost in half. Europe now, Germany now, has intermittent electricity at half the cost of natural gas. But every factory that uses large amounts of energy uses most of that energy today as natural gas. To transform it, to electrify, it needs a grid connection that's maybe 10 times larger than it is today. About 30 gigawatts of industrial grid connections would enable the chemical industry, the paper industry, others, to cut energy costs dramatically by about 30 to 40% today and ongoing lower costs as renewables roll out. Our business, 90% of our projects for BASF and others, are delayed by the availability of grid connections. And if they take 5 years, how long will that chemical factory be there if it cannot access the lower cost energy that is available now? And you said from an operating standpoint, energy must be lower cost. It is today when it's via storage, without transforming the factories and enabling TenneT and 50 Hertz and the others to get capital allocation and regulatory permission to expand the connections in Grenzach, in Ludwigshafen, in Brunsbüttel, around. How can that happen? How can we build common understanding of the opportunity that's here today?
Yeah, thank you so much. Now, in the interest of time, I want to throw it back to the panelists. To answer the question and then to wrap up and conclude the discussion. Commissioner, some of the questions were directed to you directly, please.
From World Economic Forum. Yes. No, but maybe I've been here too short, so I don't know if we have talked about it enough. But absolutely, it is one of the questions that is discussed. I'm certain that it came up in Antwerp, and I don't know, Marcus maybe know. I know it was discussed by the leaders in Andle yesterday, and I know I'm talking a lot about it. I'm working very lot on circular economy and putting forward a Circular Economy Act. And we are not circular at all in Europe. Well, we are, but we could do much better. And I absolutely think, and you talked about the prices that are too high when it comes to virgin materials, we need to get the prices down. And of course, public procurement can be a tool. It's 14% of GDP in all over. But with that said, we also, again, sorry to talk about the member states all the time, but also we need the leverage on the levels from the member states. Grids, I agree. Yes, there you are. And that's why I know I don't want to blame that we are doing everything and now we're just sitting and wait. But actually we did a grid package 10th of December last year. And I already spoke a little about a permitting proposal that we also put forward in December, which actually have talked a lot about grids, that is a good example where we actually need to speed up the permittings. Maybe it's been quite criticized also because it's like a little bit don't balance different industries and say that grids is maybe it's a strategic, well, not maybe, it is a strategic product that maybe have more value than other interests due to interest that we all know. So this, and now it's time for me to wrap up. That's what you say.
Well, then I'll do the wrap up.
But I want to say one thing more. Then is the one I think is important again. It's the member states. We need to stop gold plating.
Yeah. No, you don't have to take on the role of the moderator. But
Sorry.
But we do appreciate the very passionate and resolute answer that you've given. Being very mindful. 30 seconds each to the three CEOs to conclude. Starting with you, Carsten. What immediate measure would you like to see implemented on the part of the Commission, on the part of policymakers generally, say within the next 2-3 months, that would facilitate and really enable you to execute your job more easily?
I repeat myself in that context, it's REACH. For me, really for the chemical industry, because you're saying in the next, whatever, 2-3 months, I take the point of Jessica, maybe we add 20 or 30 chemicals which are, you know, really important for you, but don't rework the whole thing because the standard is existing and is really good.
Marie, what is the one measure that you would like to see implemented short term?
Safeguards for our steel products. And maybe 1 second, think a little bit about ETS, and maybe 2 years more in time would be very helpful for us.
Yeah. Marcus, you have the final word.
I made my point on ETS. I will say something different. And I think our industry is dependent on innovation and continuous investment. We are an innovation engine as an industry. We continuously bring new products to the market. All of you have been in touch with 25 BASF products today, even though you don't know it. So our daily life depends on the innovation of the chemical industry. We have to keep it here. We have to make it easier to operate in Europe. And I actually would like, apart from all the technical measures, if I would have one wish, it's a mindset shift towards trying to regulate the chemical industry, open up pathways for more innovation, for more green transformation pathways, remove obstacles for a stepwise transformation, and stop dreaming about switches from a today gray world into a super idealistic green world in one step. That will never happen. So it's a mindset shift, more pragmatic, faster, stepwise, build innovation pathways, open up the gates, and let us walk through.
Clear cut, very straightforward. Ladies and gentlemen, leap or lose. How do German and European companies stay competitive in this era of high energy costs and global turmoil? I think I speak for all when I say our 4 panelists have very eloquently and very insightfully at least exposed the work that is still ahead for European companies and policymakers, so that we as Europe are still remaining one of the players in the future. Jessica Roswell, Marie Jaroni, Markus Kamit, and Carsten Knobel, thank you so much. Your applause, much appreciated. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you, Marie. Danke, hat Spaß.
And with that, welcome back. We just managed to almost color code here on stage. Almost. I didn't get the memo. I'm very sorry. But with that, a warm welcome to all of you, of course, here joining at the Energy Security Hub, and of course to the panelists. I just quickly introduce our next topic of the good next 45 minutes. As we all know, we are entering, and I'm not telling you news, a harder, a multipolar world where sovereignty is measured in these topics that are keeping us busy here when we talk about energy resilience, industrial capacity, and control over critical infrastructure. And that's where our main question of the next minutes are coming in. Can Europe trade complacency for strategic sovereignty, especially when it comes to energy security, with the big topic made in Europe, which shouldn't be just a claim, but really filled with life. Are made in Europe policies the right response to a world that we are currently facing that is really shifting towards localization? And how do we then ensure the energy resilience, attracting capital, strengthening competitiveness, and not pushing the investments elsewhere, so that it really sticks to the European market? And with that, I welcome you all, and I'd like to give you a glimpse of our panelists. Welcome, Nicolas Baer is with us, the Vice President and member of the Management Committee, European Investment Bank, a former Vice President of the European Parliament. Welcome. Next to Nicola, we have the CEO of Siemens Energy and the co-founder of the Energy Resilience Leadership Group, Christian Bruch. We then have a board member of the European Innovation Council and co-founder of the Energy Resilience Leadership Group, ERLG, shortly. It's a multi-stakeholder initiative that unites corporate CEOs, political leaders, financial institutions, and tech scale-ups. Anne Medler! We have also the Chief Operating Officer of Marvel Fusion, a clean energy deep tech company founded in 2019, pioneering the development of laser-driven fusion power plants to deliver clean, safe, and reliable energy. I hope I haven't forgotten anything, but here she is, Heike Freund! And last but not least, but we both didn't get the memo of the purple suits, the CEO of TenneT Germany, the largest of Germany's 4 transmission systems operators with infrastructure spanning, if I'm correctly informed, from the Netherlands to Germany and serving over 41 million people. Here is Tim Meyer-Jürgens. All right, let's get it started. And of course, I kindly invite you later on as well for your questions. So please don't be shy. We have microphones for you as well. Christian.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. Breaks the ice.
We would love, and I would love to start with you, because when we talk about the investment paradox, following the news, of course, there is this paradox of your European company when we see the investment of $1 billion in the US power market to meet all the AI-driven demand that we are also focusing here, while you are also very outspoken for a European sovereignty. So what must happen and what must be maybe changed that in Europe, that made in Europe policies actually attract more capital, and that you also invest more capital in Europe than maybe in the US market?
Maybe to put it into perspective, also because we did an announcement last week that we spent $1 billion in the US, and just for the understanding, the US is the largest electricity market in the world, beside China, I always have to say, but obviously it's our largest market. And we are investing going forward in the next 3 years as a company, globally, $6 billion. So the majority of this is going into Europe. But obviously, the US is a super important market for us. And what people very often underestimate, the US is today, if it comes to energy equipment, absolutely not sovereign. Around 80 to 85% of the large power transformers, so what you need for the electricity grid in the US, are imported from Europe, from Asia. If I would be a state with an appetite for sovereignty, I would change this. And this is also what the government pushes. This is what we are doing. We are, for example, building a transformer factory And that makes absolutely sense seeing the market in the US. And obviously this doesn't withstand that we have significantly more factories in Europe. But it's exactly what we're trying to balance out. How can we are a global company and active more than in 100 countries of the world. How do we ensure that in each of this market you find a balance between global supply chains and local capabilities?
But out of curiosity, and maybe a little differently shaped question, what does the US offer then to you today, what Europe does not?
A market. No, I mean, first of all, it's not one versus the other. And I think this is where one has to push back. But you don't get any extra incentives or the different programs as such. What you have to say, the US is the hottest electricity market in the world today, by far, in terms of generation capacity. Europe for the last years, and Tim can much better comment on this, Europe has been for the last years the hottest grid market in the world, the hottest electricity grid market in terms of build-out, where the electricity grid is much, much stronger than in other regions of the world. So it's not one against the other. The struggle is obviously that you still, in this push for sovereignty, you still need to keep a global company running effectively. But obviously we are trying to exactly keep this balance, and the US investments play a part of it. But it has relatively little to do also with tariffs. It has really something to do with market volume. And just to give you a perspective, we at the moment discuss this 10 gigawatt package in Germany in terms of 10 Kraftwerksstrategie, 10 gigawatt of gas until 2030 or 2031. We have to see that at the moment we are already executing data center projects in the US of 20 gigawatts already. It gives you a feeling for how big the market is in the US, particularly also driven through the tech companies.
Wonderful. Thank you for that start, Tim. I of course want to hear your perspective as well when we look into the infrastructure perspective, and when we look into your core topic when it comes to grids and when it comes to subsea cables, which are also the hardware of sovereignty. How would you perceive that? How are we treating them, as critical infrastructure or rather as technical utilities? What is your take on that, and how should it be put into consideration that they are as important as they are?
Yes, so if you see the geopolitical situation we are in today, it's obvious that energy policy is security policy. Yes. And therefore, especially the grids are essential to be independent. And if we want to be independent in Europe, we have to rely mainly on renewable energy, because that's the energy we can produce ourselves. But in order to do so, we have connected. And there's no electrification without grids. And without electrification, we will have no industry in Europe. So it's in the main interest of Europe to be also here on the supply side independent. And I think the good news is that Europe has all the capabilities. If I look especially, we are investing heavily into HVDC technology. So this is a technology that is mainly currently used in Europe. And we have all the knowledge centers of the main providers here in Europe. Christian has this here in Germany, but also his competitors are in Europe. So we have the critical things, the knowledge here, and we have to keep it to be independent also in the future. And I think that is very important. So made in Europe for me is not protectionism. It's just to be independent also in the future and to have the capabilities ourselves. Mm-hmm. And already today, we as TenneT, we have more than 75% of the value creation here in Europe. So you see that all the main materials is already today produced here, and we have to keep that.
What then gives you a headache at night with the bottlenecks that you're facing currently?
Now we see that we have, of course, still a huge challenge of transforming the system. We have to accelerate. We need more speed. And therefore, we need strong supply chains that are able to deliver. That is also why we talked already 5 years ago, what is really needed for the supply chain to invest into additional production capacity. And the answer that I always got was, we need more predictability. We need not only your portfolio of the next 3 years, we need visibility on the next 15 years. Only then we can invest. And that is what we listened to, and then together with the suppliers, we found ways of long-term relationships to give this visibility and to enable them to invest into production capacity. And therefore, we are now able to invest heavily. So last year we have invested only in Germany about 10 billion euros. It will be 12 this year, and we will continue in this matter also in the next years. And therefore, we are heavily depending on strong suppliers.
Okay, so then we have the suppliers, we have the grids, but now I'm turning to you, Nicola. Of course, when we talk about the investment stretch, which we also see, of course, challenges in, how is the EIB evolving its financing support for the hard stuff, as we all call it, for the infrastructure? So where do you also see the changes that you have to face towards too?
Yeah, but I think we have really the luxury to be, as the climate bank, the sovereignty bank of Europe. Because as Tim just described, the question of security in energy is part of the sovereignty of the whole continent. And so to not be dependent, to have our own stuff, hard stuff, but also soft stuff, is very important. So it's about how we finance the wind parks, onshore, offshore. And I was very happy and proud that as we were together at the North Sea Summit, Tim, this was a strong European signal of all the countries around the Northern Seas against the signals from the US, for example, in Davos, saying, okay, they will all fall apart. No, we will not fall apart, and we will become quicker and better to have also several country, multilateral developed projects. We then want also to finance, and we are involved not only in the advisory to develop the projects, but also in the financing afterwards. But we always see the whole ecosystem, and it is about how can we scale up, for example, the production of inverters for all our solar pellets, so that we are not depending anymore from the mainly China-driven production. We are under pressure with also the wind turbine producers, but of course, this is also a question of a trade-off we have to answer all together in Europe. What kind of premium we are ready to pay so that we have this kind of security, that we have our sovereignty for our production, whether these are smaller parts or whether these are the whole projects. And what we try to do is by de-risking innovative investments, like in startup, when it comes, for example, to fusion energy. With the EIC, and Michael Scheffler is here, we care for all these different kind of technologies to bring up this totally new sector, but also then, when it comes to the classical renewables with solar, with wind parks, with the grid then to be modernized, that it can take it up with the battery storage, with the data center. So we really care for the whole ecosystem, and I think there is enough capital in the market. Yes, it would be fine to have really capital union to overcome the fragmentation. We have a little bit the advantage that we are per se a pan-European platform. And I see a lot of private capital from Europe, but also flying in from outside, because our hard currency for the moment is predictability and trust. Yeah. And this is something investors love.
Nicola, before I turn to you two, I'd like to understand one thing, because so often there are summits, and the North Sea Summit, of course, we all read about it. What has changed now, and what was the new thing in the lever of this North Sea Summit that is celebrated from your perspective, from an investment perspective, now for the industry? Because we have so many summits, you know, and I'd like to understand why also this North Sea Summit stands out for you personally, but also, of course, professionally.
I think it was a very strong signal, especially in those times when everybody is backlashed on these questions of sustainability and renewable energy, because the leaders were confirming that they now want to implement, that they also see it's not possible to only have the benefits, but they have to discuss cost sharing. And I mean, this is important then for the upcoming projects. Of course, it is more sophisticated, to say so diplomatically, if you are not only dealing with one country, as we did for the Baltic offshore wind parks in the last months, but you have to come together with several countries, how to share costs and benefits, and then also bring that to the whole continent. But I think that now the message is taken and they know it's not furthermore about discussion. It's really about implementation. We have to speed up on the developing of the projects. But here the private capital will only come in, as Tim was emphasizing, if the visibility is given for more than 5 or 10 years.
And
maybe I can be a little bit more distinct on this, because I sit on the supplier side, right? And we are the largest offshore wind supplier in the world. One has to recognize that after building up that industry, the industry is absolutely at a junction or at a really crossing point, because if we don't substantially decide on new offshore projects, you will see this industry going down in 2029 and 2030 substantially. And that is absolutely critical, and I really have a concern that this is not understood, particularly seeing that it's today for our customers who are utility companies very difficult to get the financing support in large offshore wind projects, because they are seen very, very skeptical, which actually is interesting, because from a levelized cost of electricity, these are actually relatively competitive projects. But there is a sentiment also on the private banking side, which is pretty negative against offshore wind. And that is a very risky time. And if we don't come to decisions in the next 12 months on really new projects going ahead, this industry will go on restructuring end of the decade. And this is something which we really seriously have to take up. In that regard, many thanks for the Offshore Summit. But it's not an optionality to say we go now in implementation, because we clearly have to say, beside the UK, all last auctions stalled. They were all not successful, right? No projects in, no FIDs, so no investment decisions. So this is really a critical situation which we have to recognize.
And maybe
Tim,
I can...
Quickly, and then Anne, I see you nodding, but I want to have your opinion as well, Tim. Where would you come in and, of course, maybe also conquer this opinion?
Yeah, so as Christian rightly said, it's really critical for the industry, and the industry is under pressure because of the price increases that we have seen in the supply chains. So offshore wind is more expensive than it has been 3-4 years ago. And in order to control that, we have to be more efficient. And the way to be more efficient is, especially on the infrastructure side, to cooperate between European countries. So to build hybrid interconnectors, because then you use its assets not only 2,000-3,000 hours, but 8,000 hours, and then it becomes much more cheaper. But and that was exactly what we have seen in the summits before. It was mainly about targets. So the politicians were only setting new ambitious targets, but nobody was really talking about the implementation. And that was different this time.
Yes.
And the implementation is not about technology. The implementation is about the regulation. So the cost sharing, that is the key question. How do we share cost and benefits between the countries? And I think there was a big step in the Hamburg Summit. So and we need this momentum now.
Wonderful. Turning to Anne and then, of course, to Heike as well. When it comes to efficiency, we need an innovation, where you come in a second. But Anne, wrapping this first round up, you know, as a co-founder of the Energy Resilience Leadership Group, coming out in response to the war in Ukraine and now weaponizing energy, and now seeing all the progress and the developments in the previous years, do you see the jump that we need, or do you see still the lack of speed? Because so often we debate, oh, there's a lack of speed. We are still on track, but we are not fast enough. Yeah. How could I
possibly answer that? Yeah, I mean, this is the 3rd anniversary of the Energy Resilience Leadership Group. Some of you were there when we founded it. And you will recall, I mean, really sort of the momentum that we had at the time, right? That we're really going to change things. And looking back, I think it's been very sobering, if I can say so, because we continue to be very, very dependent on fossil energy. 50% of our energy is imported in the form of fossil fuels. Europe is a resource-poor geography, right? So this exposes us to a lot of vulnerabilities. And then to the extent that we did anything really fast, looking back, it was building LNG terminals, right? That was the only thing that we did really fast. Meanwhile, we've seen a lot of deindustrialization in Europe. And of course, I worked on clean tech in the last 6 years, and that's been beyond sobering, I have to say. Because since we first launched the ERLG, we lost Northvolt. I don't need to say what happened to batteries in 23 when we started working on this. And I'm sorry, on wind, when there was a big crisis in European wind, and still not out of the woods. So on balance, I have to say it's very sobering, right? I mean, I also need to say yesterday was the 3rd anniversary of the Antwerp Summit, right? The 3rd anniversary. Someone please tell me what in those 3 years has really gotten easier, faster, cheaper. So, it's really sobering. We need to improve on this, right? On the positive side, I have to say, we have to make energy, and you said it, Tim, energy is security, right? So to the extent I see an opportunity, it's really this now focus on rearmament, where I think energy, which really was very much the original vulnerability, I mean, that was natural gas that was weaponized against us, right? That this needs to be part and parcel of what's going to play out here in the next couple of years. And in defense, I think we have sort of built in speed, built-in urgency, and I will do everything I can to make sure that clean tech and that clean technologies are really integral to what's going to happen here. Because I repeat, we are a resource-poor geography. If you don't have oil and gas, you really need to be willing to pay what I call the sovereignty premium. Everyone understood there was a green premium, but I think now we need to start talking about a sovereignty premium. Yes, maybe it will cost a little bit more in the short term, but in the long term, it's a good investment in homegrown energy with European companies. And this is absolutely where we need to go, because if I see one danger, it is that in electrification, where we actually have quite a bit of political consensus that we want to electrify the economy, but we're really with open eyes moving into new dependencies. New dependencies. And the dependencies we had in fossil fuels will pale in comparison to the dependencies we may end up with as we electrify the economy. And that is a dependency on only one country that you don't want to depend on, trust me.
Ben, and thank you very much. Just quickly on the dependency question, why are we doing then the same mistakes when we want to be
Because
free?
Look, I used to work in policy planning, and there is a terrible tendency to think this is cheaper, right? And we need to be very clear here that China is offering non-market-based prices, so no one can compete with this, right? I mean, so if that is the case, right, in the short term, we think we're getting a good deal because it's cheaper. But to anyone who's thinking along these lines, I remind you of what happened in 5G, where we also thought we're getting a really good deal by buying cheap. You don't do that in infrastructure. We need to be more strategic in infrastructure. Much of our digital infrastructure is now no longer sovereign, basically, right? And if that happens also in energy, then I see a loss of sovereignty, a loss of agency, more deindustrialization, and more dependency. So this is a very critical moment because basically we're building a new energy infrastructure. So we need to think not just of short-term cost, but long-term security and resilience in a world in which we are a target. We are under pressure. This is a hybrid war. This is not a joke. So we need to think this through. And I expect of policymaking that we do a better job in policy planning, that we think 10, 20 years ahead, because this is also what the companies need to make the necessary investments.
I hear a big exclamation mark here. Heike, coming to you, of course, when it comes to innovation, and Tim was also mentioning we need efficiency. And of course, efficiency comes and grows through innovation in the best case. And in the debate of made in Europe, which is, Chancellor Merz is talking about it, Macron is talking about it, it's really the topic of Europe right now. Would you say that this is a chance for innovation made in Europe from your perspective?
I would say yes, when it comes to the aspect, like in the Made in Europe initiative of like strengthening European sovereignty, obviously fusion energy would have a huge impact on everything that you just said, Anne. However, the current Made in Europe initiative falls short when it comes to building new deep tech champions and deep tech companies here in Europe. It's more about like protecting or maybe enhancing the existing capabilities. And if we look at building deep tech champions, Germany and Europe don't really have a strong track record. So if I look into the DAX and if I look at the 10 most valuable companies, SAP is the youngest of those, and I think it's like 53 years old. And if I look into the US, the 10 most valuable companies, they've all been founded afterwards. So somehow we weren't able to build big companies.
What's the blind spot then, if we're not able to build it?
I will come to that in a second. I think the only exception maybe on a European level is ASML, but otherwise also on a European level it's the same picture. So why haven't we been able? So very good question. I think it's a combination. On the one side, it's or maybe let's start with what do we have here, right? We have good talent. We have amazing physicists, engineers. We have a good industrial ecosystem. So one would say, hey, we have all the ingredients that are needed. However, we have a huge financing gap when it comes to deep tech financing, so especially in the scale-up financing phase, not like these first funding rounds, but in the bigger rounds. We got support from the EIC through the EIC Accelerator Program, now also STEP Program, so that is helping to bring more capital into those innovations, but we still have a massive financing gap. We also have a regulatory gap, and I'll explain that a bit in detail. So fusion energy is a CO2-free, safe and reliable energy. And very early on, the US said on a regulatory level, we are not going to regulate fusion like fission. And besides money, having planning security is super important for companies and investors. So that was a very strong signal. We are now also working with the German government to get there, but that's again like 3 years later. So like having clarity on the regulatory framework for innovation is super important. And then it's also, I would love to see more collaboration between startups and industrial companies, and we have a good example with Siemens Energy, where we've been working for more than 3 years now on the power plant concept and so on, because ultimately, as a startup, you can't do everything by yourself. And we have so many strong companies here in Europe, but so far, I would say Siemens Energy is really a rare exemption of a company that really goes in early on new technology, and I'd love to see more of that.
And why do you think our leaders and company leaders so hesitant then to support clean tech? I mean, we have exceptions here, but maybe we have some arguments then in the hand from your side.
So I think one thing, and that comes back a bit to what Anne was saying, if we talk about fusion energy, we're talking about a 10-year horizon. And oftenly, not all CEOs, but many CEOs are rather going for topics that help them in the next half year or year and not that help like maybe in 5 years or 10 years. Same thing for politicians. Pushing topics that are not within the same legislatory period is very hard to push. So I think having this long-term planning that you just mentioned would be super important for new technologies.
Maybe to add two things to Heike. And you cannot emphasize enough this missing financial integrated market in Europe will kill everything. You will never really get deep tech in these areas where you need hundreds of millions really to even get to the first plant, not even to a commercial plant. You will never make this fly if you do not have a deeper integrated financial market. We discussed this for decades and we not get it done, right? And that is a big, big problem. The other thing is what we should not underestimate, some of these technologies like fusion, it depends a little bit what type of fusion technology you talk about, will receive massive funds from the defense budget in the US, for example, because there is an integrated interest. And I think it is it's an element which we have to overcome to talk about defense industry and industry. It's industry. And it's something, if we really want to innovate, then we should not leave that out of the equation. I think the country will win also the fusion race, which is willing really to combine these things. And that is my hope also in Europe, that we understand it this time.
Why would you say are we distinguishing between defense industry and industry? Because you say it's industry, but are we just so hesitant in naming it what it is when it is defense?
Yeah, no, I think that is obviously, I think deep in our nature, and we, let's say military and defense. I'm let's say, as a proud European, I myself had a, let's say, different view on it. I would not know whether after my time at university I would have started first thing in a defense company. Probably not. Today I look a bit differently on that, seeing the global threat. That was naturally different in the US. I mean, ask any defense startup 3 or 4 years ago when they were looking for money or banks. I mean, how many banks have regulation? They are not allowed to touch that, right? And as long as this is the case, we see it as two different industries. What I'm just saying is this exclusion from dual use, as much as I understand it from the negative side, it has a massive impact on innovations which can prosper here. And when we really want to take the lead in Europe, we have to rethink this approach.
Beautiful. Thank you for that. Nicola.
Yeah, I think we really have to see that we have so much, and Heike mentioned it, potential in Europe. And we see it with a lot of our customers. We just yesterday signed up the second financing round for quantum systems. So this is drone, especially also working together with the Ukrainians. But when we did the first financing round, the drones were still on agriculture. So it was about smart agriculture. Now they changed a little bit the use case, but might come back to other questions also. And we see it for our satellite investment. And for me, it's the same also then to have a little bit more of forward-looking perspectives. What is next coming? Not to copy-paste what others are already champions in, because we need such totally new sectors as fusion, for example, could be, under my perspective, and where I miss a little bit also from the entrepreneurial leaders, the vision to look in that, and that they have to be engaged down the value chain when it comes to energy, new energy forms, because the Chinese are already looking. They try to buy out these scientist teams. They try to get this energy first. And maybe we have a time window of 1 year, 2 years maximum. So we have to go there. And we have to have the private capital as well as public money to facilitate. What we now try to do, even when political leaders for the moment still have not finalized the capital union, is with our European Tech Champions initiative, where we invite now also private investors to come in on one platform for all kinds of sectors of deep tech to invest. And then you can, depending on your risk appetite, choose whether you come through a fund-of-fund model, whether you co-invest directly in venture capital, or you use another kind of mitigants. And here it's important to play on all the pieces in the puzzle. So regulators have to help, for example, with Solvency II, so that pension funds, insurers can come in this asset class. But also I think we need more courage, we need more forward-looking in our economy. I would love corporate leaders to go in and invest and bet on these.
You're pointing to corporate leaders. What are you saying, what needs to change when it comes to the change of the climate bank to a sovereign bank? When you point towards you know, where do you see the change? And that
I do not have to change in that, because I think that the climate bank is the sovereign bank of Europe. So this is absolutely coming together on that point, and we try to be the speedboat of the European institutions. So, for example, for the Tech EU, what I just was mentioning, we are investing already. We started last year when we launched Tech EU, 70 billion to mobilize around 250 just in the deep tech spaces. And this is available for all kinds when it is coming from idea to laboratory, but especially for the scale-up. With the European Tech Champions initiative, we were able to kickstart 13 mega funds, so more than 1 billion in one fund. And this is exactly making the big tickets Christian just was mentioning. The average ticket is about 260 million. And this then helps startups which want to scale, like Focused Energy, but all the others too, because you need a 500 or 600 round.
I'd like to open up the floor, because time is, of course, as always, racing, and it's so always such a deep conversation when we're going into deeping mode. So I want to see if we have any questions in the audience. Otherwise, I'd like to turn it back to the Made in Europe topic. Tim, you know, when you're following around the Made in Europe topic, and of course what is then applicable to your desk and to your daily work? Do you see bottlenecks in the debate around made in Europe when it comes to your supplies, your value chains? Because it sounds very, very nice and hopeful, but I can imagine in the real world it's also connected to challenges. Which one do you see?
Yeah, so as I said, we have already nowadays more than 75% of our materials coming from Europe. So this gives us a lot of independency. Still, there are critical parts where we still depend also on global markets. And I think it's all about diversification, not to become dependent on a single source. So that is what we are also trying to help our suppliers to have diverse portfolios of their suppliers, because our main suppliers are all from Europe. It's really about the chain of suppliers further down. So it's for us more indirectly, but still we try to help them to have here a strong resilience against any developments in the market.
Mm-hmm. And building up resilience, of course, again, when it comes to made in Europe, what are, name us 2 core elements that you would love to highlight again, because we need the resilience, we need the power of resilience, but it needs to be fueled.
I know. It actually, when Tim just spoke, it reminded me of when we started the ERLG, the way we described it, because today everyone's talking about resilience, right? But 3 years ago, we were one of the first ones to speak about these issues in the context of resilience. And the way I would always describe it, it's not being overly dependent on any one source of energy, because we realized what had just happened because we were so dependent on Russian natural gas, right? I mean, you remember the energy crisis and what that all entailed, nor being too dependent on any one country. And here I'm really worried that we have not reduced the dependencies. We have really not reduced the dependencies. And this is why Made in Europe is so important. And what really annoys me is there's sort of this really black and white debate, as if when we say Made in Europe, that absolutely everything has to be made in Europe. No one's talking about this. But the stuff that goes into your critical infrastructure, I'm sorry to say, has to be made in Europe. No one in their right mind would outsource this to an autocracy just because it's cheaper. I mean, I really expect better of us. So there needs to be a much more nuanced debate here. What are we talking about? And that's, by the way, not protectionism, but protection. It's our job to protect the companies that sit around the table here. It's our job to give an opportunity to the wonderful clean tech entrepreneurs and let them scale in Europe. We have to understand what our strategic interest is and not be beholden to some rules that were written in the 1980s when the world was completely different. No one's following these rules anymore. So let's be smart about this. And critical infrastructure is absolutely imperative that we get this right in energy, because frankly we got it terribly wrong in the digital infrastructure and the telecoms infrastructure. Let's do this better.
Thank you so much for your passion that you bring again on stage, because I think it's really, I mean, you can feel it. I have time, yes, quickly checking the time. 2 questions. Where is my microphone? Oh, we are okay.
Now we have a question.
It's coming there.
Where is it coming?
Here.
Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. See, this is seeing the forest without trees, or otherwise. Tell us the question that you have. Thank you.
Question to you, Nicola. My name is Walburga Hemmetsberger. I'm the CEO of Solar Power Europe. So congratulations, because you sent a very strong signal to the heads of state ahead of their meeting that we need to invest in the brains of our energy system, inverters, and you have been urging them to do so. By the way, maybe something that Siemens could also be looking into. Now, my question to you is, Made in Europe, indeed, as you also very much emphasized, and is very important. And we have these discussions to make this a stronger asset. In the past, the EIB has not been so much investing into Made in Europe because there was more risk involved. And de-risking is something that is very important if we want to bring back manufacturing, because we need to. The business case is not there yet. So
the question will be
the discussion about strengthening Made in Europe also change the way how you would be looking into such investments?
Okay, we'll collect and we. I see the one in the back. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, Tim Bute, Technical University of Munich. I was surprised that we've been talking now for almost an hour about energy independence and sovereignty, and nobody has actually used the word critical raw materials. Yeah. It's fantastic that we have the expertise. It's fantastic that we have manufacturing capabilities. But some of those 25% of inputs that are not coming from Europe, then they're not coming from global markets. They're coming from specific places, and often that's awfully few when we're talking about critical raw materials. I was wondering what role that plays in your thinking.
Okay, thanks. Wonderful. That goes towards Tim, so we get ready. And then one more question here, wonderful, and then we collect it on stage. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Loyal Campbell. I'm a research fellow at the German Council on Foreign Relations. I'll try to be as succinct as possible. When the conversation about dependency, there's lots of discussion about Russian gas, Russian oil, Chinese minerals, and Chinese technology, but as recent developments in Greenland and Venezuela have shown, U.S. energy dominance is increasingly becoming a potential systemic risk to our security. So I would love to hear perspective on the panel about potential risks provided by American LNG or American geostrategic positioning relative to European energy policy.
Yep.
Yeah, Christian, let's start with the last question.
Okay. it meant I understand the question, but no, yeah. I mean, sovereignty means, it was a nice definition over lunch, right? I mean, that you always need to be able to stand up from the negotiation table and walk away. And this applies to each and every country in the world, including the US. Yeah. I think sole dependency on US LNG would be also not the right thing. But then to think about how do I balance it out, whatever, Norway, Qatar, or you name it. So I think that is a critical thing by redesigning the system. But also at the same time, because critical raw materials are mentioned, I think in this discussion in terms of sovereignty, we have to differentiate the important things from the urgent things. Because yes, I do believe we need to get, let's say, more sovereignty on critical raw materials, but that is a long shot. That's a 15, 20 years journey. And that's not my most urgent thing. It's one of my most important things, but it's not the most urgent ones. And this is where we need to make sure that we get the ducks in the proper row. But we're sometimes confusing that. And I think this material side is absolutely critical.
I would quickly go to Tim, and then we do the round. Tim, raw material question, but also, of course, you can pinpoint on the other questions as well.
Yeah, so the short-term solution, of course, as I said before, is diversification of sources. So really look at different countries where you can get it from. For the infrastructure, we mainly look at relatively easy materials like copper, like aluminium and steel. I think on the more longer term, we have to talk more about circularity. So we started a pilot, for example, all the transformers that I buy today from Christian have no virgin copper included anymore. This is still a pilot, but we are the first customer going that way. And I think this is just an example how you can also get more independence by having more circularity in the system. And on the other one, is, as I said, for us, steel is very important. And if I see the current policy that we have in Germany, I have my strong doubts that we will keep a steel industry in Germany if we not deliberately choose that we need it. And that gives, again, independency. So I'm currently providing electricity to a steel factory that is transforming to go completely carbon neutral. But they are really struggling in the current condition to stick to these investments. And I think there we need also support from policymakers.
Wonderful.
I'd like to comment on the investment question.
Absolutely. Because I think de-risking, Nicola, you also pointing, so it's a question to both of you. Wonderful.
Yeah, and I think it's really the biggest question we have to solve when it comes on deep tech innovation, and to share an example and to give a call for action. So the example was our last financing round, was a 100 million plus financing round, and we actually got a 15 million equity stake from EIC through the EIC Accelerator Program, and those 15 million helped to then build a 113 million financing round. And I think that is the way how we need to think about public financing, because we don't want to be like fully publicly financed, but like have smart ways of like leveraging the public money to then bring in like 20% public money, 80% private money that is coming in and around. But as Christian also rightfully said before, like for my next round, I need more than 100 million because I need to build a tech demonstrator that is hundreds of millions. And again, I would need ideally a 20-25% of public money to then build a 75-80% remaining money with private money. And for that, we don't have the right instruments yet. So towards EIC and EIB, I know we are working on these kind of like bigger funds, but that is exactly what we need, whether it's the Tech Champion initiatives, whether it's the scale-up funds or other, but that's exactly what we need on a European level, and obviously a capital union, but we don't have that yet.
Nicola.
Yeah, but those funds are already there. I mean, Europe in the past was very good to go for the first rounds, you said, and now only with these European Tech Champions initiative, we nurtured already 13 of these mega funds in Europe, and they built it up already 11 unicorns, European unicorns. 3 of them were German. So I think, yes, we started late, but now this is speeding
exactly
up,
what we need.
and it is exactly what we now want because the initial investment was around 4 billion from our side. Now we're going for 15, and this is then leveraged also by the private capital. And this is why we invite now, and this is also a call for action, the private investors to come in with their capital exactly to nurture European ideas, finance, to stay here in Europe, and that we do not give it away in the competition. So I do not have to change because we have a huge balance sheet with 600 billion, so I can take risk. And we are, as a bank, we are specialists in mitigating risk because we can diversify over all our portfolios with an NPL under 1% each year. So it's exactly that we look in the technology, we understand the technology, we have over 600 scientists in the bank looking really in each corner of such startup or scale-ups. We know which kind of technology we are supporting, which not. And those is also giving a signaling effect in the market. And of course, when I speak about ecosystems, we think, of course, also in the supply chains for critical raw materials. I just was not mentioning it because this is a topic which could drive me away for another hour.
I mean, ask all of us. Because
it's exactly what we have to do.
Yeah.
And it's possible also to do it in Europe. And here I disagree with Christian, because I do not think that we have the time to wait for the next step also on critical raw materials. Because if I want to be on all the 4 pillars independent in the next 5-10 years, I have to start right now.
But this is not what I was saying. I was saying if you start now, you in 15 years have resolved.
Yeah, but we have already the first mine in lithium, a green lithium mine here in Germany with Vulcan Energy, and it will producing lithium for 28 for the European market. And this is sitting on the cost curve on the right side. So yes, it is high risk, but we have technology partners, we have investment partners, and for me it's clear it is more risky not to do such investments than to do it.
Thank you, Nicola. Coming to the end before we, of course, celebrating again the celebration of the ERLD, and you have one wish, because as a happy birthday gift for the group.
She or me?
Well, I gave it to her, if that's okay. One wish that you would like to see. You know, it can be the top priority, just a punchline that is needed, because as we all could see it, you have so much passion for the topic. What's the biggest wish, which is also the priority that you see?
That we be much more strategic about it. And let me just for a second quote Deng Xiaoping, who said in 1992, the Middle East has oil, China has critical minerals. They built out an entire economy around what was their strength. And I would like to see much more reflection in Europe. What is our strength? What is our strategic interest?
Perfect.
And there, I completely agree with what Tim just said. Circular economy, energy efficiency, innovation, also substitution of critical minerals, really, but on steroids. That we make this our competitive edge. Another way of doing clean energy made in Europe. This is the way that we will achieve sovereignty and security and resilience.
May I inject one last sentence to that?
Another wish list.
No. The good thing with all these problems, what we discussed here, is Europe can solve all of these themselves.
But do we know it?
Say again?
Do we know it that we can solve these problems?
I hope
Or are
so.
we
I hope
still
so. We understand it,
Yeah.
and that's a good thing with the problem, right? It's a decision to solve it. And in that regard, if you get our things right, I'm pretty positive.
And can I just say one last thing? What we did, what we did 3 years ago is we didn't wait for policymakers to call some group to do something. We said this is going to be a coalition of the willing. Because Christian and I, we sat on a board at the MSC, what was it, the Security Innovation Board, and we said, can such a group do something other than write a paper and have a discussion? And this is when we said, okay, let's bring startups together with corporates, with public policy, with the Commission, with the EIB. And you know what? It made a difference. And if we did this at continental scale, with really the determination that we need to have, because this is a very serious moment, I know it can make a difference.
Exclamation mark. Thank you so much, Ann Mettner, Nicola Beer, Christian Buch, Heike Freund, and Tim Meyer-Jürgens. Thank you so much. To Christian and to Ann, we still need to take a photo of the ERLG steering committee, and I also asked Keba Agib and Helmut Schönenberger to join us here on stage, because it's such a nice tradition to have every year around the MSC this photograph. Thank you very much for your attention. Yeah, we are all tight on time. So the photographer is over there, and we continue in just a second. We quickly take a photograph. Who's taking the photo? Come here. Who's taking the official photo? Here we go. And with that, welcome back. Welcome back and good afternoon here at the Energy Security Hub, powered by the BMW Foundation Herbert Quandt. As I mentioned it earlier, I promised you an energetic program and a program full of energy, and I hope we met your expectations so far already. This is again only the beginning. We have another day coming up, but what keeps us busy is, of course, the topic of artificial intelligence and about powering the future. And that's where we are now into our next topic, how to secure Europe's energy supply in the age of geopolitical tensions, but also in the age of artificial intelligence. And maybe you will join me in saying artificial intelligence is no longer just a digital story. It's really becoming an energy story. Because across Europe, we can see the rapid expansion of data centers, the rapid expansion of AI infrastructure, which is, of course, driving us into a new wave of electricity demand at a time when our power systems are already under pressure. So do we have the capacity to have more? So at the same time, artificial intelligence offers enormous opportunities, as we all know from different industries, and also, of course, opportunities for the energy sector itself. And maybe you've read the question outside, AI for energy or energy for AI? What does it mean? We will tackle that in a second. And with that, I welcome you all to the power of the future again, how to deal it strategically, but also securely. And for the start, and of course for some food for thoughts at the beginning, I have the head of Central Europe here on stage, leading also the Boston Consulting Group business in Austria, Czech Republic, Germany, Hungary, Poland, and Switzerland. Please give him a warm welcome, Michael Briegel.
Thanks a lot. Good up. It's always good to have good music. Very good to see you. Thanks a lot for having me. Thanks a lot for the invitation. Before we kick off discussing the topic on AI and energy, I wanted to give us a bit of a fact base, how we look at the whole AI dynamics and the energy dynamics. But before we go into the interrelation between the two, what I think is absolutely crucial, we need to talk first about where do we stand with our technologies, where do we stand with our high-tech agenda in Europe and in Germany. Sometimes we start talking too quickly about second and third order effects, but let's talk first about our high-tech agendas and where do we stand. Our track record is not sufficient. 10, 15 years ago, for the Germans in the room, of course, we were still the world champion in exports. But when it came to the next technological wave, particularly on the digital technologies, we lost out. And now we come to the third wave of the digital technologies, which are powered obviously by AI, by quantum, by life sciences breakthroughs. And this is where we're actually not competitive, and this is where we truly need a step up. There will be tomorrow and this weekend a lot of discussions on the high-tech agenda of Germany and of Europe. And I think before, obviously, we talk about energy, we first need to crack the AI agenda. What does this mean? The data centers, the chips, the models. Where do we stand with world models that we can power and bring into our physical world? So I think these are the big challenges I think we need to answer and solve first and become faster in answering them. And then we come to the second order effect, and that is energy. And now if we talk energy and AI, for me, one of the most interesting analysis is actually if we look at the P&L or some of the KPIs of OpenAI. And it clearly gets obvious that scaling of intelligence is ultimately scaling of power demand. And the left-hand chart, it nearly looks like it was created in a way on like artificially, but this is the data. Their compute rose in exactly the same amount as their revenues did. So intelligence is clearly, with the current technologies that we're using, scaling with power. And what will this ultimately mean? You see this on the right-hand side. This is the power demand. It's an estimate. Take it as a range. We didn't put ranges on. our numbers, also the way we discuss it with OpenAI, we come up that it is likely by 2030 around 16 gigawatts that are needed for Europe. Just to put that into context, a city like Munich in a year consumes 1 gigawatt. For me, it was a bit helpful to put gigawatts into context. But what does this mean now, the 16 gigawatts that we need? Do we actually have the supply for that demand that is coming? And we don't yet have the announced capacities that are coming to market. You see here, currently we stand of a demand of 6 versus 3 gigawatts, and the outlook is even worse when we look at it. The 16 are not closely covered from the supply that we currently see. So we have a challenge actually on building up the supply, but there are other couple of challenges which we'll discuss in a minute, I guess, on the panel, and that is we will. If we look overall in 2030, around 5% of the energy that we need in Europe and consume in Europe will be needed for data centers. Of the growth in energy demand, around 10% of the growth of energy demand will come from data centers in Europe. So it is a serious number that we're looking at. Can we build this? I'm sure we will discuss this in a minute, and our view is that for sure this is possible, but there are a couple of preconditions that need to be met. And one of them, as always in these technological discussions, is clearly speed. If we look at Germany, these are the German numbers. New grid connections take 7 to 10 years in key markets. One of the really critical issues that we see, that we are actually not able of powering these data centers fast enough. And the second one is, it has something to do with the power mix that we have in the countries, with the add-on of renewables in these countries. There is a certain variability or volatility in the power production, and clearly you need certain methods in order to stabilize this, and this will take quite a lot of investments. And I would leave these 3 points then also for the discussion now in the group. What are the 3 things that we believe that really need to change in order to have enough energy, enough power at the right places in order to power the AI revolution in Europe? First one is, it's about the strategic siting. And it's becoming already clear that there might be 4 or 5 locations in Europe where the power demand should be located. The second thing is what I talked about before. It's actually bringing power to these data centers and connecting with the grid. Then we need quite a lot of targeted investments to connect the grids. And the third thing is really everything about making sure that this fluctuating energy creation that we have in the markets, that this can be balanced out, and that we have more innovation and more investment as well in balancing out the load that we see on the energy system. So in a nutshell, our view when we look at this, there is enough energy actually in the system. Obviously data centers will take a serious chunk, 5% of the total amount by 2030, 10% of the growth of the power need in Europe. But the most important thing is actually connecting, making sure that we make these grid connections fast in the right strategic places. If this simple recipe would hold, we are confident that there is enough energy at the right spots to power the AI revolution in Europe. That's our perspective, but very curious now to discuss it with my colleagues. Thank you.
May I kindly ask you on stage, Charles Myers and Birgitte Rangset-Wartdal. Thank you. Thank you, Michael, for pointing a lot of points out that we will debate in a second. With us is here on the panel Birgitte Wachtal, the CEO and president of Statkraft. And Statkraft is Europe's largest producer of renewable energy and has significant hydropower, wind and solar assets across the continent, just to name a few things of your portfolio. But we are happy to have you. Thank you very much, Birgitte. And last but not least, we have Charles with us, Charles Myers. He's the executive chairman of the board of directors of Equinix. And we know Equinix, but maybe some of us don't know Equinix. It's the largest global data center and provider for enterprise networks and cloud computing. Thank you very much for making time. So, Charles, of course, we are debating about the race of artificial intelligence. From your perspective, where do we stand? Where does Europe stand in this race of AI? You have a global network, you work globally. Give us a glimpse, a zoom. Where do you see Europe?
Well, we are, just to give a little more context on Equinix, you talked about us, we've been in this business for a long time, founded about 27 years ago on a founding principle that somebody needed to create a platform that would allow people to have an equitable, neutral internet exchange, and thus the name Equinix. That vision of having somewhere to house and interconnect the most important digital assets in the world has turned into a very big business. And so we now we operate 270 data centers across 77 markets in 36 countries, and so definitely have a very wide lens from which to answer that question. We do about a third of our business in Europe, which is about the same size roughly as our US business. So we're exceptionally global in our footprint. And what I would say is it's been interesting because I was on a sort of a roundtable discussion over lunch, and the question was posed of how Europe can overcome the challenges and and seize the opportunities, and honestly, that those questions are being asked in every industrialized economy around the world. And so I don't think that it's unique here. Every market has unique challenges, but I think that there are a number of strengths from which to build here in Europe. And the reality is Europe is still one of the most attractive end user markets in the world, period. And so investment will find its way to Europe. Now, can we collectively collaborate to reduce the friction associated with that and speed the time to market and therefore maximize the opportunity and improve the timing of that opportunity? Absolutely. Much work to be done there, and I'm sure we'll talk about many of those aspects.
Charles, since when are you actually and actively participating at a Munich Security Conference? Because talking about data center is one thing, talking about energy security and in the security context is another thing.
Yeah.
Are you here quite often for quite some years?
This is our first time at the MSC.
So it's shifting a discussion, right?
Yeah, I mean, but I will say that this has been, the energy has been central to the conversation for the last several years, for sure. And I would say even our thinking on how we approach siting of locations and is increasingly power first. That is the primary sort of vector on which sites are evaluated. But it is a very, very topical thing to be focused on, for sure.
Great to have you. Thank you.
Thanks. Great to be here.
Birgitte, turning, of course, to your work and, of course, to your portfolio when we look into the rapid growth that we need when it comes to the electricity demand for data center, for artificial intelligence infrastructure. So give us a glimpse, how do you see Statkraft's portfolio and also the investment strategy involved in that to ensure that also renewable energies and that renewable generation can scale fast enough to power all these data centers that we're needing?
Thanks for being here, and I really look forward to the discussion. Just a few words on Statkraft first. So our heritage is from Norway, where we have a significant hydropower fleet. So we have 25% of Europe's reservoir capacity, meaning we have some of the flexibility that is needed in this system. But we also have solar, wind, batteries, a technical thing called grid stabilizers across Europe, which is really balancing this portfolio. But stepping back from sort of data centers on its own, the whole electricity and energy system is going through a change. And the growth that is expected and needed in electricity is far beyond data centers. Currently, sort of data centers is what we are talking about, but a few years ago it was hydrogen. But we need to electrify transport, we need to electrify industry. So we expect a significant growth in the electricity system in itself, replacing fossil fuel as a start. Data centers is, of course, a significant part of that, but it's only like a fifth or a tenth, as you said, depending on which numbers you use, of the growth. The difference, though, is the speed. I think the speed you can build and implement a data center versus the speed you can electrify, for instance. And that pushes, of course, us and others to be faster, constructing faster, connecting to the grid faster. But then I think also, you haven't come to Norway yet, but I can offer cold weather. I think that's good for data centers. Low power prices.
We are actually in the business game already. Love that. Well played.
Also in Ireland, for instance, we do contracts with Microsoft. And they look for new power, so they want to see new construction of wind and solar. The fact that data centers are consuming power across day and night is actually positive because it can absorb more of the renewable power during the day, so you avoid these negative prices. So we see a lot of positive elements, actually, that data center bring into the system.
Giles, would you like to comment on that?
About
the Norwegian
I mean, I think that
bringing...
dynamic is very true. While, again, we are just a piece of the bigger puzzle, we fully recognize that. I think that because data centers are growing at the rate that they are, and because we have a very attractive base load, and because we have the financial wherewithal, I think, as a sector, broadly speaking, to step in and make the level of commitments on which significant energy investment, which benefits all, can be underwritten. And I think that is a really important thing for people to understand. And by the way, this story is, that we have these same discussions, whether it's in the US or Europe or other parts of the world. I think there is a increasing appreciation for that, and it's not a trivial matter by any means. But I think that there is a movement for, because we have had issues in terms of the way it used to work is we'd say, we need this much energy, and the energy provider would say, okay, and sometimes that would not materialize. And the costs of that, would be borne by the system at large and by end users. I think that's not a palatable scenario, right? And that is one that obviously, citizens and governments are very sensitive to that in terms of saying, hey, we already are feeling the pain of higher energy prices, et cetera. We can't have that. And so I think that by stepping up to a willingness to commit to their fair share of the costs and to be able to underwrite investments in a really sound way is a really important part of this equation.
Michael, turning to you, of course, with the look into the data that you just presented. So what is crucial to understand the question of AI for energy or energy for AI? What is still a blind spot that you see? Because maybe we understand AI sometimes in different ways that are not progressively towards what we need.
Yeah, I think at the beginning, I tried to be a bit pointed in a way that, first of all, we need to solve, in a way, our view and our strategy on AI and the AI adoption and the AI push in Europe. I mean, if you look at it from all elements of the tech stack, you could say that from a sovereignty point of view, Europe is not there, right? I mean, you could say, if you start from the top, on the data side, we don't have the data arrangement to feed the models. If you go down to the model layer, these are mainly US or some Chinese, and then you go down to the chip layer. So I think having a perspective on how we create more sovereignty on that stack layer, I think is clearly a top priority. But then not thinking through the implications on energy, obviously, it doesn't work for the overall system. So I think once you have clarity on I'm coming back on the high-tech strategy for a country, on the high-tech strategy of a region, and I think we probably need to think it more European than country-wise. Where are the respective sites? What type of models will we have? Where will the chips be produced? Once you have that picture more on a European level, then I think it's also more straightforward to think through, okay, where do we need to have energy on what of these strategic sites, and how can we connect these data centers, for example, more quicker. And I tried to show it on this page. Having time frames of 7+ years in order to get permits, in order to connect, is in this world where basically models get an update every 4 weeks, I think it's just unacceptable.
But to see this puzzle and to blend this puzzle, who do you see then in responsibility for that?
It's not one single player, and I think that's the interesting thing in my view when you look at the high-tech agenda. I think it's a combination of the government, for sure, of the private sector. I think in all these deep tech topics, academia needs to come in as well. So I think it's really it's a mixture of parties. And for me, the most important thing is getting a perspective on the strategic vision. Where do we want to be on the high-tech agenda in Europe and in the countries? And I believe that there's still a lack on what type of AI models do we want to have.
But on which side? Again, on the leader side, on the government side, or on the citizen side? Because in the end, we are all affected by the use of AI in certain ways.
Some companies have a clear perspective, or starting to have a clear perspective what AI means to them, but I'm looking at more from a critical infrastructure point of view. And I think we don't have that defined yet. What is the critical infrastructure for Europe? And what does critical infrastructure mean in the context of AI, in the context of life sciences? And I think that is an effort that hits both the public sector and the private sector. And I think that's where I believe we need some clarity.
Absolutely. Charles, would you like to comment on that?
I think that system-level view is super important, because I think that there is a bit of hysteria and myopia around certain elements of the problem or the opportunity that don't reflect a deeper and more nuanced understanding of how the entire system works together. And for example, I think that right now, what you hear a lot about in the media and other places is around the creation or the building of multi-gigawatt AI factories with huge power demands. Those things, and typically being used for the training of large language models, et cetera, those are a part of the puzzle, but only an important part, but only a part of the puzzle. And I think that it's important to think about strategic siting for those locations. And as a region, Europe has an interesting opportunity and challenge in that I think they can bring relative strengths of member states to the table in ways that are compelling. Yet the ability to coordinate that is challenging. Right, and we've heard some of that, and so I think overcoming some of that and finding a common ground at a region level is going to be an important element of the mix. But that system level understanding, because I will tell you that there is also a lot of data center investment that needs to be made in proximity to major metros. In fact, a significant portion, perhaps the majority. And so that as you look at policy application, for example, sort of thinking about rural zones is not adequate to solve the problem. And in fact, if it's not solved end to end, you're going to end up. I've been using an analogy a bit in using sort of automotive, or more specifically electric automotive EVs, to say, you can build a plant, but if you can't deliver the cars to the end user, energize them, service and support them, all the investment that went into building them is lost, right? In the same way, we can build, design, develop, and train large language models. Yeah. But that only represents potential value. That value is only realized when those models are deployed into the market in proximity to users and in proximity to other data sources. And that's where, so you have to think through that full end-to-end, sort of situation.
Birgit, and that brings me perfectly, of course, to the use of AI tools, of digital tools, when it comes to optimizing the grid, right? So when we use all that we are currently developing, clean tech, all these, a lot of innovation thoughts, how do we, or how will you optimize then the grid operations, how to balance this renewable generation, and of course, how do you include AI in the grid management as to make it smarter, to make it more affordable, and of course, to more sustainable?
Maybe just I'll answer that, but just follow up on some of the comments. I think there is a security element to this as well. So we, of course, our data, we want to have control of those data.
Sure, absolutely.
And that's an important part of the strategy around AI, is really also to control the data. And for us as a provider of energy is a critical infrastructure, that's an additional element. And then to your question, we don't optimize the grid as such. We are generating the power, but still we see that there are significant opportunities in optimizing the grid. Because when you calculate sort of how much power you can go through the grid at any given time, you put in buffers to be secure in order to avoid that you get a blackout and your data center can't operate. But if you use AI and big data, you can kind of reduce those buffers, and then you can utilize the grid more. So you can get, without generating more power, you can kind of optimize the grid more efficiently across. And then for us as a producer, and particularly with weather in a weather-based system, so we are depending on water, we are depending on the sun and the wind. So we really use AI and data to optimize our weather forecasting, to estimate how much power we will generate. Then when we bid this into the system, we reduce the deviation sort of in our generation. And that also optimizes the grid. It reduces the cost of the system because we are more exact in how we manage it. So that's sort of a few examples where we use AI in sort of optimizing the generation.
And is that also common ground, or is that rather the exception when you're listening to this example, Michael? What can you tell us about it, using the AI as a smart tool for the system?
I don't think at all that it's the exception. I think it's becoming market standard. I think the question is, as I guess we see across all of industries, I mean, every company has started to adopt it. And the question is now, where do you start it? Some still make the mistake that you start in a division, on a sub-process, on a small topic. I think the ones where the leaders that we see in the market in adopting AI is where the CEO has a clear perspective and runs it basically from the top in the organization. I think that's point one. And I think gone are a bit like the use cases where you say, hey, we experiment here and we experiment there. So I think 26 will be the year where it's a clear CEO agenda topic. It's clearly coming from the top, and I think it's not show me the experiment or the pilot, but show me the impact on the P&L. I think that's where we are in 26, and I guess that's why AI needs to be part in all of these discussions because of the efficiency potential that we see, and the reason why 26 I think is such a breaking point is, and coming back to what I said before, is with the speed that we see in permitting versus the speed how the technology is evolving. I mean, in this room, probably if you would have asked 8 weeks ago which models are the winners at the moment, I guess we would have probably a low number would have said maybe Google is winning the race, and then comes the next update, and all of a sudden you see the performance of the models where everything is shaking up. So I think we're dealing with a speed of change in the quality of the models that I think we haven't seen probably in our lifetime on impact on businesses, and hence I think it can only be the CEO of a business owning that topic.
Would you agree, Birgit, that it's really a CEO mindset and to really bring it forward, and in the end of being successful as well?
Yeah, I very much agree to it, and I brought all my top 100 leaders. We had a gathering. and I had them all to sort of do the training and use it, because I think you also have to see the opportunities. I used to do like algorithms and mathematics, so I can sort of envisage some of the opportunities. But you really have to show people what it is, because it gets a bit abstract for people, and you have to demonstrate it. But I wanted to also add, we talked about generation and we talked about grid. And then there's another piece in the puzzle, and that's demand. And in the past, in the electricity system, it's been so that the production has just gone up and down whenever the demand has been needed. And the production has done all the adjustments and sort of accepting the demand. With a system now with more renewables, more variability in the system, we have to turn this a bit around. And that's also where AI can help, because you can optimize, the easy example is charging your car. And you can have like support to optimize when are you charging the car. And then instead of having the supply side to adjust, you can get the demand side to adjust. And as we discussed, I would be surprised if AI can't optimize the AI compute as well.
So, absolutely. It can and it is. Yeah. Two comments. One, I absolutely agree with Michael in that, in fact, we reported our results, or public company reported our results yesterday, the day before, and 60% of our bookings, which were up like 42% year over year, were from AI or AI related, and a lot of that is not on the supply side necessarily of AI, meaning service providers building out infrastructure to deliver services, but on the enterprise side of people who are now beginning to see value realization from AI, and that's super important. And so I do think that that time is here. And on this AI for energy side of things, I would say I absolutely agree. We were having a discussion, and I'll give you this is one that I think is nuanced in terms of how we could get it wrong versus maybe doing it in a sophisticated tech-forward way, and that's on the topic of curtailment, which is I think there is an opportunity. In fact, there's one of the many innovative companies that are here this week, Emerald AI, that is sort of developing AI for specifically that purpose in terms of taking a very sophisticated AI-driven approach that's fully integrated with the delivery system to say, okay, how can we curtail sort of with precision, surgically. And that approach, I think, is very viable, but will need some time, versus sort of blunt force regulation of curtailment when you just switch a data center off. Not great for our customers, and really just not acceptable, and I think has a huge degree of unintended consequences if you take that sort of more blunt force approach.
I'd like to tackle a little bit more of your headaches, maybe, that you have, relocating or locating data centers all over the world. Of course, with the European and maybe also with the German lens when we look into the Frankfurt room. So permitting processes and, of course, energy prices come to my mind. Do you have some more headaches and migraines about it?
Let me tackle the energy prices. Look, I do think there is a portion. This is why it's so important to have that system view, in that I think we can effectively underwrite returns on investment at current energy prices. Do we all want them to go down? Yes. Are there subsets of the demand set that are going to be more sensitive to price? Yes, absolutely. And that can locate in different places? Yes. But that's why you have to understand the underlying workloads and where they go. And so we look at and segment the market by workload, ranging from things that are very geo-independent, meaning they can go anywhere, and to things that are very geo-specific, meaning they have to be in proximity to certain other resources, et cetera. We tend to operate much more on that side of things, and in proximity to metros, and that's why sort of the policy has to take all those things into account. And so that's one element that the pricing is in and of itself a nuanced thing, but I think a lot of the investment can be underwritten even at current prices, recognizing that we all have to work together to bring them down.
This is not a sign to stop. It's just a sign to recalibrate.
Okay.
Sorry, we're picking up again.
Permitting, definitely a very big problem. right? I mean, you're absolutely right, Mike. It is simply not workable, right?
Yeah.
We cannot have that. And I believe, based on what I've heard on this stage, there is common ground that says must be fixed. And oh, by the way, common ground at a region and an EU level, not just at a country level, right? You know, and so this is one where I think the world is waiting to say, okay, well then can you get the region, or can you get the EU to actually act in concert in a way that really starts to, you know, make progress against that issue? And I think it would be a really big thing if that can happen.
What's your take on the claim of made in Europe? Also, of course, it applies to the product that you're selling, data centers, made in Europe, that the data are stored in Europe, you know, bringing everything again into the borders of Europe. So, of course, you are attached to that topic.
Sure.
But how do you follow that debate? And, of course, there's different definitions because it's one sentence, but so many different definitions. How would you actually define made in Europe from a data center perspective?
Well, what I would say is that the sovereignty, which is used kind of interchangeably with self-reliance, right? You know, when I hear sovereignty, generally I'm thinking about it more about data sovereignty and building sovereign cloud implementations, for example, or, you know, and our infrastructure, because we provide baseline technical infrastructure, space, power, interconnection to people on which they build private infrastructure and then interconnect it to cloud. You know, we are kind of sovereign by design. And we support and enable the construction and development and management of sovereign infrastructure. And we think that is a very real thing. We think there's a lot of clear motivations from that for a privacy standpoint. And so on the data sovereignty side, all systems go. I think on the sovereignty of made in Europe, which is more of, you know, around, understandably, by the way, given the current geopolitical context, including that in my own country, is one that is more complicated and more nuanced in that I think you have to both understand that, and it would be foolish, I think, you know, like Carney's comments at Davos, et cetera, it would be foolish not to look at the grand context and say, and what's happened here, for example, you know, given the exposure to Russian gas and those kind of things, and say self-reliance is a very real topic, and we must consider it, right? You know, and so but at the same time, a movement towards deep protectionism that results in a lack of choice for the end customer to select market, you know, sort of best-in-class services and assemble them in ways that achieve the outcomes desired. I think there's got to be a middle ground there to, you know, to meet.
Birgitte, do you join in Charles' explanations when it comes to this title of Made in Europe? Of course, when we debate energy security in or within the framework of Made in Europe, also combining it with the topic that we're debating here of AI?
Yes, so there are sort of a few aspects to it. Of course, when it comes to energy and electricity, the dependence that Europe have had on Russian gas, of course, and driving prices up in the past, has shown also the dependency in that market. Building out our own generation locally, whether it's wind, solar, hydro for the ones that are lucky that have that, is really critical also in a security aspect.
Especially for the Nordics as well, right?
Also for all of us. For the Nordics, for all of us. And over time, this will also help affordability, and a topic that is not sort of on top of the agenda this year, but still as important. It will support climate and reduce climate emissions. The dilemma, of course, there are some of the dilemmas in this as well, is that we are moving from being dependent on importing fossil fuel to being dependent currently in many renewable technologies on importing the materials, the supplies from China. And like on solar panels, for instance, China is more or less the sole supplier. And the benefit for Europe is, of course, that we are able to import low-cost solar panels, technically good panels. It enables a cheap build-out. But over time, it kind of shifts a dependency from fossil fuel to a dependency on the import. And Therefore, it's really important for Europe to look at least building up some capacity to sort of have a balance. But I don't think we will come to the stage where we will not have that dependency.
Oh, talking about, again, the keyword of dependencies, Michael, you know, being dependency-free in the topic of AI, what would you recommend? Because we don't want to get back into the trap of new dependencies in any way, of the news cycles and circles. Maybe we can learn from the past, right?
We can certainly learn from the errors of the past, I guess, and I think the solar era is probably the biggest lesson learned that we can look at. I mean, in a nutshell, if you look at what has happened in the solar game, is the difference between sort of subsidizing demand versus subsidizing supply. And we in Europe or in Germany, we went for subsidizing demand, and the Chinese went for subsidizing supply, and it creates completely different dynamics in the market, different prices, different scale curves. At the end of the day, Germany didn't run down the scale curve because the supply was not nimble and fast scaling enough, and the Chinese went down the scale curve, and hence you lost a 40% market share to 0 in 10 years. So I think that's a clear lesson how certain instruments can have an impact on technological sectors. When it comes to sovereignty, for me, sovereignty per se is not the goal. At the end of the day, you only can be sovereign, in my view, if you have technological leadership. And I think, again, we need to talk again about how can we achieve in the critical sectors, in the critical parts of supply chains of our industries, leadership.
Do we talk that in the wrong order? Because we talk about so many things. So what would be the right order? Is it technology?
In my world, everything starts. It needs to start with what is the most decisive input in the economic cycle. And in my view, it will be technology going forward. And then how you master and control and have really competitive technologies. And hence, I think coming back to what I said at the intro. Every country, every region needs to have a clear perspective. What will be the crucial technologies, and what role in these technologies do you want to play in order to achieve some sort of leadership? Because if you don't have this leadership, sovereignty is not possible.
Wonderful. What do we need to learn? You mentioned it earlier, innovation for flexibility in demand and supply. And of course, I'd like to come in with that again when we talk about the innovational part, which is also part of your presentation earlier, one of the 3 bullet points. I just want to tackle that so that we are actually getting the loop back again to your presentation. So I start with the 3rd one. You mentioned innovation for flexibility in demand and supply as a to-do, so to say, as I understood it. But
I think you've explained it perfectly before, but I think this is your core business at the end of the day. I guess one of your main KPIs is in a way that you take the swings out of the generation and make sure that you're a reliable partner to the companies that you supply. And I guess within there is going to be a massive upside that we will have machines supporting humans in order to manage the system. And I think we're only at the starting point that where AI is taking over this whole balancing. But it will also require that on the demand side we have a lot more digitization in a way, so that we have the more smart applications, so that the system can communicate with each other. So it's not just on the actual generation side; it's also the demand side that needs to speak to each other. Again, we're always coming back to the system thinking, and that's where the investments will need to go in.
And of course, we've spoken a lot about the European system and the European example. Can you give us a glimpse of how well Germany is doing? Because of course we are based here. So where do you see the AI race in the German context? With all the headaches, of course, that you mentioned, with all the to-dos.
I mean, this is.
Or is it all
if we look at it overall, I think we are. When we look at the adoption of AI in businesses, we always think about it as there are 2 races in AI. The first race is how strong you are in technology, and the second race is how strong you are in applying the technology. The first race, we're not good. At least, again, the last race, I always look at it, we lost the LLM race, but there will be a physical world, there will be world model race where the clock will be on 0, and I think that one we can win. But we are doing pretty well on the adoption race. And I think that is one we should focus on, that the companies are really deploying AI, bringing AI into the workforce, reimagining workflows. And I think if you compare the US with Europe on that dimension, we're on par.
Interesting. Charles, would you agree? I mean, you had a global perspective.
Somebody at the lunch I was at today sort of offered a point of view, and there was a bit of sort of weeping and gnashing of the teeth around sort of all the things, the challenges, but there was an expression of optimism around Germany in particular's sort of demonstrated expertise in managing and dealing with industrial complexity. And I think that I do think that is a strength from which to build. And this is an example of that, which says, okay, how can we therefore use inputs, including technology, to unlock value in complex systems? And so I think that, and this is a very diverse industrial economy, and one that I think that is something that can be built. The other thing I would offer is that I think there is innovation to be had. Well, AI is one very highly focused on area of innovation now, but there is basic science innovation as well, and there is a lot of innovation in basic science that I think is going to be required, and we saw some of that this week. And the discussions that have been on stage here, things like next generation, fourth generation nuclear, et cetera, and fusion, and all of these things that are saying, hey, well, where are the investments being made there? And that is something that I think there is an appetite and a mindset and a philosophy to continue to invest in, is something that I think is critically important, because if you don't like where you are, velocity is your friend. And the reason being that because if you can only make small deviations in your sort of position or your angle of attack, if you're not moving very fast, then it will not create big deltas. No. If things are moving very quickly, you all of a sudden separate, much faster. And so I think using that sort of analogy, we are in a very rapidly moving environment. And you look at these things, and people are forecasting out to 2035 and 40. Forget it. They aren't even going to be close to right. And so can interventions and scalable technologies, just think about it, in storage, in generation, in optimization, can those dramatically change those forecasts? They can and they will.
We meet again in 1 year and you bring the full list. That's a deal. So, and with that, I open up the floor to your questions, because it's such a hot topic. I want to use the opportunity to also have your questions. I see one here. How many else do I have? One here, the gentleman. Microphone is coming. The happy number is at least 3, so 2 more hands going up. That's no pressure, but I want to have a little bit of involvement here at the end.
Poke me in the face.
Are you okay?
Yep.
Sorry, I saw your face. And
coming in a bit quickly.
Tell us, what keeps you busy?
I used to work for a growth, what you might call a hyperscaler, but we haven't talked about bubbles yet. And there's a lot of hype in hyperscaling.
Yeah.
How do we get this right?
Yeah. I mean, the bubble question is one we get a lot, right? In terms of, here's what I would say. I think the underlying demand forces are extremely sustainable. So I think there's good reason to be making the investment in any capital-intense industries as they go through sort of accelerated demand cycles. Do they see circumstances where there are kind of bubblish dynamics? I think so, but I don't see that as something. It's very different than, say, how people thought about the sort of internet bubble or the dot-com bubble, or of that time. These are positional assets that I think have long-term value. Will there be situations where people do not? I think there is not sufficient discipline in underwriting necessarily right now, and it's something we are very thoughtful about. But I also think that these are assets that will have long-term value and that they will have a underlying demand signal for over time. I come from an infrastructure background, and I was with a US-based company called Level 3 Communications, and they were convinced that we had built more fiber than would ever be used in the history of man, and that is not, turns out not to be true. So when you have valuable assets, they will be consumed. There might be some breakage along the way, but I'm convinced in the underlying demand signal.
Michael, what is your observation on the bubble debate and on the bubble discussion? You know, is it something that will break down, or do you think it has long-term value, of course?
For me, the question is always, what bubble are we talking about? I mean, there's first of all, for sure, you could argue there's a valuation bubble, but I think I would be actually more in your camp on the physical side. I think we see it on the data. I mean, that we still, if the demand models are somewhat, if they are directionally right, we still have too little supply. At least in Europe. So I think on that side, I wouldn't yet speak of a bubble, at least from a European perspective when we look at the data. For sure, market-wise, I mean, we just see this unfolding at the moment, that there is that the valuations are not holding up.
It is hard to make sense of some of the valuations, but I will say that on your chart earlier, I can assure you that that linear scaling between revenue and infrastructure is not the long-term objective. And I think you will see that a multiple, it will turn into a multiple.
I'm sure this is also a level of frustrations for some investors when they look at this chart.
Right, yes. Exactly. That's not what they underwrote, I'm sure.
More questions from your side. I'm very curious, which blind spots do you see? What headaches do you have in that topic? You are all, oh, here we go. Yes, you're all experts in the field as well, so I'm sure.
I can stand up one second.
Michael. Yeah.
Michael, do you think that it's enough of a lead to be the fastest in employing the technology for Europe, or do we have to have more than that, probably?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Yeah.
Can you, sorry, can you
So basically, I think the question is speed of adoption sufficient for Europe to stay competitive? And I absolutely disagree with this. I think it's a survival strategy at the moment. It's about coping in a way that in this technological phase where the companies and the regions are, I think it's basically staying competitive, staying efficient. You need to deploy as fast as possible the technology. But I think I'm coming back, I think from a country point of view and ultimately from an industry point of view within the countries, you need to develop the next level of high-tech strategy, and you need to think through where do we want to be in 5 years and what models do we need to have in the country, in the region. I think it's all about critical infrastructure. How do we define it, and what needs to be in Europe, at what place, in which country? Yeah. I think that is is absolutely critical for the future sovereignty and competitiveness. So for the time being, it's all about adoption. Looking forward, it's about creating true competitiveness in new technology.
Yeah, and I would add an offer that I think actually. I think that's a good mindset, and we all benefit if you take a true global lens from markets that are deep and wide, right? In other words, I think having a viable, sort of range of options in things is critically important, right? And so being able to have a robust competitive dynamic across core technologies is good for everybody.
And I think where it's failed in some other technologies that you can maybe call a bubble is if we are not able to think through the whole value chain. So it doesn't help to kind of solve the piece up here if we forget to solve everything on the way, and thinking strategically on the whole infrastructure up to sort of the competence and the applications.
But do you think that's happening, the strategic thinking along the complete value chain and not just on the result? Do you think there's a change also in the industry?
Well, in the AI industry, I'm not the expert, but I still think that we need to lift the debate. It comes to electricity as a starting point, and it comes to production and all the steps on the way. And if we don't see and talk about the opportunities that we can get and the importance of positioning ourselves, we will also lose out on the debate for the basis of this. And you get a debate on, do we want more power or not, for instance. That's the wrong debate if we want to be successful in AI. Yes.
Beautiful. I have a look around. I have one more question, at least, of course. Here we go, in the end, and then I go back to your part here, keeping everybody engaged. I know it's a long day at the MSC, but here we are. Tell us, what keeps you busy and what's your question?
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Armin Rannertz of Proxima Fusion. We are competing actually very actively with the US and with China to build the first power plant and build up a fusion industry and get the world market share in this. So we are excited in doing this, but from a European perspective, it seems a lot more challenging to construct the whole supply chain at the same time. So you were talking about this, and also connecting it to AI. US companies are already, AI and fusion companies are teaming up. Are there special tools that you can refer to how we can accelerate the process in Europe, building the supply chain and also connecting it stronger to these AI build-ups that we're maybe not doing yet?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I have any silver bullets there other than to say, I mean, I do think that you have to, it really is helpful to look at that obviously on a full EU basis, because you can bring the respective strengths of each of the member states to that, to that puzzle. But that's complicated, as we've seen, right? And so, but I think it's also just important to maintain a global lens, even as you build a more regional, supply chain. But there's that is a I'm not sure I have any advice on exactly how to solve that. We have some, again, the scale and the less fragmented nature of the U.S. market is an advantage, and so that's and so trying to simulate that as best as possible within the realities is the best available option, I think.
Michael, do you have a silver bullet, or Birgitte, when we talk about the...
For sure, no silver bullet. I mean, I can only look at from all the scaling examples that we look at, because for us, this is one of the most crucial topic at the moment for the region's competitiveness. How can these amazing scale-ups like Proxima, how can you faster accelerate? I firmly believe that it's in this topic of demand-led innovation, and ultimately, I think it's this cooperation between the established companies and yourselves. We start to see the dynamic, I think, in the defense tech industry incredibly fast now, where you have offtake agreements, where you have early demand agreements. Probably for you, it will be crucial in the supply chain that you have strong agreements with established players. I firmly believe that this will unlock also the capital side of things, because once you can show to your investors, or ultimately also to the banks, look, we have these partners, we have these demand agreements, then I think you will also get non-dilutive capital on the debt side. I think this we haven't fully explored and utilized, this new cooperation that we need between scale-ups and corporates.
There is plenty of capital for people who are solving a burning problem that is real, and there's no shortage of capital to fuel that.
Birgitte, just a keyword, also taking up on what was just mentioned, and also in the terms of cooperation, really being in that partnership. Again, what would you say? How would you answer that question? And also, of course, what's your take?
No, I really think we also need to raise the sense of urgency. So we're talking about why does it take so long? What's the dilemmas? And these are processes that we have designed ourselves. For instance, connecting to the grid. One is construction, but it's a long process before that in order to get all the permitting in place, and that would be needed also for fusion, and kind of tying this all together and seeing that the race is now. It's not in 7 years from now. So how do we get that push? So maybe we put AI into the permitting processes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and I think I think that the sort of that sense of urgency in the mindset, there is a, you know...
But we have that now, right?
Yeah, I mean, but I think it has to be one that is less of a... I think there is still a lingering sort of that AI and some of its, you know, accoutrements are a burden to be avoided or overcome. I think the mindset needs to shift to an opportunity that absolutely must be seized. Because I would tell you that I think digital transformation, and particularly the magnifier being placed on that by AI, is quite arguably the most, you know, the largest contributor to economic and social progress that our world has ever seen. And so I think an ability to, and an urgency to respond to that, because whether you're an individual, a company, a nation state, a sector, a nation state, a society, your ability to thrive, survive and thrive over time is going to be increasingly tied to your ability to unlock those forces.
So give me the last round here. Thank you very much for all your questions. I hope I haven't overseen anyone, right? Just give me a heads up. Otherwise, I'll do a wrap up with you. As it is an AI race, bring up the speed. So I don't give you 5 years. I give you until the end of 2026 to bring Europe forward. What's the top priority? To be at the forefront of this global European AI race at the end of 2026. The latest when we see each other again for the MSC 2027, but that's, you know, December 2026, that's the deadline. So what is, Michael, what is on the priority?
So if you have 6 or 9 months' time, and it needs to be super operational, I think where we're doing not a good job at all is informing the public. I mean, we haven't really talked about the public as an important stakeholder in all of this. I think we need to do a better job is, why do we need AI? Why do we need these data centers? And convincing people, okay, if we need a data center, there might be a gas plant sitting next to it, and we need to accept it because it's important for the sovereignty and the competitiveness of this country. I think we need to do a lot better job in explaining to the people that this is not about building data centers. This is about creating the future competitiveness of the country.
I love that, really getting out also of our bubble talks and about these, you know, scientific discussions. Wonderful, thank you, Mike. What would be your tip for the race?
I absolutely agree with that first one. It's a mindset shift and an ability to create enthusiasm and energy about a brighter future for all of us, and that's one. I think it does demand tactical progress, demonstrable progress on hard issues. And so things like if we can make real progress on permitting. If we can, I think we have to have a commitment and a level of investment to add capacity to, from an energy perspective to the system, and be able to, apply that in ways that are really thoughtful. And I think that is going to be lean on technology and market forces where possible. Not that regulation isn't going to be required to some degree, but I think those are very blunt instruments. And so I think making progress on sort of using market forces to your advantage is going to be key.
Birgit, I'm going to tweak the question a little bit because I'm not talking about the general AI race, but what is your recommendation to leaders and to CEOs to win the AI race for their companies?
Well, it was actually the same answer that I would give to your previous question. It's really to work on the competence and to train your colleagues, show the opportunities that are there, to really open the sort of perspectives and let people understand which opportunities that we can use. And I think that would also support sort of the general public seeing the opportunities that is in this.
Beautiful. Yeah. And with that, I thank you very much. Thank you to Birgitte Ringsted-Wachtal, to Charles Myers, and to Michael Briegel. Thank you very much for having this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much. And I'll see you at the latest again at the MSC 2027, where we talk about the list and everything that has changed, of course. So with a quick change here on stage, thank you. Can we get a round of applause for the team behind the scenes, creating strong coffee, making it beautiful? Thank you. Yeah, it takes so many hands really to bring that all together. So I welcome now for a closing conversation Jason Bordorf and Reinhard Hüttel to join me on stage, please. Thank you. Hi, Jason. Nice to see you. Beautiful. So with the next 20 minutes, we're going to finish our very exciting first official day here at the Energy Security Hub. Breathing in and breathing out. I know it's a long day with the breakfast session in the morning, and now diving, of course, into the closing fireside chat. And of course, you see the title, Europe on the Couch. How do we get from a diagnosis...
Where's the couch?
Well, we twinkled a little bit from fear and from that momentum of fear. How can we actually make it to future strength, right? To create momentum. And you can mingle, but still, please, I'd like to bring your attention to the stage, because at the beginning of this week, when the Munich Security Conference actually got kicked off, and Wolfgang Ischinger was here, and he delivered a sobering message, because across many Western societies, the sense of helplessness has been rising over the past 4 years. That was the study of the MSC report, reaching new record highs this year. And that's why often Europe is described of standing at a crossroad. Left, right, backwards, forwards. We're standing in the middle, not moving really forward. So the question really is Europe facing a hesitation, or is it the momentum of accelerating, where we actually need, of course, also decision-making power? And how does this then a lot of talking, all these conversations, all these debates, a lot of things, how does this then in the end translate into action, and into action at scale? And this is something where I'd like to talk with you again here, because also, of course, Europe will shape it, or will get shaped by these geopolitical questions that we are facing here. So Jason Bordoff is with us, the founding director of the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. Thank you, Jason, for being here once again.
Thank you.
This is your round of applause to welcome you here on stage, of course. And it's a big honor to have you also on stage, Reinhard Hödel, the managing partner and scientific director of the Eco-Environment Innovation in Berlin, former scientific director and chairman of the board at the German Research Center for Geosciences in Potsdam. So everything that's moving on the tectonic plates, that was actually, of course, on your agenda. So I'd like to start with you. From perspectives of you both as a warm-up and as really getting us into the debate, what is the greatest risk of allowing that fear that is now scientifically also proven in the MSC report, this fear and this hesitation, how will it dominate also decision-making processes for Europe? And how can we then maybe already change it to something that is more optimistic? How do you see that? Coming from fear to future strength. Is there a way? Do you see a path forward?
I'm not so aware whether we are really so much under fear. It's uncertainty. We are seeing a number of crises. They have been discussed here today and in many other occasions. The big challenge I see as a scientist and as a manager, I would say that the big problem that we are facing is really how get we our strengths on the road? How can we transfer our knowledge to the best of the people in Europe and beyond? And I think this is one of the major challenges that we are discussing since decades, and we have not been able to really solve this. And one reason that was discussed here this morning, right in the very first talk, and then again and again during the meeting, is simply the question, how is the interaction between research, science, education, and industry? This is really something that has not yet been solved. I give you an example. I had the opportunity to actually initiate and start our National Academy of Science and Engineering. And we worked and were quite successful in giving scientifically evidence-based advice to different organizations, to the government, to industry. And we were always faced with the situation, but nothing really happens. And then we have organized a a specific foundation at this academy. And the first thing, because we wanted to do this in reality.
Not just on paper, you mean?
No. In reality, really bring our strengths, our research results into action. And what happened? Media told us we would not be independent anymore, and we are still struggling. So I think I really would put this into the perspective. So it's not so much the fear, it's this uncertainty and the unsolved interactions.
Yeah. Jason, how do you look on that topic of uncertainty, also on the topic of under-deconstruction, which is, of course, a big topic of the MSc, which is also floating through a lot of debates that we are having here when we talk about energy security. So how do you see patience?
No, thanks for the question, and thanks to BMW Foundation for organizing this phenomenal hub again and for inviting me to be part of it. The Center on Global Energy Policy is the largest energy think tank in the United States. It's worked since I started it 13 years ago at that intersection between energy security and the energy transition, and we're thinking about both now, as we should. And I think that fear can clearly catalyze action. Our former White House Chief of Staff, Rahm Emanuel, an ambassador to Japan, said, "You never want a good crisis to go to waste." But fear can also lead to overreaction, and fear is not a long-term sustainable strategy. And I think Europe has been hit with a number of shocks when we talk about energy security. Obviously, Russia's weaponization of gas exports, China's restrictions on rare earths, and an American administration now that is using tools of economic statecraft like tariffs, threats against Greenland in ways that express more and more concern about economic coercion, as Mark Carney talked about at Davos. So that has, I think, you all tell me, jolted Europe into greater action around cutting red tape and regulation, banning Russian gas, moving quickly to try to have more grid integration, permitting reform, obviously defense spending, somewhat related issue. But now the question is, what's the opportunity created by that? And I do think when you try to think about that intersection between the energy transition and energy security, there are some risks when you're putting energy security front and center, supply chains dominated by China, for example, but a lot of opportunities too. I mean, having worked in government and worked in a climate role and then also worked at the US National Security Council, it's my observation that when an issue is top of the agenda for the national security community and it's on the agenda in the Situation Room, you get more momentum and you get more action than when it's a climate issue alone. And I think particularly for Europe, which is heavily dependent on imported hydrocarbons, the imperative to think more about domestic sources of energy, reducing exposure to volatile global markets and geopolitics, to electrify more of the economy, pursue measures around energy efficiency, and then make sure more of that electricity is produced by domestic sources, renewables, rethinking nuclear power. I think all of that, not all of that, but much of that points in a direction that both enhances energy security and can be lower carbon at the same time. And the last thing I'll say about that is that desire to de-risk these energy supply chains, 70, 80, 90% of batteries and critical minerals dominated by China, for example, that no country can do that alone. That only works in partnership. It only works if we have a strong transatlantic relationship. That's why I've so valued the partnership that we've had with the BMW Foundation. At a time when it's fragile, we need to be nurturing it and protecting it even more in sessions like this.
I mean, Jason, I just want to pinpoint here on a few things because you're following the energy markets, climate policy, and of course the national security from a European perspective for quite a long time. So where do you see, again, the biggest developments in Europe with the European energy transition, with the European energy security, and with the urgency that we are so often talk about here? So, do you see a progress from last year to this year? Do you see a progress in the past 5 years when it comes to all these topics on energy security in Europe?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm with an audience that knows European policy far better, so I want to be modest in coming from across the Atlantic and opining on European energy policy, but I talked to officials quite a bit and was just on stage with Til Jorgensen in Oslo a day or two ago. The energy is higher on the agenda. The need to think simultaneously about energy security, energy as a source of economic competitiveness, particularly with rising energy demand to meet the needs of AI and data centers, and not losing sight of the energy transition. All of those are now being thought about in parallel in a way that wasn't always true. I do think on both sides of the Atlantic for the last 20 years, we became too complacent with energy security. We took energy security for granted. Electricity demand was roughly flat. The US shale revolution supplied more than 90% of the growth in global oil demand. So we kind of became a little complacent with the need to make sure that we were protecting it. And I do see a greater desire and focus now on trying to bring energy prices down as a sort of way to boost economic competitiveness, reduce regulation and regulatory red tape. Again, permitting is a huge issue on both sides of the aisle. Yep. But it's hard to do because it's hard to, Brussels is challenged to work across as many nations as that parliament covers. And a lot of that requires, as the Draghi report said, a huge amount of government investment and spending. And when you're at World War II record debt levels and you're boosting defense spending, it's a challenge to figure out where that money's going to come from.
Reinhard, I want to come to you, of course. I saw you following around the whole day here in the program, and of course, you can give us a glimpse of what is also needed when we talk about structural shifts and structural changes to really bring everything that we want literally into the grid. So, what was something that you actually said? Oh, this is standing out for me today. This is something. this is something that we need to come from vulnerability to strength, from fear to future strength. Have you seen a lever? Have you actually heard a lever that speaks to you?
Well, first of all, I would like to say that we maybe have to differentiate a little bit the question of energy. What is energy? Today we have mainly talked about electricity. Electricity in Germany is about 20%. 80% is what we call the sectors heat, cooling, and mobility. I was in one of our national councils of the government when the decision was made to go into renewables. This was the shift from Frau Merkel to Mr. Trittin as the environmental ministers in Germany. And the focus there was all electricity. That was the idea behind the change. And at that time, in the year 2000, that was when the decision was made, also in the parliament, we had 20% of our complete energy was, one would say, fossil-free, and 80% was fossil-based. Last year, 2025, 20% renewables, 80% fuels in Germany. So what is behind that? Behind that is this question of uncertainty. Because from my point of view, when we look into these major sectors of mobility and heat, 80% of our energy, of our primary energy consumption, it's not the engines or the motors, it's the fuel. The same is true for the heating systems. So from a scientific point of view, it's always the question, can you solve the direct problem other than changing the complete system? In both cases. And of course, our answer was, besides the electrons, we need the molecules. Yeah. Molecules were mentioned only once today, which is the major source of our energy supply. So the question was, how can we substitute these wonderful molecules of coal, of gas, and of oil? Why? Because you can put them down and use them when you need them. When you put on the engine, the car runs. The plane flies, the ship runs. The heating, it gets warm or cool. You cannot do this with electricity in the same way. You have to put storage, you have to have batteries, or transform it into molecules. So the idea was hydrogen. Hydrogen in combination with CO2 in the CO2 cycling because also in the future we will need CO2 in the atmosphere. It's basic. Too much is the problem. Too much is the problem.
Please tell it President Trump as well that too much CO2 is, of course,
yeah.
What he has
said.
Yeah, it's not harmful. It turns out.
Yeah. And we are still in this uncertainty.
Yeah.
Will we go into this direction with our mobility? And it's not just the cars or the trucks; it's also the planes, the ships, the trains, and the same is with the houses. With the heating systems. And we have to make a decision in a way that and I think here in this city, technological openness has always been celebrated. I'm very happy about this. But this is not the case in the rest of Germany and of Europe.
Yeah.
One last point, to give you an idea, when you have this kind of European discussions. We had the CEO of BASF today here. Ludwigshafen, the BASF company there, needs as much energy as Denmark. You have to put it into perspective. What are we talking about? In Denmark, you can maybe shift easily to renewables. In Germany, this is a completely different story. So is the case in Italy and so forth.
So
I wonder, what's missing in our debate?
I know we're running out of time, so I'll just quickly, because the numbers are the same globally. 20% of global energy is electricity. In China, it's 28%, and it's going to about 33% by the end of the decade. And the motivation for that is not primarily climate change, although it's part of it. It's the local air pollution, but it's energy security, because 20 years ago, China did not want to be heavily dependent on imported oil and imported gas. So they had a push, industrial policy, motivated, as I said a moment ago, it's a more powerful push, not just by environmental concerns, but energy security concerns to move toward electrification of transport, in some cases electrification of heating, but they still use a lot of gas, and then get all of that from domestic sources. For them, that's renewables, and it's coal, and a little bit of nuclear. Now, we still need a huge number of molecules, that's true, and those are expensive, right? There's Europe's target is 20 million tons of green hydrogen in 4 years. Last year, there was less than 500,000 tons of green hydrogen produced globally. And lots of people I've run into want to make green hydrogen. I don't see as many people who want to buy it because it's pretty expensive. So this comes back to what I said a moment ago. It's about the fiscal constraints and the cost of this transition.
Jason, we often talk here on stage also, of course, dependencies and how to get rid of dependencies. What's your take on that? Of course, as someone who works between the transatlantic fields and ecosystems, what is your take when we talk about that Europe needs to meet the sovereign goals, that Europe needs to be independent, losing and cutting the edge of the dependencies. It sounds very easy, but of course we learned today it's very hard and difficult in the detail. But what's your take on that?
I think it's hard, and I'm not sure it's the right goal. I think that since the Arab oil embargo in 1973, every American president has called for energy independence, and even though we're a net exporter now, since the oil crisis of the 1970s, energy security globally has been increased, not decreased, by integration, by well-functioning, interconnected markets. So if there was a country that... It's what happened here. When Europe said, we're not going to buy Russian oil just went somewhere else instead. Now, I'm not saying that was good or bad, but I'm just saying what happens in a global market is if a country were to try to weaponize exports, prices would go up. It's why Europe was able to import as much LNG as it did, because the price of LNG went up and supplies that were going to go to China or Asia came to Europe instead. So we need integration, and then energy security, when you have integrated global markets, comes from diversification. So you're not 70, 80, 90% dependent on one source. It comes from more energy efficiency, so you reduce the need in the first place, and that's not just for energy, that's critical minerals, recycling, improved battery chemistry, so we don't need as much breaking of rock and mining. Resilience from severe weather events, from cyber attack. Emergency buffers like strategic stockpiles. We have obviously created that after the Arab oil embargo through the International Energy Agency, and the Trump administration just announced they were trying to do that for critical minerals. So well-functioning, liquid, deep, interconnected markets with resilience, buffers, security, and diversification. Winston Churchill famously said, security in oil lies in variety and variety alone. That's always the first and foremost principle of energy security.
How would you answer that question when it comes to the question of how Europe can actually reduce dependencies, dangerous dependencies that we've also, of course, entangled in with, without sliding into the protectionism that is also a threat?
And just to say, if everyone tries to make everything at home and like autarky is how we define energy security, it's just too expensive. It's massively inflationary. It's just not going to work.
No, I would agree. We have this hen-egg problem. There is a huge demand There's a huge demand for synthetic fuels if you want to have the system and concentrate on digitization. If I come back to your question, if I'm informed correctly, Waymo has these robotaxis, and they are doing 400,000 trips per week, paid trips, to test autonomous driving. We are discussing here what's the right engine. You know, we are missing out on future technologies because these data are so valuable and we are not making use of it. We have invented all these kind of technologies, at least to some extent. Our students were always taken with kiss hand at the US universities, whether it's Columbia or Harvard or Stanford, and you take it. It's true. What I mentioned at the beginning, we don't bring it on the road. We are not transferring it in a way that it really makes money in terms of societal benefits. What I think is we are still on the right track with renewables. I'm not completely not against renewables, but we are not able to, under our weather conditions, and it is true for the whole of Europe more or less, with maybe some exceptions, to realize our complete energy consumption on renewables, on wind and sun. To give you the perspective, in last year we had the overall primary energy consumption in Germany was about 2,900 terawatt hours. 260 were wind and sun. Less than 30% of electricity. So to put it into perspective. Yeah. So you see there's a huge lag. And this is still my plea on hydrogen. I know the problem with we are not making effort in this direction. So you need baseload. And this morning I was happy that our minister for the first time mentioned SMR and the fusion.
So this is also the question now to wrap it up. What would be your message to political leaders? You know, what is the punchline that we need to actually face towards political leaders?
So go ahead with the strategy of building up baseline energy, baseload energy, combination with renewables, and go into this synthetic fuels and use the electrons for what we discussed for AI and others.
And everything, because this is the base of what I see and what I hear from what you're saying. This is the solid ground, this is not shaking.
And it's okay to go with gas and then go maybe with SMR and then go with the fusion technology. Yeah.
Jason, how would you say? What would you tell political leaders?
I would tell them the things that are easier to say when you're sitting in a university or think tank than to do when you're sitting in a policy role, because the U.S., to some extent in different countries in Europe, is deeply divided, and the policy pendulum is swinging more sharply in one direction or another every 4 or 8 years. It's impossible for companies, or very difficult to plan with that sort of policy uncertainty and lack of durability. Managing crisis is necessary, but it's short-term and reactive. And shaping the future is long-term and strategic.
Hopefully, yeah.
And doing that requires long-term plans and a commitment to stay the course. And China has the ability to do that. And the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has the ability to do that in Saudi Arabia. And there are a number of countries with that long-term vision. It's more challenging. But trying to improve the regulatory predictability. We talked about permitting, a sort of streamlined regulatory environment. In Europe, I think a major focus needs to be on grid modernization, grid integration, more interconnectedness across the continent. I think is really important, and a sort of coordinated industrial strategy to do some of the things we just talked about.
Coordination without crisis mode. That's what I also hear, because in crisis mode you don't function in a systemic, sustainable way. Yeah. What a wonderful reflection to wrap up the day. What an honor to have you on stage. Thank you so much, Jason Bordorf and Reinhard Hüttl, for spending the last 30 minutes with me and with us. This is your round of applause, because this is the final. final conversation here on stage. Thank you very much. It's been a long day, I know. I know it's been a long day for you as well. So thanks again for sticking around and for making this hub so lively. Although we are here now 13 hours in the pipeline of talking and having conversation. It's lovely to have you. And you know what? I make a deal with you. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 for coffee and for croissants for the breakfast session, yeah? Please don't let me down. I don't want to sit in front of me, you know, with just a few people. So you are happily invited to talk with me about geopolitical power brokers and when we talk about economic corridors for energy security, really bringing it into the pipeline. Thanks for being here. It's lovely to see you. And we have dinner, right? Right now we have food for thought, what's already happening here. Now we have food for our bodies, and of course, a little bit of music is playing as well. We have a band with us, so please enjoy your evening. And again, it's great to have you with us. Thank you so much. Thank you.